streets and we keep putting pressure. Civic education. Some people will go to the streets just for fun because you see people going. You see the large crowd. You want to take photos with those people. No, come in the streets knowing what has pushed you to go there. We have fees problem. Education is going to become the biggest disaster challenge we have in our country because of some few greedy individuals who take things as if they are controlling everything in this country. Ruto has seen like he owns the country alone. Like people in this country, they don't have a voice at all. It's high time we make him understand that this power belongs to us and we are the one who gave him the mandate to be where he is today. And he should not take advantage and misuse that power and oppress us using the power that we handed over to him. He should be listening to the common mwananchi, what he's saying. People are being abducted, daylight, broad daylight. What's this? Bodies are being retrieved down the ground. People are going missing day and night. You can't voice out your issues. And this is the country that we are? Oh no, let's go back to the streets. They really need us. 6.
So, before I drop off, I wanted to tell Waten something. If you want to occupy a police station right now, it won't help us solve our problem. It will solve the police problem. My problem is a Kenyan is bad governance. And bad governance and how our resources as a country are being used, how the public property is being used like personal property to some of the politicians, how leaders think they are above the law. That is my problem. My problem is not actually the police. Why I'm saying this is in my area, there's a certain day tulikuwa tunacheza pool somewhere in a police station. We used to play till late night. Then one day the OCS said, now that sisi ni outsiders tunaingia hapo tumeiwaibia a carburetor in a school bus. So we went and sat down. We did not go back to that police station for some time. Then we sat down and told people, do we look like thieves? Some of us own our own cars. And there is nothing a school bus carburetor can help us with. And we had to go and decided we will do whatever we have to do. Anyway, that was yes, just to cut the long story, we was yes hakulast hapo siku mbili because sisi kama watu tulisema hatuwahitaji. So that one solved the problem at that time, problem ya police at that time. But it did not solve the problem of Kenyans. What I want to insist here is that Kenyans need to come out in numbers. Whoever said we need a strategy, hakuna strategy ingine. Strategy ni tuamke tuende streets. That's the only way we will oust this government. Tukisema we sit down, tuandike mikakati, tutachora, then elections will be here, they'll be rigged, we will cry. But if we decide we shelve our egos, our personal things to the shelf na tuseme we are uniting for a common cause, and that is getting good governance, getting a Kenya that everyone is going to live in, we are going to achieve that goal. Tukiacha tu hii kiburi, unajua saa hii kitu iko hapa ni kiburi na igondogondogo za ujinga. Why should I go to the streets? Nitaongea tu hapa. I have a personal. That is bullshit. We need just to wake up and go out on these streets. There is no any other medication. How we will reach these people? How we will reach all the masses? Right now, we are coming up with an effective way. Na siku moja mtaamka na nyi wote mtapata SMS hapa inawaambia Thursday mnaenda streets. One day you will wake up and you'll find we are working on those ways. They are just in the kitchen, they are cooking. So hizo ni vitu we have already explored and decided this is what we can do and this is what we can't do. Whatever other people said here, Yes, parties ni mzuri, but party sahi maybe uko unakuja na drinks na mayengs, but party, political party, those are things we shouldn't be talking about right now. Sahi, I just want to see first us achieve the first goal. What Bangladesh did, ulisikia hawa students walikuwa hata na party, they did not have a party, they had a common goal. And the goal was to, the prime minister must go. And she went. Hakuna kitu walikaa chini wakasema wanapanga. What is in Kenyans is fear. And the day you will lose that fear is the way you'll know how strong you are. Personally, sina fear. I only fear 3 things. Kuanguka chini, Mungu na nyoka. I even don't fear death. I fear a snake because I hate its color, how it slithers around and what it does. But me, don't fear that. Even if you came to tell me right now, utaniua, you just kill me. By the end of the day, mimi nilishasema nikikufa munipeleke pale Jamia Mosque, munieke kwa shuka munizike. Don't contribute money, don't go crying, don't go doing nothing. Munirushe tu niende. Because the people who are behind are the ones who are going to benefit from that death, and they are going to benefit in a positive way. It's not a death that will go in vain. I died fighting for my country, and if I died fighting for my country, it's something worth fighting for. Kushinda mimi niende munipate nimekufia pale Lumumba Drive na Kisonono. Heri nikufe nikipigania country yangu. It's high time people, we have to lose that fear and go out on those streets. Me nimeenda all the protests that have been there. And before 25th, the last protest before 25th of June, I was on those streets till late. Nilikuwa tao till almost 10 p.m. So what I'll tell you here, guys, we should wake up from our houses. Hakuna time. We will never find any other time. This is the right time. Ikifika Disemba tutaingia mudi ya sherehe, kidogo tutasahau kama Ruto ni mbaya, tutaanza kucomplain January. Mbona makampuni zitakuwa zimelipa watu, your rich uncles will now be there and people will be in the family spirit. Tutasahau hii mambo yote kama ilikuwa inafanyika. Right now is the time. Let us wake up. And Thursday is the day. Thursday is the day that we are deciding we are going to oust this regime. Mtakaa hapa, kuna swali mtu ameuliza leo. Wewe ukiangalia Ruto na Murkomen wanakaa ku-host AFCON 2027 and you are here feeling happy when your country is playing in South Africa and Uganda because we do not meet the FIFA and AFCON standards to even play a match in our own turf. I'm so saddened because I did not even watch Kenya play against Namibia. I couldn't watch Kenya play. I can't because the last match they played in Malawi. Kenya hasn't played home in over 2 years. Kenya has not played at 1 year. The last time we played at home, it was last year in September, playing against South Sudan. And since then, we have not played at home. All the international matches that we have played, Kenya has not played at home. So it is high time. These are the same things that we are going out parading, this infrastructure that we are complaining about. And this regime, it is evident enough, it cannot deliver anything other than lies. There is no president who can go and lie internationally and expect, because he signed a clause of apprenticeship. He is coming here to lie that he has given a number of 250,000 people to go and work in Germany. And still you are seated in your house thinking, guys, kwenda majuu has never been a solution, and nobody should come here and tell you tukienda majuu ndo tutapata. I personally am doing better than 90% of people when you wameenda majuu saizi because they were going to do nurses. They are going to do whatever, they are going to do whatever. Come back here, they send a lot of money.
Me at least nimejenga ushago kaisimba kangu, nikienda huko I'll sleep in peace and I'll still go into weekend, drink a beer with my friends, play football and go out. They don't have that freedom. But if we fight for this country and get whatever we want, we will get all this. Hiyo pesa itakuwa. That money will be there. There'll be systems that will be working. Even foreigners will be coming here in Kenya to work. It's high time, guys. On Thursday, we all wake up and go out there and fight. Tafadhali, Kenyans, wake up. Lastly, let us stop being butilikas, sycophants. We are just out here because we feel somebody is now popular, they are riding with fame, so we should ride. Even if they say the wrong thing, we are still going to support them. Mtu akisema uongo, Mabonga here is my very good friend, and I'll call him tamwambia Mavo hiyo ni uongo. But if it remains here that you people, mtu ameshaongea because amesema, we just wake up and move with that wave and say we are going to support this cause. Let us stop that behavior. That is the same behavior that landed us a president who is a murderer. That is the same behavior that gave us a president who is lying to us. The same behavior that gave us a president who was a drunkard. The same behavior that has made the opposition to go and ride on whatever we fought for on 25th. Because of being a sycophant, because of being butilikas, because of being brainwashed. That is the same thing the churches are using to steal from us. And I told you people, those who come to say here Ruto was chosen by God, out of the 10,000 gods that are in this world, which God does Ruto support? Which God does Ruto believe in? You cannot come to tell me he supports the cow that Indians pray to. You cannot come and tell me that. You cannot come and tell me because he reads a Bible that was written by human beings. If Moses and those people who are being said they wrote the Bible, show me when and where. We should all believe there is a supreme being that looks upon us, a supreme being that we all believe, we all pray to, we all pray. There is a God. Yes, there is God. But nobody should lie to us that these things happen. I've been discussing here with our company lawyer, and he's telling us, look at the first lady going to pray for water in Karen to become clean. Do you think that is possible? You can just use water purifiers and you can make that. That is a science problem. That is not a religion problem. It is high time we now start thinking beyond booty leaking and this psychophancy thing that we've put in our head. Thinking that because somebody goes to church to pray every Sunday, he's holier than thou. Church is not how people go there. Your body itself is the temple of God. Your body itself, how you believe, the actions that you do, whatever you do, even if you went on those streets right now and bought lunch for a street child, you have done more good than somebody who went to pray Sunday wearing a 6-piece suit. Guys, it is high time we wake up and leave all these things that we believe in and become people who now think. We should think individually. Before you think anything, you should ask yourself, is this the right thing I'm doing? Is this thing being beneficial? This person, Bravin, came here and he spoke. Has he said something that is important, that is going to help me as a human being? Or this thing is going to affect me? You are the same people who are being told, I don't know, doing what. You even don't believe in marriages right now because people have said it. It's high time, guys, you now start thinking individually, not thinking as a group. It will lead us into trouble. And when we think individually, we now come down and say, we've all agreed Kenya is in the wrong hands. And that is high time we should go out and fight for our country. Thank you, Mavo.
Hi, 6, we can't hear you. Rex, unamsikia?
Nimemaliza Toria, acha niende kwangu mimi.
Okay.
Siko
Okay.
fiti.
Okay, actually you've heard, all of you heard, na mi nashangaa mtu anasema ati God what? It's not high time ati tuweke Mungu hapa. Rexy, take it.
I think I won't say much. Wale wanajua sauti yangu wanajua mi ni nani. So it's been a long time since maandamano ikue, and vile tuliacha maandamano ndo country imekuwa mbaya zaidi, lakini vile maandamano ilikuwa country ndo ilikuwa inaendelea fiti. Ask me why. Number one, vile maandamano iliisha JKIA imeuzwa. Vile maandamano imeisha, Ruto ameanza jani zake za kwenda majuu. Vile maandamano iliisha, huyo Masageli and the government, they don't like hawaobey court orders. They're just doing things for the sake. Hawajui kuna court order, no one is above the law and blah blah blah. Vile maandamano iliisha, meona vile watu wamepigwa huko multimedia. Personally, huyo mwenye amepigwa kwa hiyo vida ni best yangu sana, and right now ako Simen. Tulibonga na mamake, amesema tu ako stable, lakini amepata hadi fracture man. Yeah, na kiasi angeenda juu ya hiyo smoke ya tear gas, but God is good, ako fiti. So vile maandamano tu iliisha, we've been like going into more oppression than before. So I think vile watu tu walikuwa nasema ati maandamano haisaidii, inasaidia somehow, inasaidia cause vile maandamano ilikuwa, Ruto hakuenda majuu tena, Ruto hakuwa na travel, alikuwa nakaa kwake. Lakini vile tuliacha, umeona jamaa amezunguka Kenya yote, ameenda sasa vote hunting. It's like elections ni kesho. So I think it's a high time hii stuff irudi, and I advocate for peaceful maandamanos. Lakini personally mimi ni mtu wa violence. I don't advocate for peaceful maandamanos because zile vitu hao watu wanatufanyia, umeona venye huyo jamaa amepigwa na karao tu just because of protesting. Sasa unashangaa issue ni gani? Si angemshika tu amweke kwa Land Rover ampeleke Central ama wherever. Hiyo ni better off rather than kupigwa ushindwe kutembea kabisa maisha yako yote man. Kama ulikuwa na dem yako anashangaa rada. So like it's not good bana. Sipoa, these people deserve to be treated the same way they are treating us. Kama wametupiga na rungu, wametupiga na tear gas, wametuua, they also deserve the same. Ask me why? Because wanatupiga, wanatuua, wanajua sisi ni fellow human beings. We are not robots. Sisi si kama sisi ni the same na wao ni the same na sisi. So wakituua, we also deserve to beat them all. Cause they should also think twice before they do something. Na sijui kani makarao vuta bangi ndo wanakam kutupiga ama ni nini, because mi hata ningekuwa karao personally, niko na hiyo utu. Ningesamea watu by the on humanitarian grounds. Juu unapiga mtoto wako, unapiga bibi yako, unapiga sister yako, unapiga auntie yako, unapiga family member yako, unapiga kijana yako man. So I think it's a high time man, stuff imerudi. Na vile tu tulikuwa, I don't know if tutai kuwa na a 25th of June again. I don't think so. I just don't think so. Na mimi nasema acha tu post tuseme maandamano ni kesho. Hakuna uoga, hakuna mambo na kucheza chini. Hata 25th June tulipost na sisi zote tulitokea. So let's keep on posting. Me personally, I have a big account huko TikTok na I've posted there. Na watu wameona, by the watu wa TikTok, they are very supportive. I normally put up a live video huko na tunabonga story 1 2 3 4. then I come later on TikTok. Later on Twitter, I mean. So it's the high time, man, we bring back these maandamanos cause hiyo tu ndio itatuokolea for now. Na usikuwe na hiyo ideology ya 2027. Msipange story ya 2027. Hata 2027, you're talking about 2027. Unachagua mwenye ati sijui Morara asimame. Morara ako na life yake. Wewe uko na nini? Uko na yako pia. Morara amepewa nyumba, wewe uko na nini? Huna shit. So let's not depend on anyone. Hakuna leader wetu hapa. Yes, Morara is doing an incredible job, lakini look at yourself. Ni nini unakula kesho? Yeye anakula. Wewe uko na bibi? Una. Uko na watoto? Una. Yes, kama uko na watoto wanateseka? Yeah, because of this regime. So let's not look at zile vitu mtu yes, anatufanya kazi fiti, anatuonyesha gava ifanye fiti, lakini never depend on it. Depend on yourself, on your own fucking self. Hiyo tu ndo iko. Jiulize kesho do itatoka wapi ya breko, kesho do itatoka wapi ya we kubai viatu zingine, hizi viatu zenye uko nazo saa hii ni nzee. Yeah, kitu itakuokolea man. Wacha 2027 ikifika tutajua. Lakini let's not wait for that. I think this guy needs to go. Na that's why I mean nimepiga Ruto till let me not mention that juu I just want to remain undercover for now. Yeah, sitaki kujiannounce sana on who Rex is. So you guys, let's keep on injecting. Yeah, and let's be supportive, man. Tukue supportive. Kama ni maandamano Thursday tokea. Haijalishi kama uko Nyahururu, uko Embu, uko Kisumu, uko wapi. We tokea, man. Alafu we will all die. We will all die. That's a fact, man. Hiyo ni kitu tunafaa accept. Yeah. And maybe hata pale tunaenda, maybe ndio kuko peaceful than in this world, man. But let's keep on praying. Those who chocho ati Mungu ndo alichagua Ruto, Ruto ndo aliiba kura. Hiyo ni fact. And let's not wait for 2027 because najua tutaenda tu vote, tutaenda tuchochane, tuchukue ID mavijana na trust me tutapoteza asubuhi na mapema. Don't ask me why. Hiyo najua tutapoteza asubuhi na mapema. Very fast. Najua reasons, niko na evidence, lakini hiyo nitapost later on. So that's all I had to say. Now request Mike, I think we have so many people who have more ideas like me, who have more wako na different philosophies like me. Request Mike, you will be given the mic. Si mabeguzi pekee wanakuja kwa speaker section. Just request Mike, man. Shukran sana.
Well, that's much pretty. It's good actually. Everyone's opinion is highly appreciated. And me, let me talk about the party thing. Me, for honestly, I don't like parties, and I prefer if you wanna run for anything, just go independently. These parties are holding people back because you have to abide by the party's laws so that you can be maintained or with so that you cannot be chased away or separated in the party. So let's forget about forming a party now. Let's see the big disaster, the big issue that is in front of us, find a way on how to tackle it for now. We are leaderless still. I think that motion is more better than saying we have this as our person, because when we term someone as our leader, they get a certain pride, and you want people like to worship you, to follow what you're doing. No, actually, you know what is pressing you to go to the streets. Teachers are suffering. Like I was once saying, like, it is very nice if when you are in Mashinani, you pass civic education through professions. Because if you tell a teacher how you are suffering and how money is being squandered, yet he or she is being paid 17,000, he will understand the reason why I should go in the streets, because I'm being taxed high, paid a little amount of money, and people are wasting that money on nonsense, doing nonsense totally. Let me say that. You see a farmer In fact, large percent of Kenyans do farming. You tell them whatever issues that are upcoming, like those NGO seeds, wherever, like you have a license to do this. Every profession is really affected, and they will understand. They will now understand why we were crying on the streets. Our fellas have died, and you think like moving on, like life is normal, nothing has happened. That's the country we are. So we don't have a country here. It's for us to get in the streets, liberate our country. uh, we are still in colonial period. I usually say that being led by a black man colonizing us, being used by a puppet white man to colonize us. We need to get rid of this colonial thing once and for all. We gain our independence, we gain our freedom. Nowadays, they say we have democracy, but we are not allowed to do that democratic thing in Kenya. Once you practice it, it is a crime. You speak out your senses or your freedom of expression, you express yourself, it is a crime. That is the country we are in. But people here bribing others to do things, it's not a crime to them. It's like a normal thing. You guys, let's wake up. Let's wake up. A lot is on the way. We welcome Adani. We will have opened gate wide enough for foreigners, for colonizers to come back in our country to held us. Slaves, do you want to go back in that slavery life? Oh no, me. So guys, I'm really offended. People are dying, disappearing. Children have gone missing. Not even a woman in this political shit has ever stood up and spoken, as if they ain't mothers. A mother is the one who feels the pain of a child, but nobody at all has ever spoken, and they have already forgotten like it never happened. They pretended and moved on with life like nothing is happening in Kenya. Literally, like this government is ruling by blood. Shedding blood is what is giving them power, peace to remain in power, to keep on running. And we all know that Ruto is capable of doing anything to remain in power. He's a devil walking. We all know that. He can do anything, even if it means to kill all of us. He can do. So, is Ruto dead? No, 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 he's not dead. He's Ruto. Let's go.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. I'm not going to speak much. I hope everybody's okay. Uh, Number one, it is us. It is us to help our country. It is us to liberate our country. And it's either we choose to be like the forefathers, the grandfathers, or we be us. Long time ago, when Europeans came, they gave our grandfathers Bibles, and in exchange, they got land. And that is what we are doing today. If you are not ready to fight for your country, that means you've got no use for you to live. Personally, I lost my job courtesy of Mandamano. That marks that Thursday I'm very much present for that. Comrades, can we unite? We can liberate our country. Leave our parents wanaishi na ile mentality ya kitambo, like politicians ndo kusema, wakisema hivi, this is the direction. It is us, sisi ndo tunajua our future. Parents wetu washamaliza yao. What can we do for our country? We are giving birth. What do we have to pay watoto wetu? If you have enough to give to your child, that is okay. If you feel your child has enough for the future, just sleep. But I know hiyo si enough. Kindly, my people, let us unite. I don't have much. Hivyo tu.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we need numbers, unity, togetherness. That's what can help us make it in this fight, in this war. We are in a war, a spiritual war, a physical war, both. And let's not tolerate these politicians anymore. I think we should go in the old modes of greeting them, tuwapigie salamu bana, tuwasalimie. They have relented, like they've seen like we have relented because salamu ziliisha. We've given them a platform. Wherever they go, they are highly welcomed. I saw like yesterday Wavinya being welcomed. Like, oh my God, people are crazy here outside. What the hell? We are trying to fix this government and to giving people opportunities. Ati, she went to open an hospital in UK. Will that woman give you a passport? Will she cater for your flight, for your everything so that you can go in UK to go get treated? Can we stop being foolish for once? Oh my God. Kenyans, can we wake up for once? Eh, sawa tu. Patrick, hi.
Thank you, Chora, and KOT for this session. I want to say this in light of this new call of going back to the streets. I think it's time we changed tact. We came out last time when we were fighting for the finance bill. We were peaceful. William Ruto was violent to us. We came out several times. We were peaceful. William Ruto was violent to us. And I think I've gotten to a time where we need to ask ourselves, can we continue being non-violent to somebody who is violent to us? This is the big question. I'm looking at some of the movements like in South Africa. When Mandela began liberating South Africa, initially he was non-violent. But then those guys were violent to the Africans and to the people who are fighting for liberation until when Mandela formed a military wing. That's when he liberated South Africa. Mahatma Gandhi preached the gospel of nonviolence, the spiritual force. But then he said this, that yes, be nonviolent, but don't allow somebody to be violent to you when you're nonviolent. You also have the right of self-defense. For now, we have always faithfully followed the way our Constitution clearly says. Our Constitution clearly says that you can express yourself peacefully and armed and present petitions. Even to State House, you can present petitions to State House because that's the public authority. You can undermine and present petitions. So nobody should limit you on what you can do. Somebody was even suggesting here, you can even occupy those police headquarters. Those are public authorities. The police are civilian authorities. They serve the people. You can do that. But let me shock you, my dear friends. Are you aware that President William Ruto has suspended our constitution? He wants the rule of men. Are you aware that William Ruto wants to set up a dictatorship? If we don't rise up now, I'm telling you, we might not even have those 2027 elections you're talking about. William Ruto will organize in a way that he will create a crisis so that he wants to rule because he realizes that he goes to an election, he might not make it. We have to wake up, my dear Kenyans. I want to give you a brief that when you're fighting in this war, our forefathers, they fought for independence. The middle generation, like the baby boomers and some people in the X generation, they fought for a new constitution. Every generation has something they fight for. And I think in this generation, our fight is for economic liberation. That is our greatest fight we are fighting for because people are fighting for jobs. They are fighting for opportunities. They are fighting for, that is the drive. That should be the drive. In this country, there are so many Kenyans who are jobless. There are others who are unemployed. There are others who are underemployed. So many have lost jobs. And others are going to lose jobs because when people take over JKI, more people are going to lose jobs. This should enrage us all. At one time, I said this. The middle class in this country can easily stimulate that change or that revolution we want. At one time, when we were having this mandamana, I proposed that what if one day, while others are on the streets, and then all people who drive our cars, either you pull your car from the road or you drive and park our cars on the road across the country, or even we just do in Nairobi or across the country, we just park our cars on the roads to make a statement. I can tell you it not take long. If we say we want A, B, C, D to be done, and we jam the country for just, it cannot even last 2 hours. We will make our statement. That way, we will raise the consciousness of our nation, because people need to realize that you are in the comfort zone today, tomorrow you're going to lose a job. That person who is sitting at JKIA today working, he should be made aware that you're not going to have that job tomorrow. They should be made aware of that. Like currently, our economy is not doing very well. In fact, some people are civil servants not going to, some people who used to get allowances, of our friend who is a civil servant, they used to have so many of the trips, but nowadays they don't have it. We need to raise this consciousness in our society. And the big question is this: we need to change tact. As much as we go to the streets, my final submission is this: in fact, it will involve us also employing some guerrilla tactics to deal with this regime, because William Ruto, as we speak, we just need to give him a taste of his own medicine. We have been so non-violent, we have been so peaceful, but he has been violent to us. Let us change tact and use other means until this regime falls. We have several guerrilla tactics we can use. I don't want to share them here, but those are confidentials we can use and bring this regime down, even without going to the streets. We have other mechanisms which we can use and bring these guys down. Because what Ruto is doing now, he's now cherry picking. He's going across the country. You remember what happened to our Kitengela brothers? He's going across the country and looking for all people who have little influence all over, abduct them, kill them, and they disappear like that. So why don't we also employ the tactics? Because they are not the only ones who have the monopoly of violence. It's not that they have the only ones with the monopoly of violence. Because if we want all of us to respect the law, let us respect the law. If you are peacefully and armed expressing our need, they should protect us. But if they continue killing us, I think it's either, there was a scientist who said insanity is doing the same thing over.
They are listening. They are finding ways to counterattack our ideas which we are sharing here. We also need to implement those ideas on the ground with brilliant minds. The real. Okay, just a minute. Effie was here before you. Effie, go ahead. Effie.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
So my point is, my points are a bit kidogo. Nitasikia kelele background because I'm cooking for my kids. As someone who lives abroad, naweza show we are with you guys 100%, one way or the other. But the best we can do sisi ni raise two voices zetu from this side. Kufinance wale tutaweza finance, we send what we can like we always do. And I want to say that for Ruto must go. He should have left a long time ago, but somehow amejishikilia tu hapo, but he must go. My point is, mimi nilikuwa nataka tu kuwauzia uoga because watu wamekuwa wakiuziwa makasiriko for a while, but for me nataka kuwauzia uoga just for a minute. And this is going to the young guys, the guys between 20 to 27 hapo. Ni wase vile hii country inaishia, hamna future. Hamna future hata kidogo. Makampuni zimeshaanza kutoka huko juu ya overtaxation, horrible working conditions. There is no chance of you guys even being employed. Startups Kenya zifanyangi kazi. No one will even finance a startup. Hata even if you're a bright student, you have an innovative idea, hakuna mtu anaweza fund initiative yako because hata kabla uanze hiyo biz umeitisha license juu ya sijui ya kanjo, wase wale wa wa environment wamekuja wamechukua whatever license zao sijui ufanye nini. By the time hata unajaribu kufanya initiative ya project yako, you've used almost all your capital. So I just want you guys to be like a cat that has been cornered, because mali tumefika, we are being cornered kabisa. Let me first of all say that there is literally zero hope that around 80% ya wale watagraduate kampo na wale waligraduate last year and the year before, na mtaifanya kitu ya maana na maisha yenu. Mmeona wasa wangapi huku nje wanauzanga masmocha kwa road, na ni msetu wako hadi na degree tu kwa nyumba. Wasa wanachoma hadi degree zao because ya nini? Si because hakuna opportunities. Like now mafala wame make it so hard for even people to come invest in that country. They cannot. Uduanze na shina akituambia stories za mjengo. Hizo nyumba hata ni sawa tu basi utapewa same mboka watakama watajenga keja. Lakini after keja zimeisha, ni sawa nyumba tutajenga basi 2 years 3 years down the line zimeisha, alafu sasa fanya nini? Turudi tena kwa street. These are short term solutions. Nikaa kuweka elastoplast kwa a burned victim. It does not work like that. We need longer lasting solutions. And for us to have these longer lasting solutions, I feel, and this is my opinion, we need to do an overhaul. And the only way we can do an overhaul, and this is a very big war, and we need to fight to win small battles. Ile ya 25th tuliwin, alafu Ruto akakama katuchapa tena tumeshindwa, but we need to go again for another battle. Na hii this time lazima tumchape tena. But we can fight this war in multiple fronts. Murara can press whatever Murara is pressing. Boniface Mwangi can press wherever he's pressing. Wase wa street tunaweza ingia kwa street wale as much as we are pressing. Wase wa majuu wale tunapeana international pressure, we can do it. Wase wa finance wale kona tudo kidogo, we can do it. We can fight this war on all fronts. Understand? Si ati juu mse anafanya kitu different na yeye unafikiria tu mse ajui chenye anadu. No, this we all want the same. The goal is the same. Ruto must go. The goal is we just want the same thing. We just want accountability. We just want good governance. We want an end to corruption. We want all those police officers who killed our brothers and sisters out there prosecuted and sent to jail to serve their terms. We want the rule of law to be respected. That is all we are asking for. Wengine tutataki hizo viti zao za huko juu because we know we cannot lead the whole country. You see, that is the difference. Mtu akisema ask for accountability, unaanza kuambia unataka kuvai for a seat. I don't want to be a governor. I don't want to. Mimi hata sitaka kuwa governor watu wajinga kama wale wako Kenya. Kenyans are stupid. We are stupid people. Na tunajifanyanga sisi ni wajanja. Mliona hata ile airport iko TZ. Sisi tunaongea kizungu, we think we are better. Bros, we are not. There's someone who has left that country, I can tell you, to go down mbaya. Vako ingine hata mwezi imagine. So press, and vile ni mashow, mimi nataka kuuzia uoga. Ujue mali life yako iko saa hizi, kuna possibility, there's a really high possibility you will never amount to anything. And it is not your fault. It is someone who has made your life like that. Someone who has squandered all the opportunities you could have gotten. Msi hata labda ungekuwa pro wa ball, lakini ile ground ilikuwa itengenezwa hapo kwenyu, mtu aligrab. Ile study ilikuwa itengenezwa hapo karibu kwenyu, wasi washakula do. Did you know what the worst thing is? Uni msi ametoka huko kwenyu, msi anaongea lugha yenyu, msi hata probably mko related na yeye, so ni mtu wetu. Mtu wetu ndiye ametupishi. Unacheki? So mimi mtu asiye kama kuniambia ati mtu wetu ati no, mtu wetu ndiye amenidishi. Mimi kama msapiri naweza kwambia wasi wetu ndio wametudishi ile mbaya. For a tribe that has had 3 presidents, Kikuyus are the poorest people in this country. The poorest. And the ones who suffer the most. I know most of you hamjaienda ushago za wasapiri, but most Kikuyus can bear witness here. Those are dead towns, all of them. So we need to do an overhaul on this country. Let Murara do what he's doing. If he wants to start a party, let him start one. That is his battle. Hapo ndio anaingilia kwa vita. Wale tunaingilia kwa street, tutaingilia kwa street. Wale tunaingilia kwa finances, kurusha do, huko ndio tutaingilia. We do not have allowed to use the same road. We just have the same destination, and that is Ruto must go and a new Kenya. That is all we want. A Kenya where everybody has an opportunity. A Kenya where the rule of law is respected. A Kenya where it is accountable. Leaders are accountable. That is all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and I really support what you've just said about. Actually, I've been saying some of it. Like, if it's Morala, let him do what he's doing. We support him. If it's KOT civic education, let him do whatever he's doing. We support him. If it's Boniface Mwangi, whoever it is, Eric Omondi, whoever it is, as long as we are all fighting the same cause, let's support each other. Let's be there for them. Let's be there for them. Play your part. As long as we are all together in this cause, we are running the same cause. We know the enemy is one, and we are fighting the one enemy. So I really support that, and you really talked brilliantly. And let me tell you one thing: I've ever been abroad, and things ain't easy. It's not easy. And first of all, it is very hard. It's very hard. So guys, let me tell you, it's not easy. It's not easy.
Sawa sawa, Toria, wewe endelea kupigana na vyombo huko when you're done, you come back here. Anyway, we have the real black pop, but before the real black pop goes, guys, I want to remind us that on Thursday, it's a day after tomorrow, we are going out na hizo namba zenye tutakuwa nazo, will be on the streets, because that's the only language that this government listens to, and that's why I had to host this space today. And so you guys remember very well, we had a group of people who asked us to give Ruto time. We gave Ruto time from Nane on 8th, that is August, to tomorrow, and nothing has been done. In fact, everything has been becoming so worse than we expected. And so on Thursday, yeah, that's on 19th this month, it's a day after tomorrow, we'll be out, and of course we'll be doing in accordance with the constitution under article 37 and article 1 of the Kenyan constitution. We'll be out to demand for good governance, we'll be out to demand for accountability, and of course we'll be out. Kama wewe unaona hakuna kitu inakuhusu, just remember your brother, your sister, or a person who comes from your family, they are suffering in campus. Kama wewe pia unaona like it doesn't concern you, remember at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport we have workers there who probably they are your relatives, they are your brothers, your sisters, your mothers, they are there. Kama unaona haikuaffect sana, remember you eat every day, and whatever you are eating, it's a product of what the citizens of Kenya from the Rift Valley, from Western, wherever you are, they do farming. And of course we have bills that are affecting the farmers. Apart from that, remember the fake fertilizers. If you think it's not enough for you, remember we have comrades who have been abducted. We don't know where they are. The Kitengela 3, we really don't know where they are. If it doesn't affect you anyway, remember today our police officers in uniform, they beat a student at Multimedia University, and after doing that, they lobbied a canister in his legs, and it exploded there. Kama unaona bado hiyo haikuaffect, guys, remember currently when you ask about accountability, they come for you, they abduct you, they even take you to police stations. If that one doesn't affect you guys, remember Masengeli is above the law. He's been sentenced 6 months in prison, but he's there out working scot-free. Anyway, I don't know when nini na affect, but remember even lecturers from the universities, they'll be out tomorrow. And of course, when they'll be out tomorrow, it means students in the universities, they will not be getting education. And remember, education is a basic need in accordance with our constitution under chapter article 58 and 48. You can refer to that. So guys, we'll be out on Thursday. We occupy the streets. We demand for what is rightfully ours: accountability, good governance, and of course Adani must go. Guys, I want to listen from Sanchez Alpha Does and it the real Black Pop. Out on
Thank you, my
Thursday.
brothers and
We occupy the
sisters. I got a whole lot to say. I appreciate that. Let me introduce myself. My name is Sanchez Alpha Daz, aka the Black Pope. I do music.
streets.
I just want to say this. I appreciate what you just said too. I am a victim of police brutality. I appreciate what you just said too, because I got a lot to say, and I want everybody to hear me out about that. I do got family out there in Africa. They stay in Nigeria, in the middle of Naim. That's NIA. I appreciate what you just said. EY. I got family out there, and I'm so blessed to have family out there. So blessed. I've been through all in the space and everything, and there's so much rude people on there too, y'all. I'm just letting you know. I'm happy to be on this space with people from a country in
Hey,
Africa.
Black Pop, do you really know why we are hosting this space? Because I doubt if you really understand exactly the essence of having this space here. I really doubt.
Excuse me, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much. The real Black Pop for sharing with us. We'll come back to you later.
No,
Kindly
I
just
wait.
stay tuned. We'll come back to you later. Kindly. Let me have Oscar first. Austin.
Let me say.
Okay, yeah. So what I just want to say is this, yeah. Mase, me I'm a millennial man, and ever since the riots and all these things started off, it looked like a joke, but then later on, it really reflected back home, yeah. And looking at the situation that we are in as a family, and I'm speaking just about my family, we're really affected because. If I look at my siblings, majority are jobless at the moment, and there's no hope in this country. And what kills me the most is the looting that is happening and the corruption that is happening in this country. It's very sad, guys. It's very sad. And if just going to the streets is the only thing that can give us hope, please let's show up. Let's get out there. Let's go. Yani, I know the numbers have not been promising after the 25th. I think the protests that we had, numbers zilianza kushuka polepole and polepole, but it's because maybe we thought it was going to be easy, yeah. But one thing I've learned from the police brutality that we've seen, and you see how stupid our police guys are, man. See atakubaya. Even if you see the recruitment process, it's just stupid. What one is suddenly was menos G and all this nonsense.
Shoot, the country that I'm from is a stupid ass country, America, the United States of America. That's all I just want to say that. And I'm
Hey, guy. Hey, Oscar. Are you still there? Jamaa anakuja kutupea hapa stories za America. Kaa huko chini bana. Acha upuzi, shenzi sana. Josephine.
Yes, KOT, how are you?
I'm fine. Mimi nimekasirika na kuna jamaa inakuja hapa kukutupatia stories zenye hata sielewi. Bana ongea
People
waka
are
unaongea
still
English
brokers.
jamani, ongea English mimi nitaelewa bana. Josephine.
People are, yes. Thank you, fellow Kenyans, and good evening, everyone, wherever you are. Yeah, here I am, and this is what I have to say. One, Mr. KOT, thank you first for hosting the space, and Torio, thank you so much for co-hosting. And what I want to say is that, guys, can we remember that, first and foremost, Even I'm surprised when you are talking about Masegeri giving orders and Kithure Kindiki with his guys going out there to fight. Do you know that by law, right now, Mr. Masengeri is not supposed to be holding a public office because he has been convicted? So, despite anything else, we should never tolerate that type of impunity. Right now, even if I was to be arrested, there's no a police that I will allow them to actually arrest me because their commander already is not supposed to be holding a public office, guys. These are some of the things that we need to be properly equipped. Nobody in this country is above the law. Nobody is supposed to decline a court order. So for that reason, actually, even if we do not have any other reason number one, Masengeri should be leaving a public office and go and serve in a committee before we start thinking about anything else. Because if we continue sitting and watching and tolerating such impunity in the country, you should be asking ourselves, where are we going and what's our future? So personally, I think I am so much determined and we need to go out there and syndicate that guy to go behind the bars and know that he's not supposed to hold a public office. That's it, afadhali. President Ruto, I think yesterday, he said that if we see a chief who is corrupt, we need to go in to call him on his phone and tell him about it. We don't need to call him to tell him about a sub-chief wa mtaa wetu. We need to call him and tell him about the Inspector General. We need to call him. Guys, can we wake up and then give him a call? He said he's going to respond. Let him first respond to that gentleman who is there, who is reporting to him every day, who they are sitting in a meeting, updating him the activities of security in the country right now, who has hurriedly actually breached the court order and is still in office while he has hurriedly been convicted. He's supposed to be serving behind the bars. He's not fit to order public office. So before even we start thinking about any other accountability, we need to be thinking about that. I don't want to think even about our airport. And I hear somebody say that, you see, you have an option to go to to be embraced by and or you are adopted by. How do you give us options in our own country when you're taking our own country? Literally, guys, Kenyans, can we wake up and say no to anything and let what do we call them? That guy should be leaving our country and let him take our airport at his own risk, because we are not going to give him peace to do anything. I think it's the high time we start actually planning. Every week we have a day occupied by JKA, so that we stop this guy from thinking that he can just take it that easy and work with it. Kenya ni yetu and we are here to stay. Thank you so much, Mr. Kayoti, for giving me the opportunity. Guys, we need to wake up. This is our country. Na hatuna Kenya ingine, by the way. This is the only country that we have. So we need to stand up and protect our country. And we need to stand up and see people obey the rule of law. We need to stand up and actually strengthen our courts. When our courts give orders, they need to be obeyed by everybody. Nobody's above the law, guys. Can we commit ourselves to this, guys? Thank you so much, and may God bless us and God give us strength on that day we get there. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Josephine. Of course, to the listeners and of course the speakers, guys, we need to be serious. Yeah, we really need to be serious with what we want to do, because we've been here ranting every now and then. We've been here identifying problems and trying to solve them, but even as much as we have been out there offering civic education, still people wanaendea hongo to this nini politicians. Yeah, they are taking kitu kidogo. Yeah, there is a day mimi niliwaambia I was in a matatu. That matatu ilijaza watu 14 seater. Watu tumejaza na hapo ndani watu 18, and I was asking that conductor, boss, mbona hii gari unajaza watu hivi? Jamaa niambia there is no way anaweza beba watu wachache na still akifika hapo mbele kuna road block anafaa kupatia polisi ya 100 bob. And I was like, mbona umpatie hiyo? So mbona msikatae? Kwani ukikataa atakuja kukushika? Nikajua hao matatu operators pia wako na makosa, probably hawana licenses, wengine hawana insurance, and so what they do, they have to peana hiyo hongo before they pass to those hizo roadblocks ama mali kuna mapolisi. And so I think watu kama hao pia we need to inject on them, yeah, because we cannot be crying here we want good governance na sisi ndio tuna promote your bad governance. Anyway, Collins Collins Kanja. Okay, Toria, your hand is up.
Okay, I wanted to respond to Josephine. Josephine, these niggas, they don't pick up phone calls. Hao watu wote wanapeananga manamba zao na ukipiga hawashikangi simu. So that's a crap, a bullshit they wanna tell us. We tried all means to reach. Mimi mwenyewe nimepigia huyo Ruto ikalia ikuingia kushika Gachagua. Anaitwaje? I think I've called these people, all of them, na Mutua the moment alipost about sijui advertising jobs. Actually, I wanted to lecture him because that nigga, my mom owes him over 1 million because of a contract alifanya Machakos County when Mutua was a governor. I remember my mom encountered an accident. That nigga nikaenda kwa ofisi yake akanituma huku kunizungusha. Hiyo pesa sijaipata, mara nikaandikiwe barua. This is the kind of people we have. Usiexpect atumpigie simu ashike, hawatawahi shika. Usichoke hata ukiharibu credit yako mama.
Okay, sawa. I think mshasikia bana. Of course hao watu wapeanangi namba zao zenye wanatumia. Kuna other numbers. Hizo numbers are public, they rarely use them. Anyway guys, remember you're on this space. Leo hata sijui nitalala saa ngapi, but Ruto must go. And streets are calling. Of course, we occupy the streets on Thursday. So ensure you are bringing a fellow colleague, and because we are here on social media, ensure you are retweeting the space, you tagging relevant people whom you believe they need to be here. We see the way forward. So Collins Kanja, niaje? Collins, for the last time. Okay, you'll come back later. Let me have Mau. Naitwa Mau Katange. Hey, bana hiyo jina yako mimi sielewi. Lakini hope umenisikia.
Na kupata kikamilifu pande hii. Asante sana KOT for this opportunity, and I don't know. I am very, very happy that you have convened this space today to discuss the matter going forward, and the issue at hand, I believe, is Thursday, maandamano. I would like to say that there is a lot that is happening in our country. The disregard of law, Masengeri could obey the court order, and when it wrote the head, it wrote everywhere. These guys are copying their boss. The president himself can go on television and lie on broad daylight ya kwamba hajaona anyone who has been abducted or hijacked or even killed. This is a guy who thrives on lies. This is a guy who has mastered the art of conning people. They are right. He went around during the campaign forming charter, which have turned out to be a waste of time, who are nonsense. Huyu ni mtu actually was not even meant to hold the state office at the apex. Now we are suffering because we went that route. But again, God has given us an opportunity. Huyu jamaa anastahili kuwa nje as of today. I can tell you they are trying all manner of things to divert the attention to divert our focus. I can hear there's somebody there who had spoken before me talking about Mount Kenya. Yes, indeed, I come from Mount Kenya, and I can tell you that hawa watu ni wapumbavu. There is no development. It is only these few elements who have squandered and plundered our resources, who always keep on leaking the head at the top. Hawa marais watatu, go there and see. We come from the innermost areas, the villages there, na hakuna kitu wamefanyia sisi. Now they are out there pretending and purporting that they are divided. You know, huyu anajiita the villager. Anajifanya kwamba now they are not talking the same language with their boss, who is the president, whom we want him out as today. Ruto must go. You know, that is an art they have mastered. Wanataka sisi to concentrate na vita zao. In fact, that is not our fight. They are fighting for the resources that they're supposed to subdivide at the top there. Sisi lazima tupigane, we recover our nation. Our nation is going to docks, na watu ambao wanaipeleka huko ni huyu kiongozi mmoja anajiita Ruto, mwizi. This is the thug. Huyu ni mwizi ambaye hastahili. Actually, I don't know, it hurt me, and we have to continue injecting. Now they are selling Kentraco. Kentraco means high charges to our tokens, to our electricity, selling or leasing. I don't know. JKIA means again that we are going to lose our precious asset as a nation to somebody who has a track record that it is all over on the media, on the social media, internet, that this is not a good person. Anakuja na goodies pale, amedanganya watu wawili pale, na si kuwadanganya. They know what they are doing. They have taken that kickback. Wamelipwa akina Murkomen, they have taken that, wamechukua hiyo hongo. So they have sold our they want to sell our JKIA in a total disregard of the consequences, of which they very much know. That is why we must get them out. That is why we must continue becoming bitter, because it is, I don't know, even those who are asking us to give this Ruto time. For what time? How much time does he want? Tulimpatia miaka mbili imeexpire. Ni time ingine gani? Tumempatia time wakati abolish the cabinet. Ametufanyia nini? Amerudisha wale watu wezi, kwa sababu anajua waliiba na wao. Mmoja kwa transport alienda akabroker deal which was an utter nonsense. Mwingine mwenye alikuwa pande energy ndiye ameleta hapa. Huyu naye alibroka pande ya Kentraco, pande ya energy, anakuja kumfunika hapa because they have been eating together. Even the deputy president is not a good man. These are two guys who are who complete the entire system is rotten. We need to get rid of it. And let me tell you, my friends, wakati tuta occupy parliament this time round, tukioccupy state house this time round, hakuna kurudi nyumbani. That is the mistake we made. Tuna occupy parliament, Mungu ametupatia parliament, alafu tuna retreat. Hawa watu wanatukujia kutoka kwa kona zote. This time round, once we occupy, there is no going back. There is no retreat. We will stay there until these guys listen to us. Thank you.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Mute your mic. Okay. Cliff.
Yo, hello everyone. Hello KOT. I'm Tora, the speakers, every listener down there. So, for me, I feel that I have the resolve for anything that goes. If we're on the streets on Thursday, so we shall be on the streets on Thursday. You have to remember. Shit, I'm receiving a call. Give me a second.
Okay. Fine. Anyway, done. Musili. Daniel Musili, are you here with us? We'll come back later. Yana, you're back.
Yes, hi guys. I have a few things to add. Number one, I was thinking that since we've been having this discussion since the space started, and we've been having other spaces before, how about we now talk about way forward rather than we complain? You know, we all know there's a problem in the country. Everybody knows. So what we are doing is like saying maybe someone is sick, maybe someone has cancer. So we are here talking about the symptoms. Anaumwa na kichwa, akinatapika, imagine sina appetite. Yeah, now what do? Let's come up with a way of clearing the cancer, because either way we'll still be talking. If we don't come up with a clear objectives, like after this space, what's the takeaway home? What are we going to do now as the team? Like right now we are over 200. What are we going to do now as a team? That's what I think we should have. Other than the fact that we are meeting on Thursday, let's have now clear, like hata kama tunatoka hapa na one slogan, one language, what do? Objectives. Okay, lastly, I was thinking that since we had something almost successful when we had the previous Mandamano, the first phase, maybe we could analyze what we did right so that we can implement that on Thursday. Where did we fail so that we can eliminate that? And then what do we change? We have had some key speakers. They've said wonderful things. People like Patrick, I think he said something like we need to change the strategy. And I had mentioned that earlier. We are trying to use logic on someone who is not using logic. We are trying to deal with Ruto in a language that he doesn't understand. So I'm glad that someone else and more people are seeing that we are too nice, we are too polite. The politicians have seen, like, what will they do? They'll just complain. Like, if we start hitting someone right now, what will they do? They'll just record and say, Aki, that is sad. Oh, no, and I'm gonga. That's the worst we can do. What if we now speak in a language that they can? In most cases, hata ukiangalia hao polisi in a place where they are hitting someone, ni kwangi wote.
Yana, are you still there? Am I done? Okay, I think you're not there.
How about, so like, let me just not repeat what he said. In short, we change our tactic. So I just have a small summary of what we did right last time. Something that we've not focused on. We had influencers. If you don't remember, some of you remember at a TikTok, someone could make a video kama ongelei finance bill, comments anakuwa attacked. We had four celebrities, people like Tita, akina Grouchy, akina MC Gogo. We had to force people to join the movement. These are influencers. Someone like me with 200, I don't know how many followers. I'll just talk here. Influencers, they influence people, and here in Kenya si mnajua hatuna akili, tukubali hatuna. So this kama ni watu fuata Pastor Ezekiel, wacha nisingilie religion, but they follow weird things. So I see Collins is sorry, I didn't want to mention religion. I'm saying we are easily influenced. Hawa ni watu wenye kukiwa na corruption cases, wamama tunalia, oh ni mtu wetu, umeguza kijana wetu. So it's true, Kenyans we are stupid. So but we rely on influencers. Influencer anaweza fanya kitu, we start following. So we have the majority. Some people are smart, some of us are not smart, some of us are illiterate. So we can use these influencers to reach au wenye wanakuanga influenced. Wengine wenye wanaweza soma constitution, the better. If you remember so well in finance bill, for us to have that traction, we had people translate these things in vernacular languages. We had people make video, like ilikuwa inafika mashinani in a language they understand. Tunaambia huyo mama, hii ng'ombe yako itakujiwa, hii shamba kama una title deed utalipia sijui land rate. We were just telling them things that will make them join us. And for once we had counties like Kilifi wakifanya maandamano, Eldoret, Kericho, because we were speaking in a language that they understand. So back to my main point, but I'm finishing, msijali. So the strength, number one, we had influencers, my celeb, those people wenye wako na huge following in all social media platforms. Number two, our greatest skill is it was random. The government didn't see it coming, because unajua tukawa tunapanga kwa spaces but hawako wamejua kuna Twitter spaces, but now they know. I'm sure here we have some who are listening, but by then we didn't have. It was very random. Hiyo siku tukitokea, everybody was shocked. Kumbe ilikuwa ikuwe this big. So that was our number two strength. Lastly, it was all inclusive, it was well mobilized. We had media, Larry amekuja, we had medical team imekuwa set up somewhere, we had someone supplying water and food, so it was well organized. That was our strength. Our weaknesses, I think as much as we wanted the finance bill ikue gone, we had different objectives. Many people wanted Ruto to go, but it was reject finance bill. So once it was rejected in quotes, I don't know if they implemented it back, the movement iliisha nguvu. Some people stopped, some people wale wenye walitaka Ruto atoke, they continued. Those who felt like the finance bill has been removed, they dropped out. So it's like we lacked clear objectives. So as much as we feel the movement iliisha nguvu, objective yenye tulikuwa tumeset at that time was met, but if we were clear enough we wanted Ruto out, I think we could have met that objective. So this time if we are clear, tuache this side shows, tusiseme ID, hizo ni symptoms, tusiseme passport, tusiseme JKIA, those are symptoms. We are not focusing on the cancer. Let's not talk about all these issues, wakulima, I don't know, coffee, walimu, those are symptoms. If we just the main head, which is the president or whatever, this all government, if that is our objective, let's ensure we meet it. Because tukisema ni passports and then waanze kuprint passport but still mafuta ipande, school fees imepanda, will still be, tutakuwa tunaandamana kila wakati because watazima hii wafanye hii. Ili last time tuliwaambia cabinet, wakatoa cabinet, hii kabaki, you get. So tutaenda na hii cat and mouse forever until we focus on the main goal, which we all know. If the president is okay, if the head of the country is safe, then the systems will work, everything will be okay. That should be our main objective and we should communicate it clearly. Number two, we had traitors, and of which traitors will always be there. Hata wakati wa Mau, we had traitors. Even in your own family, you have traitors, even in your office. So traitors will always be there, but we didn't know how to deal with it. The government had goons, we didn't have goons. That is where I'm saying I'm not saying we should have goons, but we are using the constitution and reason towards someone who is using force. So we were not using the same tactics. They were using force, we were using reason and maji mask and water bottles. Now you see hapo ingekuwa ngumu. Huwezi enda kupigana na mtu amebeba bunduki na wewe uko na hauna anything. Of course utashindwa. So and then lastly, ya mwisho kabisa, our weakness, the movement took too long. Tulianza, I think hata 25th June was not the first maandamano. We had started earlier, now you see it stretched from June, ikaenda July, we did it until August. People were pulling out, inaenda ikiisha nguvu because haiko fast. Unaona kama ya that country yenye ilitoa their president, I don't know that country, hii ya juzi. Haikulast, I think ilitake at most 1 week. Because hakuna kupumzika, achana na Tuesday and Thursdays, and then what happens in between, what happens on Wednesday and Friday. Decide ni kutoka leo and we are not stopping
Yana, you're breaking from a side, we can't hear you. Yeah, so I think you'll come back later. Collins, I brought you back again. Collins,
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm back. So can you hear me?
Yes, sure. Just proceed.
Okay. I want just to thank KOT for the platform. Mine is just a small idea here. I think it's time we start dealing with people personally. I think this has been all about Ruto here, Ruto there, but the feeling nini wenye wanatuangusha si it's not the Ruto, yeah, unapata kaa stima, maji, the IDs, the passports and everything, but I think it's time we start dealing with people personally. Kaa ni mtu wa maji, we go there directly. I hope you're getting me, eh? Tuache kusema ati it's Ruto must go. Ruto will go, they will remain. What will happen? Yeah, Ruto will go, they remain. What will happen? It's time we start dealing with them personally. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Let me have Eldoret icon. Eldoret icon, vipi? Eldoret icon, can you hear me? Hakuna network huko city bana. Anyway, Honeyflower, Huntington. Toria, can you talk to these speakers kindly?
Ati yako na network city. Guy KOT. Honey, are you there? Honey flower. Huntington. Oh my god. Na amefungua mic. I don't know. Eldoret icon. Rex, unasikia watu wewe? KOT.
Yeah, I can get you. Can you get me?
Hebu endelea. Honeyflower, are you there? Honeyflower. Amefungua mic lakini haongei. Game Rock.
Hello, mnanipata? Mnanipata?
Yes, endelea tunakupata.
Okay, mi niko maeneo ya Eldoret, but huku naye situation imekuwa hash. Watu vile wanalia, hata kama wanasema nini wenye tuko huku si wakali nje, lakini pia na wao they are passing through. Eh? Enyewe vile nasema hata mimi kuna venye design life si rahisi. Wacha tu tuseme tu ukweli. Huja tukisema tungoje mpaka 2027 hashtag itakuwa hard difficult time kumfight back, cause kama huyu Rao useme aende huko AU aanguke arudi tena wa participate kwa presidency seats. Sasa useme itakuwa coalition huku hivi wanagawana hii nini kura. Wakigawana hii kura si ndio utaumia. So kitu yenye nafaa tufanye tu saa hii tu. Kitu tuamue tu mara moja. Huyu jamaa kama ni kuenda aende na watu wake. Another thing ni hiyo tu ndio kitu inafaa ifanyike. Cause hakuna venye sisi tutakuwa tunasafa na kuna watu wanafurahia wanakula matunda yetu yenye sisi tunatolea jasho. We are fighting for our future. Sisi tutafanya nini? Watoto wetu tutawasomesha aje? Tutaleaje familia zetu? Wazazi wetu sahii hapa wanafurahi, wanafata maneno ya ukabila na majamii atoo mtu wetu ameweka huko. Si ndio tutaumia. We are the ones suffering. Hakuna venye tutatulia na sisi ndio the future generation. We have to fight for our life so that our life can be better in future. Ani hayo tu, thanks.
What?
Okay. Toria, proceed.
Okay, thanks. And yeah, hiyo tribal thing imekuwa an issue. You know, we Kenyans, we move one step forward, we go 10 step back. Like, na hiyo ati mtu wenu akiekwa kwa gava mnasema juu si ni wakale, sijui ati juu Ruto amechukua kiti tunasema oh mtu yetu. and yet you are suffering. That nigga hata kuletea ugali kwa meza na haitashukishwa bei juu ati ni mtu yenu ama mtu yetu. No, let's stop that thing. Let's kill this thing called tribalism. Let's forget that we have tribes. We are all tribeless. We are all Kenyans and we're going through the same difficulties, through the same oppressions. Venye mkale ako oppressed ndo venye Sapere ndo venye Mjaka, Mluya ako oppressed. So si wote tuna experience problems the same. Alafu there was something anaitwa Yaka alisema that okay, nitaongea after Daniel Mutiri. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Okay, mi venye nasema ni kuhusu jamaa anatumia tribe nini kudanganya wasee, anaweka msee wenyu. Mkiona msee wenyu amewekwa, mnasema ati vitu ziko sawa, while back in the ground huko chini watu wanaumia. So the only way we can do, kaa tumeanza kutoka Monday, tunaigonga kutoka Monday the whole week, hakuna cha break, anatake opportunity, anatuingia, anaingiza wasee ndani, anatubeba ufala. So kai kitu inaanza Thursday, inagonga hadi another Thursday, hakuna break. Namwambia wasee, so until umse ajue Kenya venye tuna feel, kaa ni kushuka ashuke bana. Thank you.
Yeah, ashuke. Actually, Lama anaitwa Yaka, the lady said that compared us to Bangladesh, and I want to say this, a revolution doesn't take a day, it might take long, but what we need to have is we should be persistent in whatever we are doing. Keep pushing, we should not relent. We should not allow some few distractions to divert us from the main cause, even if it takes how long. Let's aim at achieving our goal and focus forward to achieving it. Tusikubali mambo ya ati Mount Kenya, like what you can see now, that Kindiki and Rigathi thing, it's like it is a diversion for us. We focus on them and forget our main cause. Hapa tuko na Adani, and the moment we put pressure, hata yeye anaogopa. That's why unaona saa hii IDs wamesema watakuwa wanatoa within 10 days, then passport within 7 days. Ruto is so happy that youths wanataka kufly nje, like anataka wafly. Youths are giving him pressure. Wanampea sleepless nights. That's why anatupush tuende. Let's not allow that. Hatutoki huku. We are going to fight for our country to the last moment until we retrieve it. So, me hiyo like Bangladesh ama nini, let's not compare ourselves with them. We can do it bit by bit. Mtu akibaiwa kaa kando, let's remain focused. Tuache kupigana mingi. Play your part. Whatever you know you're doing is, as long as ina contribute kwa hii movement, ina advocate for change in this country, well and good. Just play your part. Don't be distracted. Ati mtu ameenda wapi? No. To focus si wote na kitu moja. Na let me tell you another thing. Tukianza kwenda kwa streets kama venye mliona JKA, they were so crazy. Just for one day vitu zimesimama, hakuna kitu inaendelea in the whole country. Wote walishtuka. And these policemen wenye wana shoot, no. As long as we go there in numbers, on daily basis we keep pressing, we will overcome them. Na watasurrender, hata wao wataona, we will like bring sense into their minds that they are also suffering. They should not accept this regime to use them. They'll join us. We hawezi withstand pressure ya 1 week persistently, continuously, on daily basis. Tuko pressure. Watachoka. Wamezoea tu kukaa chini. So leo tumeenda, tuko hapo for 7 good days. I swear watachoka. Hawezi withstand. Sahii wanafurahia juu tunaenda leo, tunarudi, tunakaa mwezi, tunarudi tena, tunangoja KOT ya host space tukuje tuseme tuende kesho. No, it's not be that way. Tokea, patana na mwenye atatokea mwingine. Tupushi kitu hadi mwisho. We are all advocating for change and everyone needs change in this country. That's what we are yearning for. Na tukisema Ruto must go, it means Ruto with entire regime. Not only to go, we want him after he resigns or he gets out of the office, he be held accountable, each and everyone. because imagine wakirudisha hiyo do manze, hata Adani haifai kukanyaga Kenya. Kenya is a rich country, but some people are making us poorer and poorer and poorer. So guys, let's focus, tusikue distracted ati mtu yetu. Me, I'm tribeless by the mimi ni mkosa kabila. Lewa
Asante kwa hii opportunity. Kwanza mi ningetaka kuanzia kwa hiyo story imehappen huko multimedia leo. Huyo polisi manzee amehatu huyo comrade, alafu pia anamwangushia tear gas. Hiyo story imenikatia sana. Alafu by the way, hiyo by sasa mngekuwa mmeshatoa huyo jamaa hapa hivi tunamsalamia. Si ati hii gava itatucheza hivi na ina run venye inataka. Sasa hiyo wameona tumepoteza hiyo moral venye tulikuwa at first huko, venye tulikuwa maandamano ikitokea wanajali. Sasa hiyo wanaona tu ni kama lose focus nini. So majamaa tuendelee tu na hiyo spirit mazee, tuanze tu kunini polepole hivyo hadi hao wachoke tu venye umesema. Alafu hiyo story ya tribalism, sidhani kuna a young person mwenye ni tribal. Wao tribalism tu ni wale wako huko juu, utapata tu wamesunda watu wao sijui nini. Alafu hiyo story ya kununua nini, kununuliwa, unapata mtu alikuwa on our side, alafu anapewa pesa kidogo, ana move to their side, na the operation tu inaendelea huku Kenya. So ni hiyo tu yenye mimi niko nayo. Asante.
Well, thank you so much. Yeah, kununuliwa. But let me say this. Yala Mayaka, I don't know the name. She talked about like how my influencers and whatever. You know, these people came for the finance bill because it was affecting them. And now because they are not feeling like they are affected, they are not coming to the streets. Alafu unajua nini? The worst part of it is that I'll give an example of Cairo. The moment he said like, mimi si lazima niende streets. Mimi si lazima niende streets. Ata naweza fanya nini? Naweza hama Kenya. You know, that's what they think. You have pity small cash, but east or west, home is always the best. Hata ukikufa kwa hiyo inchi utarudishwa Kenya ukuje kuzikwa. Hebu tuache kufikiria hivyo. Like, you know, mtu anaona ako na Range Rover, manini. You think you have money. Money can't buy everything. So wenye tu tunafinyiliwa juu sisi ndo tuna feel the pain. Let's keep pushing. Tusiwaangalie. We can do without them. But then we can do without them. We can. Whoever wants to join us and sees whatever sense our movement makes to him, he will join us. Eddie.
Yo, KOT Toria. Thanks manze for the space. You guys mnafanya kazi fiti sana. Kuna kitu leo amesema, actually acha tu niguse kiasi. Mmecheki vile boys wa multimedia amefanyiwa. Guys, huyo ni bro ya msee. O ni sani ya msee. Like live kuna msee amechukua hivi simu ana record msee akitandikwa. Boys hata nikal kwa amevunjika mguu from what I was kitu yenye kwa na watch. Alafu casually unaona Karao ananyanyua grenade anamtupia ati ndio ilipuke sijikani kwa chest yake ama kwa uso yake. And you are seated here tukiongea. You know, kuna kitu yusemangwa, injustice in here is injustice everywhere. Huyo boy amefanywa hivyo. Hatufai tunyamaze kwa sababu imemfanyikia na haijatufanyikia. Inaweza fanyikia any other person around us. Me, the last space KOT alikuwa amehost, kuna kitu nilikuwa nimesema, kuna kitu na go around Kenya na inaitwa hero syndrome. Hii hero syndrome it's whereby mtu anataka kufeel ni kama endo amekuja akaleta watu pamoja, akafanya movement ikakuwa kubwa, ndio ikasababisha maandamano. Mimi nilikuwa nimesuggest and I still repeat because KOT kwanza hiyo time nilibonga naye kwa hii two space wanaona. Nikamwambia KOT if you can maze leta wase ndani, leta kina Willioweba, leta kina Boniface Mwangi, leta kina Gaidho. I know kuna watu wenye wako na beef zao hawa wenyewe kwa wenyewe, but hii ni ile time tunafaa tuangalie. Hata kama wase wako na beef, kuna ile aspect ya sisi wote tunapigania kitu moja. Let's bring all that energy together, let's bring all that rage together. Si saidi naona nini leo, nimeona Murang'a kuna kwenye mafarmers walikuwa wameleta shida juu ya kulipa bonus kidogo. So naona saizi mastudio ndio tena wanaanza kuleta shida, stories za fees kuanguka. Ndio hii Adani wanaenda kutake over nini, kutake over what do you call it, airports. Tuchukueni hiyo rage, tuwekeni kwa moja bigi. Juu makara wacheni niambie ukweli, the moment kila mtu anakimbia kivyake wanaweza kutumanage. But kama mnakumbuka 25th what happened, makara watu alishindwa with all the tear gas canisters, with all the bullets na hizo gari zao za kunini za gender reveal ziko narusha maji ya pink, walishindwa kucontain wase. Na hiyo ni kwa sababu nini? Watu walikuwa wanaongea nini moja, kitu moja. Rage ilikuwa ngani, kila mtu amekaa mtu na hasira yake kwa sababu wana feel things are not working out. Right now it's the exact same thing. Naona tunaongelea about Thursday. Kutokea Thursday si shida. Shida ni kuhave your number. Because the moment you guys we have the numbers, ase tumewaweza. Lakini sasa tukisema sijui mara sijui nani huko ndo wamesababisha tena Nairobi ndo hii hapa tena sijui ni wapi na ni different nini times, hatujisaidii. Tutashinda hivi mpaka ifike point, hata vile tu hata Toria unasema inafika point mpaka nyinyi mmezoea, mnafanya leo, tutawangoja another month. Tunawapatia mpaka time ya kukaa chini kupiga strategy, juu wengine hata wanajua kwa hapo wanatusikiza tunawapatia time mpaka wakae chini wapige strategy, waweze kureload kama nizo live bullets ama rubber bullets, whatever it is ammunition wanatumia. So we shouldn't give them nini hiyo time. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you so much. Actually, we need that. We need that anger, that motivation. Just motivate yourself how we started it. Rusty, are you there? Okay, honey, DNS. Okay, Rusty, take it.
Yeah.
Tori.
Hi.
Tori.
Hello.
Who is going first? Mimi ama nani?
Rusty, you can go first then.
Okay. Thank you. It's been long. KOT. Toria. First, my reaction, wacha kwanza ni, let me react to the issue of police. And this one, I know police are on these spaces. The only thing that I can remind the police and the people that took oath, because they are sworn with an oath, and the oath is to protect the lives of Kenyans. Also, the oath is to enforce the law. Now, kitambo kidogo, there was a bunch of policemen. You can hear me? Confirm, please. Sometimes back, there was a bunch of policemen during the Azimio protests when kuna mic iko on, when elections, when we had a disputed election, and Gachagua and Ruto felt that since they were not so sure with their government and how they had come into power, and William Ruto and Gachagua there was a mass transfer of police officers from Nairobi and some other counties that there was too much unrest. And there are police officers that were brought, especially from Rift Valley. I'm not being tribal, but there are people who are brought from Rift Valley in the name, come and protect our government. And these I'm addressing specifically those people who think that they have a government that is different from Kenyan's government. Hakuna serikali ya watu wawili hapa. Hakuna serikali ya Mkikuyu, hakuna serikali ya Mkale, hakuna serikali ya Mluya. And I've always said in different spaces, when these people loot, when they entrench impunity, they are not stealing on behalf of your tribe. They are stealing and looting as individuals. So they must be held accountable as individuals. So to these police officers, and those are the people, those are the minds that are on the streets, those are the minds that are being set there to go and kill people. Those are the police officers that wameundiwa special units working with Subaru and abducting innocent Kenyans. But just remember, this regime will not be in power forever. Biwott thought he was indispensable. He died very desperate. Huh? Nyayo came, even with impunity. He had to go at the end of the day. William Ruto will not be in power forever. And as a Kenyan, who I believe God will give me many years to come and see these people pay. There is a trend in this republic where somebody loots, anaiba, akijua whatever ameiba will protect him, will shield him against impunity and accountability. We wish to remind these governors, this regime that is stealing with this government, whatever they are stealing and whatever they are looting, thinking they are looting to protect themselves, their families and their children. Kuna siku itakuja hizo vitu zote. Na hizo vitu zote mmefanya mtalipia. We cannot make it business as usual in this country. Ati watu wengi wanakaa mahali, people go into public offices, nothing else is in their mind. People nowadays lucrative careers like lecturers, yeah? Kitambo being a doctor, being a teacher, those were professionals that were admired. Kitambo. These regimes have made those professionals nowadays ati madaktari ndio wanatokea kwa street kwenda kutafuta kuambia serikali iwaongezee mshahara. That's why you can see dunderheads na very mediocre minds wakishaenda politics, they make it. The only thing they know, the currency that took them there was through impunity. This is a regime that has rewarded impunity very much. Na kila mtu mwenye alikuwa na past record ya crime and other things is very happy with this regime. Dismas Baraza is very happy with this regime. Aisha is very happy with this regime. That's why somebody like William Ruto can easily bring anybody in government despite the chapter 6 of the constitution. And why am I talking of chapter 6? Has chapter 6 of the constitution of this land ever made sense? It has never. Because we have a presidency, we set a presidency in 2013, whereby individuals who had been indicted by the ICC were not supposed to be near any public offices. But because they got away with that, and that's why you see to this very end, hakuna mtu mwenye anataka kujua about chapter 6. Chapter 6, it is part and parcel of our constitution. But is it being taken, is it being followed? No. Why should Masengeli? In fact, this is an inspector general. Mwenye hata haja confirmio, he's an acting inspector general. But he can act with impunity. He can defy court orders outrightly. And defy court orders outrightly. And that's why unaona hiyo courage yenye iko na huyo polisi anatupia huyo mwanafunzi, hiyo canisters. It tells you there is a two parcel or set of rules for people in this nation. Kuna wale watu wanajionaga how they are indispensable, they are untouchables. And that is the culture. And that's why we are saying, if we don't rally all Kenyans, tuachane na hizi emotions zinapigwongo basing on our tribes. Because the last elections, the 2013, the mountain, the rift was used to emotionally turn people with an aim of defending one of our own or one of our sons. That's another stupid mistake that Kenyans did. These coming elections, hata sijui kwa nini nataja election, because for me, I'm still the person who believes William Ruto should not be given a chance to go to the ballot. William Ruto has mastered the art of conning, convincing, and fooling Kenyans. They will loot with a lot of impunity. Billions of shillings will be lost because they know those billions can be taken back to mwananchi. Kuna wale watu wanapewa pesa, and that is exactly what they are doing right now. There is a group that is on this space and other platforms that has been bought. They are now changing narratives day and day. People who are very outspoken during the finance bill. If Kenyans and my fellow young people, you're going to choose money over your country. Money is very sweet, Jakarta. Kila mtu anatafuta pesa. But you are putting the future and the future of your children in jeopardy. They will buy you. Tomorrow they will kill you. I said sometimes back when we were busy organizing and demonstrating, the moment William Ruto will go back to the drawing board and will strategize and back to his feet, he will be coming for one by one. And that is exactly what is happening. Where are the guys that were abducted in Kitengela? We call them the Kitengela 3. Those guys were just abducted to this very end, despite several court orders urging Masengeli to produce those guys. Hakuna kitu yenye imefanyika. Huh? There's this other guy who was abducted. We don't know if they are alive. So they are coming for you one by one. And it is good we are going back to the street. And this is the language that I've been speaking. I've said time and again, this battle will only be won in two platforms. The street. Now, street is not meant for everybody. Street is not meant for people to be on X space urging others to go when you are pretty seated in your sitting room, switching Netflix and YouTube, ukituangalia huko. If we don't come out of our comfort zone, then this liberation will take a very long period. And that long period, like Toria has said, revolution does not come in a day or two. Kenya revolution was meant to happen even in a week or days, but we dropped the ball somewhere. We can still pick up our pieces and push this government out of power. Let us not wait for 20, whatever they are saying. Nothing is working. The institutions that accepted to be compromised in this nation, I'm talking of part of the judiciary. There are people, imagine a whole judge that issued a ruling over the inspector general. Tomorrow there is an intimidation, the whole security is withdrawn. That is the impunity. This government believes in impunity and intimidation. We should not buy that. And when I say we should not buy that, we should not, we say that in Kikuyu. Don't relent. Don't relent if you want to push. So we go back to the street. And when we go back to the street, we cannot make this a one-day affair. Hii maneno ya kusema sijui Tuesday, Thursday. William Ruto has already been convinced by his political chronicles, political buddies, wale wenye walimwambia watamanage the political situation. I'm talking of the likes of Raila Odinga. Told him that your government is sinking, but we can assure you that we can contain this GNZ. This is no longer a GNZ movement. This is now a Kenyan movement. GNZ walifanya, tulifanya pamoja, but now we cannot push these Kenyans relying on GNZ again. Life has pushed us to the limit. It's no longer about a GNZ protest. This is about all Kenyans coming together. If you need to make your business stand, it will rather stand for a week and enjoy for the rest of your lives. But hii maneno ya kusemaga hapa ati tunaambiana sijui maandamano itaharibu nini. That is the language that they want you to talk. And the moment you continue talking that language, how wanaendelea kuiba. This country is being looted daily, on a daily basis. A governor just came from abroad. After realizing there is a section of Kenyans that have realized ameloot na amepeleka, they are taking money offshore every day. Wanapeleka pesa offshore every time. And then that governor organizes a group of people to cheer him as she comes back. That is stupidity. That's the nonsense we need to stop in this country. They steal from public coffers, they steal our money, and they still have the guts of using some few individuals to organize. This country is rich. it is immensely rich. And the problem with our nation right now, William Ruto takes care of politicians. William Ruto takes care of politicians very well. Hakuna mwanasiasa utaenda huku chini. I've worked them. They will tell you he's a very generous guy. Because William Ruto tends to share his loot. He gives them opportunity to loot. Hakuna mwanasiasa mwenye atakwambia hapa mwenye his character is questionable in terms of the constitution. Atakwambia William Ruto ni mbaya. Because he gives them the opportunity. That's why governors, even allied to ODM, that were anti-Ruto kitambo, they are nowadays singing Ruto, Ruto, Ruto. Because he has allowed impunity into the counties. He has assured them of shielding them against any kind of prosecution. And because there is a standstill in our institution, I'm talking of our institution looking very carefully at the judiciary. When the judiciary finds itself helpless, because that is our line of defense, the last line of defense is our judiciary. But the judiciary has found itself helpless. The LSK is doing a very good job through faith, but the judiciary is a letdown. Yani tumefika mahali, and because we believe in separation of powers in this institution, if we do not defend our judiciary, lazima sisi to line up sasa kuanza kudefend judiciary, because Kome looks very helpless. At the end of the day, everything is coming from the executive. Wakati sasa Masengeli amesemekana atafungwa, I know there is a lot of intimidation to the judicial officers, and that's why this law, this order cannot be enforced. Hakuna mtu mwenye akona courage ya kwenda kushika ule jamaa. Sasa ule polisi mwenye anatuma polisi waende wapige wale ma student huko, yeye ndiye ameambiwa ashikwe. Who is the policeman? Who is the policeman or the woman who mwenye ataenda kuarrest Masengeli? You see, we need to fix some things, and we can only fix this by getting rid of the dragon, their leader that is up there. We cannot get rid of their leader through election. I have very little faith in Kenyan election. As much as tunadanganywa sijui ID nini, those remains just stories. These are people who have choreographed this election, wanajua ni nini watafanya. Let us not wait for that period. Now, as I wind up, I want to speak to the good people of the mountain where I come from. And I've said in different platforms that the mountain contributed so much to the problems that the country is facing. My people, do not be distracted with the politics of defending one of your own. This regime has nobody that is pure. Let Gachagua not come back to you crying that our son is being humiliated. Nobody will be allowed to retreat back to tribal grouping and tribal cocoons kind of games. We have said, and we are saying very clearly, this whole regime is rotten. The entire opposition is rotten. We are going to inject new blood, a new system in this country. And that should be our goal. We are not going to look at our political parties are briefcase belonging to individuals in this country, in this platform. We can make it. We can have a political party if we want to have a political party. We cannot even have a political party. We can still achieve our main goal. And our main goal is getting independent minds in our institutions, in our parliaments. We can still get those independent people. So, wale watu wangu wa mlima wenye wanataka kuwa distracted with the William Ruto, with the Gachagua, and the likes of Ichungwa politics, those politics that are playing around in the mountain, those are politics that are meant to distract the people of the mountain. My mountain people, I know you are aggrieved. This administration promised you a lot basing on your tribe. I remember sometimes back it was coined, this is a shareholders government. My question back to you, how has shareholding helped you? It has not helped. As you talk, You are the people who are being evicted from business quarters and all those places that you make your daily bread. You are the main targets that are being there. I'm not saying this to send a narrative, but I'm trying to do a civil education to our people. Stop voting basing on emotions, basing on tribe. It will not take you anywhere. We want Njoroge to go and have a seat in Kisumu as an MCA and get elected. That is the kind of Kenya we are looking for. We want somebody from the coast to go to the Rift Valley and get elected. I'm speaking also to the Rift Valley people who have been convinced by William Ruto that this is your government. My friend, that is a lie. Eldoret used to be a food basket of this nation, Kitambo. Eldoret is not making any kind of progress. It was recently given a city status, but it is not a city. Those are just politics meant to hoodwink you and make you the slaves of this government. Let us come from our slumberland. Let us fight for our country, putting our flag very proudly and putting this nation ahead of any other thing. That way we will secure the lives of our future children and our future generation. I thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's go to Nani? Honey Flower, are you there? Honey Flower? Honey Flower. Waters. Wait. Wait, travel. Ruth, are you there? Oh my God. Why are you requesting Max? Then you come here and keep quiet, ukiitwa. The real Joe. Okay, wait, take it. Real Joe.
Hello.
Wait, then real Joe.
Can I speak?
Ni wait sama ni Honey Flower. Okay, go ahead. Wait, go ahead. Wait. Wait, we can't hear you. Ama mimi ndo niko kwingine.
Ni yeye hatumsikii.
Okay, real Joe, pick it up.
Thank you very much, Toria. How are you?
I'm good.
Okay.
Though
So,
offended.
first of all, yeah, everyone is offended. This country is right now very toxic, such a toxic place to live in. We are witnessing on a daily basis. We are witnessing things that are not supposed to be witnessed in a nation, in a country that is guided by rule of law. Today, we've just seen police brutality at its best. I mean, you can think that is a video, that is a skit. That's not a skit. Those are policemen harassing a student, even throwing a tear gas at him. And you see another crooked police officer trying to push that somebody's son so that your tear gas imlipukie. And we know the devastating effects that could have. That could have ended up tragically. We saw from the experience of a police officer who handled the tear gas and did not, ikalipuka kwa mkono yake, alipoteza mikono zake. So basically the intentions of those police who are harassing that young man, they wanted to just kill him. They don't care. They do not care about humanity at all. That is the country we are living in. That is the country right now called Kenya. Left, right, and center, this government is full of suckers. At a time when the country is supposed to be, the leadership is supposed to be looking for ways to address issues that are being raised. None of these people are there on the streets just doing things aimlessly. No. The students are talking about funding. How are they going to access education without proper funding? Those are issues. That's why they are on the streets. No one is addressing the issues. No, people just, I don't know why they are threatened so much by the issues that people raise. It is sickening. I'm surprised that it is, and it's not even, it doesn't actually, I just want to take back my words. It doesn't come to me as a surprise because we have an IG acting, but then that guy is an acting IG. And he is not even supposed to be there in the first place right now. If we had functioning executive legislature, but even so, he is there. We have an IG who does not respect the rule of law, and it trickles down. You see it today in a display, police brutalizing someone. I mean, which country is this? This is Kenya, a country with a constitution like the one we have, the 2010 constitution. You wonder what kind of, I mean, this is a very dangerous place to live in right now. We have issues after issues. Yesterday we had fire. One of the witnesses who was on the ground told us that that fire was artificially choreographed. And it is a pattern. And I decided to look into it. It is a pattern. And that is what this country has right now turned into. We are being subjected as a people into things that, I mean, is this really Kenya? I keep wondering, is this really Kenya? Is this a country? Where are we? It is sickening. Sickening. Like literally, we are going to be a generation that at the expense of fighting for freedoms, we are going to be depressed. Because if you're fighting this war that you're fighting right now, and every time you think you're making a step towards the right direction, then you watch and you see what is happening on the other side, you become sick. You become sick, literally. We are talking about police brutality. And today we are witnessing it. But why are we witnessing such things? Because the leader who is leading this country does not recognize police brutality. He doesn't. And he never talks about police brutality. He only says that these police are there to do their job. Which job? To hit someone in that manner on the ground, someone who is helpless in the ground, that is their job. To throw tear gas at a student, somebody's son, someone with parents. I mean, if the parents of that boy watch that video, if I am traumatized by watching that video, what about the parents of this boy? I mean, that boy, I saw that boy lie and nikafikiria this jamaa amededi bana. I don't know. We are getting, we are like, we are being treated into mental torture. These things are now mental. They're getting into our, I don't know. Because you can't. People in their inhuman behavior, inhuman. This never even happened. I'm very sure this never even happened during Moi's time. I'm seriously sure, and Moi never had this kind of constitution. That time there was no such freedom that we have these days to raise our voices and talk the way we can talk. And at the end of the day, it all boils down to what can we do? What can we do to stop this bullshit? What can we do? What can we do? We are going to the streets to raise our voices. They brutalize us. They kill people. People disappear. People turn up. We are hearing about graves. People are turning up in graves. What can we do? What can we do? That is the biggest. It is torture, literally torture. Before you even complete watching that video, you see another notification for a minister going ahead and praising a company that we are fighting against. A minister of energy side anasema Adani wamepewa deal that they will go through the power line. We are fighting against that. Everything is torture. Like right now we are going through, after this war, most of us will go mental. Me saa zingine I'm finding myself just speaking on my own. Najiongelesha like I'm talking to myself. Najiita meeting. Najiita maandamano peke yangu, naanza tu kuandamana peke yangu, because literally if you are fighting this, it comes at a cost to fight for freedom. It really comes at a cost. And now we can see it as young people. We can see that it comes at a cost. Some of us have lost their lives on the way, but do we stop? That is the question. Someone challenged me today that, you know what? So many of you have died. So many of you died. Are you going to go back to the streets? Yes, we are going to go back to the street. That is the biggest motivation that we have right now to go back to the street. We will go. We will go to those streets. The street is calling us. We are decided that we are going to follow to use other avenues, but the street keeps calling us. We are meant for the street, guys. We are meant for the street. If that is the language they understand, and my biggest fear is this term that is used in our country, anarchy. My biggest fear of all time, because I know the generation that we have, the young people, I know them. My biggest fear is one day these young people should not. My biggest fear is one day, because I've heard sentiments here before of young people saying they should defend themselves if they are pushed to the wall. I'm telling you people, and any other government sympathizer that is here and you are listening, if these young people are one day pushed to the walls, those guns that you are standing behind will not be able to help you. Those guns that you think are protecting you and are making you brutalize people, those tear gases that you're throwing at them, they will not help you. They never did on 25th when we occupied parliament. They never helped you. You guys ran, they feared, they started calling the military on us, they panicked. When these people are pushed to the wall, it is going to be worse than 25th. It is going to be worse than that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And kindly do me a favor. We are more than 200 people here. Repost the space kindly. Only 30 reposts. Na tuko watu more than 200. Can you repost the space kindly? Repost it. Tunataka watu wa join wakuje wasikize na wa share ideas zao. The streets are really calling us, and we can occupy the streets when we are in numbers. Like numbers, we need numbers to occupy the streets. So kindly repost the space. DNS, hi. DNS, how are you?
Hi, I'm fine.
Hey, you're fine. You should be offended. You should be fucking crazy. Take it.
My concern is, hi.
Yeah.
My concern is, why are we not united? Because you saw Raila and Ruto unite because they saw things were getting worse on their side. So my request is, we unite and we will succeed. If we don't, we will fail. Because initially when you are doing this thing, last time I told you I'm a supporter, I'm not a Gen Z, but I support this thing 100%. When you are going to the streets in June, people are united, and that is why you succeeded on this. But now I see like Boniface Mwangi, I don't see him. I don't hear of Caswell. I only hear of this KOT Songo because I'm on space always. Maybe they are on other things, other social media sites. So me, I don't know why we are not uniting so that we can succeed on this thing. My number 2 question was on this police thing. For how long will we allow these police to kill the people and they go scot-free? That is another concern I have. The other one is on the people who are disappearing. What is the way forward? Because people disappear, we talk on the spaces and we are doing nothing. That was my concern. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we all know that with unity, it's the only way we can win this war. And let me tell you, everybody is pushing wherever he or she can. And some people maybe are, in spaces we have a lot of issues. Let me just say that. We have a lot of issues in spaces. KOT is on spaces always and also on the ground pushing. I really appreciate this nigga manzi, amejaribu sana, amejaribu tu. So guys, unity, togetherness, that's what we need to enhance numbers. Okay, alafu, if you've talked, just drop so that we can accept new speakers. Fundi wa Dhamos, hi.
Hello, mambo. Good evening everyone. Nimewasalimia sana. Yangu ni kuwasalimia na kuambia let's keep doing what we're doing. But kuna point moja mbili hivi I have in my mind, and I know some won't agree with me, which is okay. And divergent opinions ni muhimu pia. We had a target like Ruto must go. He was like ile ya kwanza ilikuwa moto sana because it was like everyone was angered, akatokea street. Tukikuja kuja mbele is like watu walinunuliwa, politicians hijacked our protests, wengine wakasponsor goons wenye waliharibu mali cause like me I was in Kisii where I am currently still. I was in town na niliona mali za watu zikiharibiwa and I was like ni kunoma sana. Even the recording I was doing nilifika 28 minutes nikaona it was just shit, nikatoka hapo. So we need to focus, na kwa safari we have to be very sure like tukianza safari hatuwezi fika wote. That's the reality of life. That's how human beings are. Tutaanza kwenda Nairobi ama Mombasa, kuna wenye watashuka kwa njia, kuna wenye wataboeka, which is normal. Even when you read the scriptures wenye wameokoka, ile safari ya kwenda Canaan ilianzwa na watu wengi. At the end of the day ni watu wawili tunaambiwa walifika. I don't know how true is that, but that tells you such a journey haikuangi rahisi. Kuna hii kitu watu wanaongelea about a political party. I don't know, but if from my end I'm against it. Believe you me, acha tu watu wajaribu. When we have a party this early, tutaanza tu kupigana vita, because having a party tumeingia sasa politics kabisa. We need leaders, tunataka wa kufanya nini from our counties, sub counties. Tutaachana tu nayo polepole, watu warudi UDA na ODM, of which to me it will be so unfortunate that we've lost comrades, brothers, sisters, but because of pride, iwe damu yao tu ilimwagika bure tu. Leo nimeona video yenye imenisumbua sana, like somebody is clobbered, anapiwa vita kabisa na karau, ikiisha ukisikiza hivyo unasikia sijui mpatie dawa unapata kumbe ni tear gas. Jamaa anarushiwa hapa tu kando ya kichwa yake, and then it is trying to move away from that, kuna mtu amemsukuma back. For sure I hate Kenya police. Mimi tangu maandamano, I hate those guys with passion. I have friends in the police, but I always ask them, is this how you guys reason? Huwa mnafanya hivi huko nje penye tuwaoni, because maybe they can't do around us. You know, I asked myself this question today. Ule mwanaume, that karau guy, leo ameenda kwa nyumba, maybe aishi na watoto wake, he'll pick a phone, apigie
Fundi,
watoto
just a
wake.
minute. Fundi, just a minute. KOT, are you there? KOT. Hey, KOT, are you there? Oh my God. Space inaweza anguka anytime, but continue Fundi.
KOT, maybe kama uko mbali kidogo, please come back, check your network or maybe refresh, tusianguke. So kuna vitu unaona unashinda, like, are we for real? Are we humans? But let's focus, we stay on course. Now let's not rule out 2027. Hatuwezi anza vita leo na tushinde. You know, when you go to the battlefield, they say when you're fighting an enemy, you dig two graves, moja yako na ingine yake. Reason being, this is not a movie that we have a director mwenye anasema fundi haezi umia huko, haezi dedi nini nini, ama they will just walk to the streets blah blah, direct to state house, overthrow that guy. I know the guy is a bit smart politically, na for real wameungana. I wish Kenyans that day yenye Raila walijoin government, that day I had wished that Kenya we could have just woken up immediately, tuseme kumbe hao watu wameungana kutunyanyasa, kutuua, kukula. Let's fight them for real, tushinde street 47 counties, because we cannot all be in Nairobi. Tuko Kisii, wengine Mombasa, Nakuru, everywhere. If we go to the street, tunaenda even 2 days mfululizo, the third day Zakayo atashuka. But the problem is Kenyans tuna react sana na emotions. Like kama hii video imetrend leo ya huyo karau, imetuumiza sana, people are bored, but next day what happens? This and this. Na shida ya vijana, we are easily bought to fight ourselves. Mbona ulipo 1,000 uende kusumbua watu wanapigana, and they fighting for you? You know, sometimes I'm happy that some makarau wanalipa pesa kidogo, and I'm just happy. I wish hata wapunguze hiyo mishahara yao, because how can you just harm your fellow citizen? Na uko sure kabisa huyu jamaa anapigania bei ya mkate ishuke, so that I can afford with my little salary na nipate ya kubakisha ya watoto wangu. So for real, me, I'm bitter with this government, and I'm bitter even the way we handle ourselves. I wish we will just wake up. This is a wake up call. Kama kuna maandamano tunaenda next, let it be real. To see, identify, we know goons, tunajuana bana. Nikiingianga town najua nani ameenda kuandamana, and we know huyu jamaa wamekuja kuiba. Watu ni wengi wanataka kuongea, hata pia nisikie.
Bro, I was let me interrupt because I wanted to engage you. I think I'll call you after this space because I have your number, so that we can talk about street action in Kisii and also taking political power in Kisii County specifically. So nilikuwa nataka kuuliza kuhusu political party because I think we are fighting the government, but we are being seen as anarchists because we lack organization, and there is an advantage to having to having organization and lacking leaders, because we technically in this context, our leader in this context has been KOT, and they have been hosting the spaces. Story has also been hosting the spaces, and they give guidance, they moderate spaces, and they help. But if KOT today decides to go and shake hands with Ruto, he no longer represents our interest. We know our interests, and we can coalesce around somebody who represents our interest. If right now Morara represents our interests, we follow Morara. If he stops representing our interests, we stop following him. So I wanted to sort of talk about the issue of the political party. Uh, I think we have to think about it critically amongst ourselves first, and then decide, is it going to be who is going to be running this vehicle? How is it going to be run? Because if Morar begins a political party and allows all of us to join into that political party, that is good. But then there's the question of other political parties existing, and some of them are coming together and they're like, how we can form a coalition party. And Okia, he has a political party as well. So he's also been interested in getting involved in our affairs and supporting our agenda. So there's that to keep in mind. For street action, I think on Thursday, tomorrow we will be doing mobilization to at least get a crowd out. But many people are afraid. That is something we have to constantly remember. Many people are afraid. We might not be afraid, but many people are afraid. Parents are afraid, youth are afraid, even children are afraid. And that is what the government wants. But some of us who are bold have to come out on Thursday and say this must stop. But we also have to remember that they are overzealous police officers, and how to counter them. That is where we need organization, sort of how we can get organizations like Defenders Coalition, which has been helping to bail out people. So I can say that we need to organize. The street action has to be organized. If we're going to say recall MPs, we have to organize how to recall MPs, how to ensure that we do not go to the ballot 10 of us and then we divide the vote. We make sure that 20 primaries, 10 of us and one of us remains and goes head to head with the establishment. So that is all I can say for now. Fundi Watamos, I'm going to contact you so that we can discuss on organizing the street action, that is the protests, the rallies, and also how to change our country so that we are not complaining about Janda stealing or Osoro stealing or Alpha Miruka being a thief, but we can kick these guys out and replace them with better leaders, or replace them with ourselves. So that is my comment this evening.
Thank you so much, Baraka. It's an inspiring, nice talk. Let me see. Brian was here earlier. Brian,
Yes,
hello.
yes.
Okay, you can take it.
Thank you. Mimi kwanza nimekasirika sana kwa sababu niruhusu nikazungumzie jinsi ambavyo nchi yetu imepelekwa. Kwa kweli tumefika mahali ambapo tunaona kwamba sisi hatuishi katika nchi yetu. Imefika mahali ambapo tunaona kwamba sisi ni kama ni wageni katika nchi yetu. Mahali ambapo a policeman yani anapiga mwanafunzi ni kama yeye si mtu, ni kama yeye hana utu ndani yake. Yani kweli mtu unalipwa tu. Mimi hadi nashangaa kweli, like kweli tuko na utu. So acha niseme tu kitu kimoja, ni kwamba sijui ni vile watu wameenda, ni kama wanasiasa tu wanacheza na game. Nilisikia rais akisema kwamba ni vile hatukukuwa tunaelewa yale mambo yalikuwa, hatukukuwa tunaelewa, tulikuwa misunderstand, ndio ilikuwa inatufanya tunaenda kwa street. Lakini tulipoelewa ni kama sasa tulitulia. Hadi nashindwa tulielewa sasa nini? Chenye tulielewa ni nini? Chenye tulielewa ndio nilishindwa ni nini? Lakini it is now time to wake up. I'm just coming from Kisii County. Mimi nimekuwa nikipita sana nikifanya civic education. Let me just tell you, yani imefika hadi mahali ambapo watu wamefika, those politicians wanatafuta watu, wanawatuma mahali wanaenda, wanaambia watu ni kana kwamba hao vijana walikuwa. Leo nimekuwa katika matanga fulani, nikapatiwa nafasi nikaongea, and then politician fulani akasimama akasema kwamba sisi tumechanganyikiwa, ikiwa hatujajua, kati ambapo nilisema mambo fulani, kisema kwamba this is not our country, tuko katika nchi ambayo si yetu. Kwa sababu kama ni nchi yetu, basi watu hawangekuwa wakifanyia watu wengine yale ambayo wanawatendea. It is now. Sasa ni sahi sasa sisi tuungane zizi zote kabisa. Mimi hata Thursday labda ni mimi peke yangu nitakuwa kwa street. Nitaamka asubuhi, tembea hapo kwenda hapo Kisii Town kabisa. Cannot be afraid. Kama unajua if it is time to be together. First mimi acha ni zungumzie kile ndugu yangu alisema kwamba it is time to be united. If streets has called us, now we need to go. Ajua ikiwa umelazimishwa kitu, inabidi unaenda hapo na nguvu. So my dear brothers and sisters, let us come together and unite and make sure. Yani acha hii iwe ni tamanio letu kwamba tuhakikishe jinsi ambavyo tulivyoanza mara ya kwanza kwamba Ruto must go. Yani to make sure that we have achieved that. No matter how many days it will take us. Tuishi pale tu kwa street kabisa, kama ni leo kesho, like tukae hapo kwa street until they see now it is time to do something. Hapo, that is the only thing yenye tutasaidia. Lakini tukifanya hivi leo then tungoje hivyo, wanaona ni kama tupo tu hivyo. So yani mimi sijui, sitaki kusema mambo mengi. Naona ni kana kwamba mimi sipo katika nchi yangu, nipo katika nchi ya ugeni. So let me just go wake up and go and fight to get my country back. Kenya ni home, so we need to be at home. Kenya ni home. Let us just remember that. our country back home. Now, I know there is those people are just working with the intelligence na wale hivyo. Please, policemen, wale ambao wako hapa tafadhali, na najua wanatusikiza. In fact, we are your brothers and sisters. Why are you killing us? Why are you killing us surely? And we are just fighting for you. Sisi sasa sisi zote kabisa sisi ni Wakenya. Na hata tunawapigania nyinyi sana. So let us just go back to the street and let Ruto go home. Ruto must go. Yani Ruto must go. May God bless you. Mungu atulinde hadi hiyo siku. We just go to street. Ruto must go. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you so much. I want that pressure, like Ruto must go. We need to be that mad because, our land, we are living as tenants in our own land, in our own motherland. So kindly, if you've contributed or shared your ideas or opinions, just drop yourself from new speakers. We go to MMSQ. MMSQ. I'm trying to figure out venye muli join, so kindly you'll bear with me. And please be short enough.
Okay, thank you so much, Toria. I hope everybody can hear me clearly. Okay, thank you. Okay, the reason why I've requested the mic is because nimesikia there is some kind of narrative that is going around, and I can say you guys, you don't know what you're dealing with. Nimesikia watu wakisema, oh, tutaki solution is a political party. A political solution is the only solution that can help us, or that which can save us from this situation. The reason I'm saying this because hii mambo ya kusema ati mtu ameiba pesa then tunaanza kumwattack online, I think for me some way imeanza kukuwa ineffective, because as we speak right now watu wengi wameacha kufocus on this issue ya Adani, and maybe that's the reason why the government went ahead and also wakawapatia another deal ya kutengeneza power lines, because we just speak, we don't get a solution. And these guys, in one of the previous spaces niliwaambia, these guys wamekuwa wise and wiser. They're not using the Moi tactics. They're no longer using the Moi tactics za kitambo. Watu wameanza kuplan vile wata take over this country through that very same parliament. And that is our problem. So Riadani, if the committee of the national finance and planning was working, I don't think tungekuwa tunaongelea mambo na Adani. Hatungekuwa tunaongea mambo na wa energy sector saizi inaenda kuuzwa, and I'm sure by the time hizo sijui how many years zinaisha watakuwa wamechukua kila kitu, hakutakuwa na KPLC. And those guys, when you at least those guys who own buildings in Nairobi can tell you tokens zimechangiwa saizi. Saizi if you come up with a new building, kuna new tokens zinakuja zenye si za KPLC. Someone is just taking over our country slowly, and you're telling us here, oh, sisi hatupendi mambo ya political party. You're very conservative, umetulia hapo hivyo. Let us be realistic. Without a political solution, hakuna kitu tutaachieve. We shall remain the way tuko. So watu wanataka moral nani Kibaso, wachana na that guy do, because I think and I'm convinced that whatever he's doing is right, because you realize the more he was doing, alianza kupata attention ya watu wa State House wakianza kumuongelesha because alifanya what should be done. But you just sitting there telling us that you don't want politics. Continue sitting in the house, and that's the problem tumekuwa na with the previous generation X, because for them they see like politics are bad things, because that's how we have branded politics in this country. Politics is a bad thing. When someone talk about politics is a bad thing. Even Nelson Mandela alikuwa na political party. That's one thing you should know. And what we need here is the political party. We need a political solution. Yes, at the end of the day hatutakuwa united. Hata kama saizi wakati tunaongea, we are not united. Kuna wale walikuja wakaenda, wengine wakaenda. That is a fact. And for us to see the result of this movement, our action must be instantaneous. In law there's something they call in the heat of passion. Ile time uko angered, wakati wanaongelea story ya Dani hivi, that's when people are raged properly. The next thing you're going says ni mambo ya politics at 2027. Says ni siasa tu. You've seen this, they have started playing siasa. Those guys who watch that Kimani Ichung'wah interview today in the Situation Room, uliona ni siasa. Like wameanza siasa, wanaongelea siasa, wameanza kupigana wenyewe kwa wenyewe because of siasa. Pia sisi tukikuwa na siasa yetu, my people, I'm telling you, tutatishia watu, because the only thing we need to do is to shake that guy called Ruto, because this guy is a man on a mission. He's a man on a mission to take over this country. He's a man on a mission, maybe even to become the richest person in Africa. And someone said that long time ago, by the time Ruto will be vacating that office, hatakuwa the richest man. Because you guys, I want you to imagine in 2027, JKA is under control of Ruto or his cronies. The energy sector, KPLC, iko under their control. So what makes you think hata mkienda mregister vote 1 billion na musingie kwa hiyo siasa mtamshinda? No, this guy will still steal votes. You saw what happened in 2007. You saw what happened in 2022. They'll still steal the votes. For them, they are not even worried about you guys you mwenda kuregister or anything, because already washaanza hiyo process ya kutry ku minimize the number of people who can vote. Ideas zitoki. And the only thing you can do right now, pia sisi to make a political move, and I can tell you that for sure. Wakati tunasikia sijui ati kuna deal fulani inafanyika, if we come up with a political solution, then we can solve this. We can talk about Adani deal hapa from morning to evening, but at the end of the day, who has powers to stop that Adani deal? By us talking here
Try landing.
is not that powerful. It's not that powerful. So the only thing mimi nasema tunataka political solution. Then another thing that have been very radical and very vocal about, let us avoid the commercial activists. When I say commercial activists, are these people who do activism for pay. People will never want solution. They'll want to go to sit from now and then leo na kesho kutwa, even the next years, because that is their work. And for me, I feel their infiltration into this movement, that's what imeanza kufanya tumekuwa dragged behind. You know them by names, these commercial activists. Kama tulisema the movement tulianza vile Gen Z, because politics and everything is about interest. It was about the interest of the Gen Zs. In terms of education, it was all about our interest. Saizi the student leaders, kuna mwingine nimeona hapa because ameapia kwa Kenya Gazette is trying to tell Mr. President thank you just for being the name being printed there. Like hatuna akili. And if you are a university student leaders here, bana we jo una akili bana. I don't know what I can say. Like I'm just raged and I don't know what I can say. To summarize and to crown this up, we need a political solution. Wenye watakubali, join. Wenye watakataa, it's still okay. But at the end of the day, we shall fight a common interest for all of us as Kenyans and as youths. I drop the mic.
Thank you so much. Your opinions, suggestions are highly valued and appreciated. Farah, you go. Then after Farah, we have Buka. Yeah, Farah. Hey, Farah.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yes. Hey, uko place kuna njeve. I don't know. Are you working or?
No, I'm driving home, so let somebody else go ahead of me because I'll be there in like 10 minutes.
Okay, Buka, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, and thank you to KOT and Toria for putting up this space and to make sure are doing what needs to be done to not just to sensitize but also to mobilize the Kenyan people against the primary enemy of the Kenyan people, which is not just President William Samoei Ruto, but it is President William Samoei Ruto with the current political class that he actually represents. These are minority, mainly billionaires that have gotten money without producing anything, but only through not just corruption, but far beyond corruption. It is utter theft They have actually accumulated wealth through just theft. These are the people we are fighting. And we cannot fight them by what their strength is. Because if you are to fight them with money, that means if you had put $1 for $1, they will defeat us. So for me, it's important for us to clearly understand who the enemy is. The enemy is not just William Samoei Ruto. The enemy is the entire corrupt political class that have continued to pillage this country since independence. Now, having said that, of course, I know we have lost some of the finest daughters and sons of Kenya in the streets during the Gen Z protest and the Gen Z movement. Even as that now, we cannot sleep without mentioning Bob Njagi and the Kitengela Three that actually are still missing, that were disappeared by this current regime. And many people are still being abducted. In fact, we had sounded a warning that if this pressure goes down and President William Samoei Ruto reinsert himself into power, then he will lead a crackdown campaign to try and get hold of the people that he thinks have been leading this movement. So even strategically, when this movement was said it's leaderless, of course, its strategic moment was it also helped to have safety nets for at least the people who are vocal in terms of advancing this voice for change. Now, there are so many things that can annoy us in Kenya, very many things. In fact, every week, this government gives us a reason to get angry and to be convinced that any minute that this government stays in power, it is detrimental to the majority of the Kenyan people. It was not the Adani backlash where they actually are not just auctioning the national assets of this country. It was not the Ndarasha. It was not the university new funding model. In fact, today there are very disturbing videos online of the police brutalizing innocent demonstrators, innocent protesters, proving that we are dealing not just with, an illegitimate regime, but we are dealing with a corrupt fascist regime that will deploy violence and senseless beating of innocent young Kenyans that are only coming out to ask the state, why are you denying us that which is given in the Constitution, which is right to quality education? So this is the discussions that we need to actually have, that anybody that is talking about President William Samoei Ruto's regime staying any extra minute in power basically means that we are going to continue the President William Samoei regime is still going to continue to deliver abductions, is still going to deliver deaths, it is still going to deliver runaway not just corruption but runaway theft of our public resources. So I think all of us should be convinced that more than the 60 finest sons and daughters that were murdered and martyred in the streets, at least we must keep them to heart, that we will never let ourselves or our children or our descendants forget the martyrs of this movement, particularly the first martyr, who was actually Rex Masai. Now, the most important part also is to reconsolidate these gains that we have made in the streets. We did not go to the streets to die. We went to the street, but some of our comrades didn't make it home because they were murdered by this regime. We went to the street to seek accountability. We have not gotten accountability. We went to the street to seek jobs. We have not gotten jobs. We went to street because we had a sick child that was dying, and we did not have money to take this sick child to the hospital. So we went to the street because of our material realities. President William Samoei Ruto accused us that there were people who mobilized and paid us to go to the streets, and then ended up calling us criminals and killing us and arresting some of these comrades. But this problem still persists. Now, I really would like to contribute that the reason why we were going to the street is to try and force this government to actually put aside the anti-people finance bill that was imposed not just by William Samoei Ruto himself, but also by foreign backers like IMF and World Bank. So we went to the streets to defend our right of dignity. But most importantly, we did not go to the street to die for nothing. And we are not just looking for influence. So the debate around to plead with the corrupt regime to implement the issues that we want to be implemented. But we want to take political power to implement a pro-people policy and roll a deliberate process to mobilize the Kenyan people to defeat this regime. The discussion about our brother Morara coming out clearly and asking the Kenyan people that, do we need a political instrument? The vote was overwhelmingly yes, that indeed the movement in the street needs to be reconsolidated through a political instrument to take power from this corrupt, because it is only when we have power that we are going to be able to confiscate the wealth that have been stolen from the Kenyan people. Only when we have political power that we are able to jail the people who are currently jailing us. That only when we have political power, we are going to carry out an elaborate investigation to make sure that each and every person that have died and martyred in the streets, sons of poor, working class people, can be given dignity. So we should resolidify the gains of the street to take political power to punish those who stole from us, to expropriate those who expropriated from us, and to jail those who jailed us when we were only standing up for this country. So the debate about getting a political instrument has to be one that must even be advanced more zealously and deliberately. So we support Morara's initiative to unveil a political instrument. We also support Kasmuel's initiative to unveil a political instrument. And for those of us who are members of small political parties, the movement, by making sure that those people who are doing good, we join hands and support them. And we must not create unnecessary divisions within the movement, because that is what the establishment wants us to do, to make sure that they can divide us. And once they divide us, they infiltrate and make sure that they can defeat the spirit of this movement. Morara can form a political party, Kas can form a political party, Buka can have a political party, Omtata can have a political party. At the very end of it, we can only have one popular movement to take political power. So that means Morara's party, Buka's party, Omtata's party, or all the parties must either decide to collapse themselves into a one popular pro-people initiative to take political power. If that becomes extremely difficult, then the only alternative is to form a coalition of popular political parties from below, supported by the Kenyan people, with a deliberate effort to take political power. Because this is what is going to save this country. Because for us, in our own analysis, we think, maybe others think differently, but the main enemy is the West, the Western hegemony, that want to actually manufacture even our leaders locally to advance the interest of foreign capital and the people that are outside the country. I can tell you that even in the streets, when we were in the streets, the Western hegemonic powers are shopping for leaders in the streets. Driven by the Kenyan people without foreign interference. That is why every time I think we should be supportive that the initiatives that the members of this movement or the leaders in this movement are taking to generate locally funds to actually drive their initiative, make them more independent. Because for some of us, we have this clear belief that without economic independence, there is no sovereignty. So as long as our movement is being influenced from without or is being financed from without or from the oligarchy, then it makes it vulnerable. It compromises our independence. And even when we take political power, it will basically compromise our independence and our sovereignty as a country. My last statement is that I support the initiative to be on the street on Thursday. Let us mobilize all the forces that we can, and let us confront this regime that has lost one of the most important, tenets of retaining political power. President William Samoei Ruto has lost the power of information. He has lost the power of propaganda totally, and everything he says is doubted, and he lies every day. So nobody believes him. So we must make sure that we continue injecting and set the entire population of the Kenyan people against our primary enemy and drive seriously to victory and take political power to and KOT in Kenya.
Thank you so much. That was so inspiring. We've heard and we are happy you're welcome and together on the streets on Thursday. So guys, we say we work with numbers. I've just said kindly let's retweet the space. We are more than 300 and we have only 30 retweets. Unaspect aje comrade mwenye ako pale hivyo anakufollow atajuaje uko space una plan uko na plan ya Thursday. Guys, let's retweet the space kindly. It won't cost you anything. And thank you so much, Buka. So, Fred, are you?
Nimelala.
Sawa basi.
Thank you. Fred, naomba msamaha, you'll come after me. Unajua, the beauty of democracy is everybody has a say, but the majority have their way. Test to this because tumekuwa naye kwa taxi a few times. You try and engage the driver, kila mtu amechoka, kila mtu analalamika. You know, we are 50 million people who are all complaining and tired. Tunangoja Yesu ashuke. Honestly, unajua, sometimes you look at the situations, you look at everything, and people just okay, mnaendelea bora wewe hiyo siku umedhokoma. You can put something on the table. Ama umepigia beste ameokolea. Ama mimi nipestie Fred aeke za cabbage. But it's not normal how we are living. Kabisa. And we should not be comfortable. Kwa sababu juzi unaeleza watu that unaweza ukatengeneza pesa, you can make this amount of money, you just need to be there, you just need to put a bit wewe mwenyewe jitume tu kidogo. Mtu inakuwa like the scarcity mindset and the kind of sijui tuko na trauma aina gani kwa nchi that we feel as though tunafaa kuhangaika, tunafaa kuteseka. Unajua watu waliteseka mbeleni, our forefathers died. Tunatesekea nini sasa? But the reality is, in Senegal during the election period, the vying person was Sonko was arrested, so he could not vie. So his running mate Ibrahim Afei vied, and wananchi sasa waliona the TV stations that were showing these people were being targeted and run out of business, and they invested in them. Yule mamambo, everybody, like, you put your money because you know this is right. Do you know how the elections turned out? He's the president today, and I think about 10 days ago he dissolved his parliament. We need to, honestly, yes, the streets work, but they work to an extent, because we need to take charge of this country, and not just barabarani. We need to come together. Sini Adani wanataka kuuzia airport. It's 30% of their money, the money they're offering. Hii ingine they are going to leverage the airport. Why should it be leveraged? If it's going to be leveraged, let us leverage it. As the people, let's come together. Hii ikuwe ni funzo. Let us all invest in, let us put our money in maybe a private cooperative ama a consortium, ikuwe in shares. We put up the money, tunue hiyo airport. Let's have a private company run it. Kila mtu apewe dividends yake, maybe in 5 or 10 years, whatever itakuwa. But let us get the same deal. Mbona watu wanakuja kutengeneza pesa kwetu, sisi tunakuwa manugu? Like, honestly, let's put our money where our mouths are. Because for one, if people understand that we can own our institutions, that you can actually, unaweza ukasema mimi niko na shares pale, you tell them kwani shingapi. Unajua these sums of money inakaa kubwa kwa sababu sisi moja, kila mtu individually hana, lakini hiyo 200 yako, 800 ya mwingine, chuani ya madhe, 8 ya ule jamaa wa pale wa kucheza pool, hivyo. That's the total we need. You know, once we come together, nothing is impossible. Kwa sababu what we are demanding is not the skies nor is it heaven, because they cannot give us. Mimi mahali niko sahi hakuna stima, Adani washakata. Na wamesign jana deal. Sasa leo, honestly, how are we supposed to move forward na hawa watu? Unaelewa, we are asking for basics. Hizo zingine hata zikibakia juu, kwendeni nayo. Lakini nikitengeneza shilingi 5,000, ataenda shule nilipe, sijui mtu akigonjeka anaenda hospitali nilipe. Yani umetengeneza 5,000 kwa siku, lakini bado wewe ndo unadaiwa. But the reality is, tutasambaratishwa kila siku mpaka ile siku tutaonesha, mkiweka pesa mahali, sisi tutaungana pia tuweke, na mkijaribu kutuchezea, tunakutana mahali mko. Hakutakuwa na mchezo wa town kabisa. We have set up a consortium, and the private company that is running is being audited by the consortium. Ni nani unatuibia? Iba tukuone. Sijui nani anafanya siasa gani. The reality is, ule anataka kufungua chama ya siasa, fungua, si ni nchi huru. At the end, mbivu na mbichi itajulikana. We are going to back the person who is going to be the most integral person. Ule mtu ambaye ametuhakikishia kuwa wewe unaaminika, tutakufa na wewe. Like, but don't discourage anybody who's saying we need good governance. Yeye amejichagulia vita yake, muache apigane. You don't need to changia yeye, no. As long as he's saying the right things. Faliyakum dinukum waliyadin, muachie yeye dini yako. Yani kitu yote ambayo inafichwa ina uchafu, yani ina uvundo ndani yake. These people, as long as they don't get the enough traction they are looking for, eventually watakosana. Ama hiyo the deals hapo katikati, everybody gets a better deal. So you don't need to worry about who's opening a political party, who's just worry about the path we are taking. Haujakuja kupigania nchi na watu, umekuja kupigania nchi wewe, and that must be something very integral to you, kwa sababu haijalishi kama itakuwa ni Morara kesho, ama ni Buka, ama ni Omtata, ama ni wote, whoever goes into that seat, tuko na as long as you know Moses dealt with Pharaoh. Pharaoh built the pyramids. This is it's very synonymous to the situations we are in, because he killed the male children of the Israelites. Look at what's happening to go and face Pharaoh, for he has exceeded in transgression. Ule jamaa alikuwa anajenga pyramids, mnaogopa watu wanashindwa kumaintain barabara. Mko serious? Mnangoja binguni? Anyways, all in all, I think I have talked a lot, but let us care enough to put our money where our mouth is, because once we become the investors, I don't think there's anything I need to explain after that. Thank you.
This Fred. So mimi ile kitu ningeomba yangu ni machache. So if we have delayed enough toka tuingie street, I think it's just like a month or 2 months. Ile street yenye tumekanyaga sana, ile ambayo ilishika, it's just like 2 months. So if we have agreed that we are eating the street again, let's go with full force. So ndio Sakayo na ulimwengu wajue kwamba kumeharibika mahali, there is something wrong somewhere. Mr. Sakayo amekuwa ni mtu wa uongo mingi. Saa hii ana ground. Kule kwa mlima ni kubaya. Teresa zile hadi za uongo zenye aliambia watu bado ni kutenga, kuweka, kukubaliana. Coalition fulani ama revolution fulani yenye itakuwa na force ambayo hata Ruto akijaribu kufanya ukora yake itakuwa ni ngumu sana. When we say let's wait until 2027, you see huyu jamaa kuna tactics zake zenye anatumia. Hatuna tume ya uchaguzi. Kitu ingine hao wabunge toka tuwasambulie walienda likizo. Hakuna mbunge ama MCA anakuchanga ground juu they fear. Waliona Wakenya si watu wa kudanganywa siku zote. Bunda amechoka. Anatumia bunge, anatumia hiyo kisingizio ati kwamba hakuna IPC. Yeye si tukisema ati we want to register as voters, young generation wa register as voters, it is impractical. It is very impractical because hakuna IPC. It's not going to assist as young generation. Kama ule Mkenya ambaye amefinywa, ambaye tumesikia ile pain yenye imeletwa na our politicians. So we must be keen enough. We use a third eye such that later ikifika 2027 the mess that was brought in by the founder members of our country. They started with the corruption, kidogo kidogo imetufinya, sasa imekuwa kidonda, na unaona sasa ndio hiyo inatusumbua Kenya hii. So mine is Ruto tusimpe amani. Sasa kuongea vibaya wakiwa kwa kanisa. So we used to say let us occupy churches. Baada hawajasikia wako na kiburi. Ruto anaendanga kwa makanisa anasema watu wasitoe sijui michango, na I think Sunday alitoa milioni 2. Alikuwa anatoa ya nini? Ndio imefanya our mission haijatimia, because if Kenya the majority was to be Muslims, hii kitu tungekuwa tumefaulu sana. Ndio tuko na ile roho ya Ukristo tumeweka ndani yetu, ndio unaona sisi tunafinywa kiasi kama hiki. Hiyo Ukristo yenye tumekaa nayo ati mambo itakuwa mzuri, hiyo patience. They say patience pays, but the way I think patience hailipi. So tunaumia matumbo, hakuna haja tena kungojea. Huyu Zakayo ashuke kwa heshima yake haraka. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Zakayo ashuke, lazima ashuke. Actually, everyone is being anafinywa sana, anafinywa. Na kama ufinywi, aki ufai kuwa Kenya. For real, we si Mkenya. Juu, manze, tuna go through a lot. Alafu, let me tell you guys, let me remind you, and Parliament should not be running. It should have been dissolved the very moment venye mesi ilichukuliwa. I don't understand why this bill, yet hiyo parliament haifai kuwa ina run. Like, okay, someone said somewhere that you cannot for this constitution, which was the child, but it passed. So we don't expect him to follow the constitution, but according to law, he is not above the law. He should adhere to it until we amend our constitution. But as it stands for now, it should be followed to the latter. I don't know. I stand to be corrected. Sababu bill sijui ya sijui standing there. The main things which are making it to be parliament are not there, but laws, bills zinapitishwa. It shows us that even the the legislature is led by one person, judiciary it's led by one person, executive, like one person is in control of the three arms of the government, whereby they should be standing on their own, like legislature wanakuwa wanafaa kwa disturb hiyo parliament the moment hiyo kitu ilienda, na wana stand on their guards, on their own rules.
Because the person at the helm is keep holding them by the balls. That is clear. My local MP has stolen millions of Kenyan shillings. Here in Nairobi, I've been looking at the Auditor General reports, and we've been with Buka, Kasmuel, Shakira over the past week, having interactive sessions with Kenyans, Mlango Kubwa, Korogocho, in other areas, Kasarani, Dandora, and we've been interacting with people, visiting there where they are, and trying to understand the ground. And it's clear that everywhere we've been, the MCA has stolen some money. If you look at the Auditor General's report, the hospital has never been built. You go to another place, you find a building was built for 20 something million, and you look at it and you're like, this can't even be 1 million Kenyan shillings. So we have corrupt leaders who cannot speak because you know that is why he's propping his children into appointive positions, because that is what he wants to establish. Even across the country, I've been to other areas where children of politicians are being propped up as representatives of the Gen Zs. So we have to be alert and remember that these MPs are not representing us, and we have to take action. You see, we keep talking about thieves in government, but then we have to start mobilizing. We need to start organizing. And I think for me, it has been after Nane Nane, that has been my full-time job. I've been to several counties across the country and been with meetings, youth from different areas. I've been working almost full-time now with Okiya Mtata, and we have established the NCCPA. We've brought together so many people on board, 7 political parties. We've met so many of I won't go into details because some of them are matters that are going to come out in time. I Telegram, they were talking about developing an app to track, agents for agents, and they were also talking about brilliant ideas. We need to bring these brilliant ideas, put teams behind them. I've had opportunity to interact with Morara before, and he's open-minded. The office that he has, he'll be welcoming most of us to bring ideas. It is important that we start strengthening ourselves to take
a unified political movement where we'll fight it out in the primaries, like the Democratic National Congress in the US or the Republican National into the party. Obviously, they've been pushing Morara to look towards a consolidated fund for all people with a committee and with accountability structures, because we want to start running on Thursday, but we will be out there on the streets, because for us, we've been on the streets consistently. We have brought people to the streets ourselves using our own means. We have promoted these activities and done our best. KOT has been hosting the spaces. He has also been present in the Githurai we have to support him, but we have to recognize that the others who may have a better skill set. So we'll fight it out in the primaries. The best man or woman will get that ticket party or in the coalition of parties or in the political party that will be representing our interest. Kalonzo subsisted with these injustices and always benefited from them. The same thing applies to the UDA minions who at times they want to say that shout against some of these things. They shout, but they do not go to court. Okia has been going to court. Morara has been going to the streets, receiving threats from people. KOT has been receiving threats. I've been receiving threats. Buka was us wanting to change our country, and the change will come from the people. We, the people, will have to take power. And we, the people, have to take power, and we failed through the bullet revolution because that is not our specialty. Obviously, Buka is a member of CPK, and he understands the history of revolutions. And revolutions are not disorganized. They have an organization, and they have a risk having streets who have been shouting the loudest on Twitter, on TikTok. Let us come and meet. Let us come and discuss. Let us implement the brilliant ideas, put them in motion, decide that we are not going to be the victims when it comes to election. We are intelligent, so we're going to put the structures. If it is the police, we'll have our counter security across the country. That is the structure we need to start thinking about. Even lawyers coming together, doctors coming together, like Doctors for Kenya. That is the organization we need. And we need to start having those serious discussions in the spaces which I've been urging for. Let us have the serious discussions. For example, the streets, we're going to be going to the streets. These coordination efforts that happened on 25th, I remember sitting on a round table with a few people talking from other areas, and Buka moving around town with the water. I remember so many people were talking about giving free flags. That was organization. It was not grand organization, but it was organization on some quarters. We printed, I printed banners in my locale here, hundreds of them over that time, and we could go with a pass from here and with members of from where I stay inside Rongai, Nakataka, will go together to town, and some of us will be abducted. Actually, I remember during that time, 5 people were abducted among the people who were in a bus getting home, and people are like, where are these people? They have been, obviously they were found later, some of them in a forest, some of them, one of them, Joshua Kar in Muranga, next to a river. And their sacrifice, so it is not an individual task, it is a collective task. We, the people, will take power. We will be on the streets on Thursday. We will see how many people will join, but it should not dismay us, because if we are tactics by now, so we'll come out there, you come and you'll be alone. I'll go, I'll be alone. I have done the protest. For example, when the army came in, I walked around town, and I took Insta 360 videos of that place. I was chased by the cops, mugged by the goons. My phone was stolen, and my 2 other friends we were with, the phones were stolen. But then it didn't deter me from going back the next time, because I understand the value of fearlessness, and we are fearless. Because if we lose our fear, they lose their power. Their power is because they have sowed fear. Will succeed. But if we keep saying that these people are going to steal, but do not plan on how we're going to prevent them to steal, that they are going to appoint their people without, when they appoint these people, have their history, push these people, ensure that we even stalk these people, and ensure that if they are going to meet politicians, we are there. If they are going to be making dealings on printing, the ballot papers extra, we are there. We are documenting everything. Groundbreaking, and we say, okay, in 3 months you're going to do this. That is how we're going to shake these guys. And if we do not start doing the hard work, then we will lose it. They will just be right now. Yeah, right now these guys are just sitting and watching, and they're like, these guys are having a space. They always have a space every day. So we really need to get out with the people. We'll save with the people. Thank you, Victoria. Thank you, KOT. I'll be listening in.
Thank you so much for the contribution.
Thank you so much for hosting this space. Actually, we really needed it. My name is Steven, a public health officer, and first of all, I want to say that I'm proud of Kabete Polytechnic students for to tell you that Ruto sold us to the highest bidder, which is the IMF, Bill Gates and Adani. So Bill Gates will be bringing his mpox vaccines ndo mudungwe vizuri for the depopulation agenda from the IMF and Bill Gates, yenye hizi parliament wanapitisha hapo left, right and center. The parliament should be dissolved right away. Look at the livestock bill by Kimani Chungwa, the livestock bill, oil crops bill by Senator Amida Kibwana, price control bill yenye the government itakuwa inaamka inasema leo skari ni elfu kumi. This bill was presented by nominated Senator Tabitha Mutinda. Fundraising bill then ukienda ku fundraise unapigwa fine, unapigwa jail time, you have to pay tax, unaambiwa ni illegal. When you look at the land bill, all your lands will so it for our country. So We are not fighting bad governance. Right now is fighting for our country. William Ruto is a threat to humanity. When you look at the seed bill inasema hakuna kupanda mbegu za indigenous, wanataka mupande GMO. Now once umepanda GMO, you cannot replant the government controlling the food system. When you look at the maisha cards, parents wametuangusha, wazazi kama uko hapa mmetuangusha. Watoto wenyu wanapewa ID cards zenye ziko na microchips, they will be tracked, their freedoms zimeenda, their human rights of privacy and data zimeenda. Look at Chief, new university funding model. Kama uko na mzazi na mtoto wako anafaa kujoin university, start look at the TB vaccines. The TB vaccines have never been tested in anywhere in the world. They are testing it right now in 100 years. So actually, posted by NTV and iliandikwa na health press conference saying that I don't know, this government did this or that. She had a chance. Alikuwa na chance ya kutusave. Yeye anapatia Ruto, mtu alichoma wase kwa church, anasema hii ni hot hair. As I conclude, I want to quote these wise words from Harriet Tubman. She said that I could have freed
And also the future of our children. Okay? Kila mtu. The streets are calling us. Let's pick up the call. Jacob, you've been struggling with network. Are you there? Jacob, are you there? Okay, student Y. Student Y, are you there? Okay.
I'm there. Hope you are well, but I know you're not well as usual because we are living in a mess. We are living in a crime scene. So over the past weeks, I've been seeing on this TL that if somebody maybe says something, a number of people disagree, a number of people say this, and then there are so many disagreements in the end.
Student Y, I think we lost you. Can you hear him? Okay, Vincent was here earlier. Vincent, are you there? Vincent, are you there? Vincent, are you there?
they're having connectivity issues because I can hear you clearly.
Okay, nice. Also, we go to Mike, MC Sam. MC Sam, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Oh my God, you've both opened the mic at once. I don't know, Vincent or MC San. So MC San go first, then Vincent. MC go first, then Vincent. Sure, you're audible.
Hello.
You are very much audible. Go ahead.
I'm audible. Okay, thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, first and foremost, KOT, I'm a victim of the previous mandamanos. I happened to lose a brother in the last demos. And so it really is real cause for right in this country.
Yeah, he's making a very good point. He lost his brother during the protest, so his brother was killed. I think the problem is the connectivity issue. But he can try again, and I think not forget.
Okay, MC, just drop and come back again. I'll give you the mic. Check on your network. You're breaking. We can't get clear information and we need to hear.
Hey, Manipata.
Okay,
Hello.
pick it up.
Okay. Thank you. Let us go like this. Pluto must go. Let us keep it in mind. Pluto must go. This man is fucking up our mind, left, right, center. You can see. Kuna mtu anaweza tutetea about this government because ameshika opposition yetu yote amechukua. Those people wenye walikuwa wanatuambia tusilipe loan ya na lazima tutoke wote. And this man must go. Because hakuna mtu anasikiza sheria sahihi. You can see sahihi Masengeli anaambiwa aende court, hataki kwenda. Sisi wakitusumbua wanatushika, wanatuchukua kwa ndani. Sasa sure, which country are we now? Where our rights ziko wapi? Sofia watu wanasema manifest analeta. Si hawaambii wanunue shamba mahali wachenge airport, Wakenya wapate kazi. Sasa nikuja kunyang'anya tena Wakenya wengine wakufute kazi, anatuambia anatuletea ndani. Now you can see the back days. Time ya Kibaki alikuja na impact. Uliona mambo ya free education tuliona, hata hatukuwa tunajua free education ni nini. Watu walienda shule wenyewe walikuwa wanataka matenda shule, barabara tukaona. You can see about development yenye tuliona. Uhuru hata yeye, hata kama ni kono vile kuja kumfinya kidogo na corona, but he did something. At least we have something you can say. Sahi the word hata kama ni kono vile kuja kumfinya kidogo na corona, but he did something. At least we have something you can say. Sahi the word kontoto dako sasa kila mtu anajipigania. Kupigana na hii serikali. You can win. There's nothing difficult. You can win this country. Because this sahi tuko hapa to change the country. Because we are a young side. Our generation sahi watoto wetu ni wadogo. Now the country is messed up everywhere. Uwezi pata kazi. You see teachers yesterday walikuwa wanafanya strike. Ruto hakuwasikiza. He was assuming there's nothing happening. Madaktari ndio hao. There's nothing's happening totally. Can you imagine? Sahi kama uko mbele 2027 tujipange. Haisirudi mara mbili. Na fadhamu leza swaka na hii kitu ya IPC. Tujue IPC may change. Tujue IPC iko very open. That's when we can vote. But sahi we have to press hii kitu. Lazima tu press on. Lazima tutoke. Tumsukume mpaka ajue the world is changing. Yesterday is not today. Sahi watu wamerefuka. Hakuna watu wajinga. Haizi kutambia na surulia kutafutia kazi gani, anatafuta kazi jama, anatafuta kazi wapi, amechukua nani, amelipia nani. Furthermore huko idadi aleta situ ndio wizi mingi imejaa. Watoto wanaporo huko, hajai sema kitu chochote, hata kitu hata moja. Hapo jimi kesi ya Eldoret, venye wanafunzi wameporwa pesa, wazazi wamekuwa mafukara na walikuwa tatizo na matumaini. Ako silent. Sasa hii Conman, I don't see whether there's a room for him. This round, Ruto must go. Na furthermore, by now Kenyans have become more mature, grown ups. So I don't think that mambo na fani iko juu, hatuelewi, tutoke za mahali tuwake moto. This man must go. Because hatuwezi kaa in a messed country like this. We cannot afford food in our table. Mambo na NHIF anachua wapi? And the fight for our lives. Nobody will fight for us. Nobody will fight for us. Sisi ndo tunajipigania.
Thank you so much. Nobody will fight for us. It's only us who can get ourselves out of this disaster. Joy, kindly drop your request nikutumia mic. I'm trying to accept lakini haiendi through. Data science. Hi. Data science, hi. Oh my God. Data science, are you there?
Toria, I think you don't have to force a person to speak. Just give them, call them once, twice. Uh, more than those guys out there. So kuita mtu mara kama 10 na itiki, drop them.
Okay, ebu jaribu ku accept request ya Joy kama kwako itaenda through. Ni black creature. Black creation, ebu pick it up. Black creation, are you there? Ai, mi aki mnanibo. Mi aki mnanibo.
Niaje?
Coffee bro, I think there's an issue. There's an issue in connection.
Oh, okay. Just proceed.
Thank you, QT. So, bro, I've been following up closely since you guys started. And it's so sad that us the Gen Zs are the ones who are supposed to take back the power of the people. People don't even know what's going on in national and the rest, and actually they're the majority. And then we have to liberate them and up taking their time to listen to this, because the state of affairs is it's so bad if you like think about it. Beginning with the unifunding model, those guys they don't want more educated people outside here. They just want to have like a population they can control, which is going to be easy for them because they don't want to like run for the 5 years that they will redeem. They want to go maybe in the next 20 or 30, because you see even the Adani deal itself is going to cater for like 30 years. So guys, what concerns me tonight that I decided to ask for the mic. I haven't been active for the last 2 or 3 weeks because I decided to take a break. Is the whole idea about the then eventually like we're supposed to call it a global nuclear the major threat, sorry, that we must be concerned, other than the whole idea of the Ruto guy striking deals with the West, with the World Bank, with the other side of the Asia, the Asian part, India guys. So like it's upon us, because you can see the guy is going to speak, is going to be given like a national podium, and you realize our parents are the same individuals who are clapping for the guy. Because now we seem to ask ourselves, where have we gone wrong as a country? Because so many things are going wrong, and then the ones who are supposed to like be our advisors, the guys who are supposed to tell us what's supposed to happen maybe in the country, something which we're supposed to assume is supposed to be for the coming generations, but they're busy trying to see route and how are they gonna be like greet each other, saying how good they've done and how willing they're going to like take the most ample place to reside with the family, based on the whole idea of what I just spoke about, the global nuclear warming. Of course, there's a case that we're going to have like the next demolition of Earth by this the depopulation program that was passed by the UN. So guys, majority of us, the deaths that we are experiencing right now, the police brutality, the murder that are happening, the child trafficking cases that we're experiencing in the country, it is so sad to see. They're just orchestrated by the UN and the rest and the rest. So like these are things that have been planned for. Then what we're supposed to do? We're supposed to like and then right now we're supposed to be in the streets on Thursday. Let's go there because nobody. Yeah, and then we can't like call for this for the political elite. We just need to be together. We just put our heads together because we are fighting for a common goal. We are fighting for good governance. We are fighting against the waste infiltration of our own resources, and then we are fighting so that the black kid can get a good education and some food and maybe a place to put their heads, and what not what we are seeing right now. If I decide to vent, I'll vent all day long, all night, and but let me just take this time to we just have us. We have the voice. We have the numbers. That's the only. These are things that we can do if we decide to like do them as a majority, because we just the representatives of us are barely 20,000. But maybe if they go too much, they run to maybe 30,000. The small in number, just that they want to be oligarchs. They want to stash all the wealth that they're acquiring from here. They want to strike deals with the white people who are just here to like control us. They want to do like a total mental control. They're using some the white people. We don't let me not lie to you. They don't like us. There was an experiment that was done. I took some study in stats that was speaking about some experiment called the tax key experiment, where black people had to be like they had to be like injected with some condition of syphilis to use like they use them as a control experiment, not giving them drugs, not telling them what had happened. So with that alone, it can tell you that the white people, they don't like us because to them we are like an impediment on the face of earth, and then we're supposed to be wiped out. But the good thing is that like it's a natural annihilation of the world population, and the safest place people will want to be will be Africa. So what are we going to do about it now that we know our place is way safer? It won't be subject to the to So let's just protect our motherland. Let's respect Kenya. And for these guys that we took to be our representatives, the ones who are gonna like educate us, give us, tell us the right moves to make, but they have like they have forsaken us, and then they just want to they're selling us to places that are already exposed, you know. So let's just put our head together. I know we can do it. I know we can do it. We always win, and we're going to win this one too, because it's the only way out. Thank you for the mic, and I believe that we're going to take this victory home. We're going to liberate our country. Then we won't watch our country being auctioned. We don't have beef with anybody. The only beef we have we have beef with bad governance. We don't have any personal vulnerable. So yes, so we're going to protect the vulnerable as much as we can if it's going to call for our lives. That's the least we can do for now because we got the opportunity to step to those unique classrooms because we were given it wasn't like it was obvious, not an entitlement. It was something that had to happen so that people can like experience what it takes to see the light. So yeah, thank you. Let's not forget to put our heads together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your contribution. Uh-huh. MC Sam. Okay, Joy, are you there?
Hey, hi, Toria.
Hi.
Hi. Oh, thank you so much for what you guys are doing. You, KOT, and everybody. We are behind you. Sina mengi ni kusikiza tu. I'm in the middle of something. But thank you so much. Tunawapenda.
Hi, Mkenya. Hi, Mkenya. Oh my God. Mkenya Daima, are you there?
Yes, I'm right here, bana. And I'm trying to unmute inaringa kuringa, but I'm right here.
Sasa,
So,
ongea. Ongea Mkenya.
okay. Thank you. One of my friends, she is a nominated MCA. She was assaulted by the MCA wa Komarok, Chris Wanjoy. Name is Joy Modhoni. And today I spent the evening with her because her leg was broken. I've also shared it there. I understand the issue of gender-based violence is an issue that imekuwa for long in our society, but we hope one day tutaamka tukose GBV in our society, whether it's been meted on a man. I had spoken earlier when the space was beginning, and the thing that I want to urge the Kenyans who will be coming out on Thursday, we have gotten to a point whereby Ruto is a determined thief, and any kaspace yenye tunampea at ile tunafikiria like anything there is going to be any to be determined as young Kenyans, because Ruto is not even stealing the future of our parents. Ruto is stealing the future, our future, and the future of our kids. If you are around 35 and below, if you are in your 20s, just know like there is no future for us, because what they've done. And the sad part is we'll have to feel we'll have to pay dearly for what is going to happen if we let Ruto to continue being on power. That is something we are going to pay dearly, and we are not. We have already felt it through unemployment, but it's going to hit a new law. It's going to hit a new law whereby we are like countries like Zim, whereby now we've lost hope na si wote tutakimbilia kwenda TZ, tutakuwa the rejected immigrants, tutakuwa tunaenda in other countries because there won't be an option for us to survive in Kenya, because the model that Ruto is operating with, it is the model of looting and looting and looting. Ruto doesn't stop. Ruto is someone who is determined to steal everything. Forget about ile nini. He's determined to steal everything, and he is stealing the key strategic areas. is crippling an energy sector that is already not working because they are selling the Adani deal for power. It is for 30 years. The power or the energy sector that is being stolen. You know, guys, the moment the energy sector is crippled, one thing that you might not realize, no sector is going to function because we need energy to do any kind of modern work that exists. You get, everything is going to be at a higher price because sawa. I just hope I have solved that issue. I just hope. It is our now, it's our responsibility. It's not even the responsibility of our parents. Hii nayo ni yetu. Hii ni ile, yani hii ni yetu. And this is not a responsibility of KOT Sonko. This is not a responsibility of Kina Kasmuel. This is not a responsibility of Kina Buka. This is not responsibility of Kina Baraka Wakili, Kina Kebaso Morara. No, it is our responsibility. And our responsibility and our action is going to be felt if on that day comes, you wake up na unaelekea CBD. You get, don't worry about anything else, about water, about flag, about nini. Hizo we wake up, the moment we are out there, no one is going to shoot us as long as we are united out there. But the moment a protest is called for and only KOT Songo and Mkenya Demo wanatokezea, tunashinda tukikimbizwa tao because we are just few people. Okay. So guys, it's your numbers that are going to bring the change in this society. You been out there in the street. When we chant together that Ruto must, all the reasons that they are still in our future, and not even they are still in our future, and not even the future, they are still in even our present. Because look at the kind of mediocre services we've been getting right now from the internet, from the power service, from all the other things. And when all this is happening, all the companies are exiting the country. Let me break something down to you that you will realize how bad the Adani power is for us. Right now, Kenya was considered the third country that people could start 25 shillings. No manufacturer in this can be able to produce any good in this country. Hata zile tissue paper zenye Manu Chandari alikuwa anatengeneza, he won't be able to make tissue paper in this country. Hata ile chumvi yenye tumekuwa tukitengeneza ya K-salt, it won't be able. I want you to look at the market of how much salt we are importing. And do you know why we are importing? Because the cost of production in this country has gone higher. And these things are happening. Sometimes you might not feel them directly, but it won't take too long. Now look at, we were competitive. No, we are not competitive in manufacturing. Egypt has taken all the steps because the cost of production in Egypt, the power is only 3 shillings. It's 3 shillings, guys. Nani ataanzisha factory Kenya na anajua it is only costing 3 shillings. Our brothers here in Ethiopia, it's costing them 7 shillings only. Our country is not competitive, and it's all been done systematically so that they can continue stealing from us. What I'm insisting, and in this space, you get, if you don't even have enough information, reach out to Kina KOT Songo, reach out to all these spaces where people engage for whatever reasons, but you're going to feel it in a very, hata itakaa sana before you feel it. So guys, I'm going to insist on Thursday, no matter what you are doing, our country is at stake at this point. Forget about anything. If it's money, we'll make money once we have a good country that we are, once we are in a good country that is functioning. Funga your laptop hiyo siku ya Thursday. Don't make siku za maandamano ati ndo siku unakaa hapo unaanza kukatch up with the latest series yenye uko umemalizia. Don't take that as your day off ya kwenda job. No, that's not your day off. That's your day to serve, to reclaim your future and to reclaim your present, because it's already been stolen by one William Ruto and his cronies. And William Ruto si mtu mwenye atasimama. He is not going to stop stealing. No, this is a guy who is determined. This guy is determined to steal everything. He's not ati mtu mwenye anajali just because we lack the imagination. And I'm going to repeat this because these are not my words. I'm stealing these words from someone that I consider really powerful. Aliniambia, Kimanzi, just because you lack the imagination, ati sasa umeshaiba 2 billion utapeleka wapi? These people doesn't mean they lack the imagination. And then hakuna kitu mbaya kama kuibiwa na wajinga. Tunaibiwa na wajinga kama kina Wavinyandeti. Unaona anaenda kustash pesa huko, sijui anasema anajenga hospitali nini, a level 5 hospital in UK. Ati watu wa Machakos watakuwa wanaenda Europe kwenda kuwa treated huko. Wakienda huko wanakuwa treated. Tunaibiwa na wajinga, people who don't even know how to steal. Tunaibiwa na wajinga wenye they steal our money just to go and buy Gucci belt, kwenda kusatisfy their hizo childhood imagination. Mtu avae saa sijui ya 20 million. Those are the people who are stealing from us. They are not people who are stealing from us even to invest in industries, something that is going to create employments. They are stealing from us. I want you to feel the pain of every Kenyan. I want you to feel the pain of that cancer patient. I want you to feel the pain of hiyo time when unaambiangwa utoe pesa ya utoe nini, uchangie mtu uchange do ya mazishi, uchange do ya shule, because that's not something that we should be doing. All these social welfare, those are things that are supposed to be free. Education is supposed to be free in this country. But how will education be free when they are stealing from us in every aspect? So guys, imagine you. I might not be that old. I'm 27, and I know there are other guys here younger than me. But guys, wake up. Wake up, wake up, and let's be on the streets on Thursday. On Tuesday, the same. We are not going to relent, because so that we can build something strong. Let me allow Black Creator to jump in. Yes, Mose, your hand is up. Ama nimekuwa ni
Yes, nakupata, endelea. Black Creation.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, endelea, tunakusikia bro.
The first thing nimetaka kusema ni immediately after tulitoka hiyo demonstration and all of it, wakasema handshake. I don't understand what happened. Some people tu wakakuwa comfortable to an extent, wanaanza kusema oh, mzee ifai aguzwe, Raila ifai aguzwe. Mzee afai aje aguzwe, na huwa ana joyride tu, kitu ikienda kufanyika mzuri anaingilia mwisho ana Kipchumba Murkomen hapo, and then hao wajinga wanaturudishia hapo kama Minister of Sports, na bado tu wanaona iko sawa. Alafu kaa hiyo haitoshi, huyu mwenda wazimu wa Mrima mwenye anashinda ametuambia hapa the adanganyangi, anasimama kwa siku ya graduation ya shule akiambia kila msee vile hakuna kazi na hizi danganya vijana. So unexpect aje mzazi ameuza ng'ombe yake reserve huko asomeshe mtoto? Unexpect aje mzazi mwenye amestrain ameuza kila kitu ako naye ndo watoto wake wasome? Wana manage aje country? There's no work yenye mnaenda kupata. Why are they investing in that education at first place kana najua hakuna kazi? Number 3, mbona wa deduct pesa ya mtu watu wanamjengea affordable housing? Unajenga aje affordable houses wakati hata stima haijafika kila mahali, maji haijafika kila mahali, barabara si fiti? Instead ufanye vitu necessary kama hiyo, wewe unakuja hapa kutuambia vile unataka kutujengea affordable houses na nyumba. Unaulizwa swali, uko kwa affordable houses.
Huyu jamaa hata inafaa John Walker imchukue, huyu Ruto imchukue akuwe advertise wa kabisa. Tuache hii politics ya if Raila is within the government, some people act like it's okay. It's okay. Na feel wame gain into government. It's not about Raila, it's not about Ruto, ni about bad governance. Hatutaki, tunataka youth wapate job, na job haitapatikana kama bado tutaendelea kuanza kuambiana oh, unajua watu walikufa. Let us not focus na vitu mbaya zilifanyika. What about no, hiyo unity irudi back, tuache hizi politics sijui za oh, mi ni wa wapi, mi ni wa wapi. I don't care wewe unatoka wapi ama unatoka wapi. Hao watu wametukosea enough na imetosha, na ni time yao ya kutoka sasa. KOT ama Torira ama Mkenya wherever, Kamuni na like kama hiyo wakati ilikuwa reject finance bill. So there are so many things yenye hao wase
Okay, I think
Yeah, sure. Let's proceed.
okay, I think the topic for today is streets are calling us, and hashtag is Ruto must go. We all know that everything that is happening in our country it's related to Ruto, and he's the bigger part of these distractions or problem we are facing as a country. Fifth must fall. One person, like okay, the bad governance. Let me use that term. Doing all this.
Can I cut you short please?
Aki, siungoja hata nimalize statement please. Unaniharibu masikio bro. So what I'm saying is this. Tukisema Ruto must go, we are against corruption, we are against bad governance, we are against police brutality. We want to drain the whole swamp because all transparency, those are some of the things we want as a country. So hatuwezi sema ati leo tutasema occupy JKIA teacher ataenda atasema I don't work in the airport, or maybe the student mo, mo, okay,
Hello.
hebu
Yes,
endelea.
MC, MC, just proceed. Endelea.
You getting me right?
Yes, nakupata.
So asante. Once more I'm back again. Nilipewa mic but ilikuwa na issues at first. So wase, mi nikibonga na nyinyi, I was part and parcel of hizi demos venye zilianza. Na I'm a victim. I happen to lose a brother. But the rage in me, it's not about my brother's loss or nini. Mi napigania future yangu, napigania future ya mtoto wangu, napigania future the next generation. Watu watakuja nyuma yangu. Wase mnaona venye vitu zinafanyika. Nothing is right. Nothing is right. Hata we kama unaona pengine hizi demo hazikusaidia manini. I swear nothing is right. From anywhere you're working, from wherever you're doing, nothing is right. And it's only us who can make it right. It's only us who can fix it. Hao watu wamemess kila kitu. From our home place huku Nyanza, you'll forgive me for this one. Wase wanasema like since Raila ingia huko kila kitu iko sawa. No, it's only
What's happening? KOT, unamsikia?
No, simsikii hata. I thought maybe ni connection from my side.
Oh my god. Wa sawa. MC, your mic, it seems like you got connection issues, ama. Yeah. The what? The hebu endelea. The electrify. Yeah. Hebu endeleako. Your hand is up.
I doubt kama nakusikia.
Si ameraise tu mkono saa hii aki uishi. Mbona mnainua mkono na hamtaki kuongea? Mugala, are you there? Mugala.
Yeah, I'm there. Nasikika?
Yeah, you're very much loud.
Yeah, first kwanza nataka appreciate Buka sana. Mi hufuatilia hizo stuff za Citizen asubuhi juu that's the only time I'm free na the few times Buka amekuwa hapo amefanya a very good job kwanza ku bring out the real issues na stuff zina affect my youth. Alafu like siku hizi kuwatch news imekuwa tricky juu ukienda hizi ma scandals mara unasikia siku hizi hadi fire occurrences zimekuwa ni kitu ya daily, unaona. Na kwani hawa wasee wa disaster management juu after all tunalipa hizi taxes, kwani hazitusaidii? Alafu hizi maneno ya police brutality, then at the moment niko ushago, unaona. Na the weakest link kwanza kwa revolution ni hawa wasee wa ushago na venye wana comment kwa stuff venye zinaendelea juu hata kwa hizi demos most of the time wenye either governor anaenda ama Ruto mwenyewe aende, unaona wanakuanga like au wasee wanapewa do. Sa utapata mtu akitoka hapa na kama na 100 yake ama na rwabe yake hapo amefurahi sana, anaona amefanya kitu ya maana, then wanaanza kusifia hawa wasee. So the biggest link maybe after tumeprotest na after tumefanya nini, nafaa tukuwe hadi na hizi ma civic engagements au wasee ushago wachanuke kiasi juu at the moment everything is going wrong. Na unajua achana hata na hizi maneno za tribal politics, sijui maneno ya Mrima, unaona a nation indicator to show yenye kuna prosperity. Hapo ndo saa tunaona stuff kama values, unaona venye corruption imekuwa too much, wasee like stuff zinaenda tu wrong. Kama nasikia sijui hadi help ati kuna scandal hapo, alafu pia rule of law haifanyi kazi, corruption is just over the roof manzee. Alafu hizi stuff kama resource allocation, kwani lazima msee akwe in gavati? Sasa msee wetu ameingia ndo si tupate development. Unaona stuff kaa hiyo haifai kuwa hivyo, na hawa wasee inafaa wajue. Ka mi hata naweza jitolea juu saa ingine mi hukosa job, unaona. Na hawa wasee tutajenga nchi yetu ikuwe nchi yenye tunataka kuishi ndani, si hawa watuambie venye nchi yetu inafaa ikuwe. Kama Ruto na hawa wasee wao hawezi fanya hiyo job, then tutaona venye tutawatoa. Unajua the beauty na Kenya ni hata tukiprotest na wajifanya wasikii 2027 manze, kama mi nimejitolea penye mi naishi, lazima kila msee atajua ni venye nini inaendelea juu watu hawawezi shutiwa, watu hawawezi kuwa abducted, alafu business inaendelea as usual. Watu hata sahii ma politicians wamerudi kwa platforms za church, wanaongea tu matope. Ukisikia kenye kitu yenye chungu wanaongea ni kama anatuambia sisi wenye tulijitolea ndio tunataka nchi yenye iko na accountability, ni kama wanatuambia sisi fuck you, unaona? Na hizo si stuff poa, but hii nchi tutaijenga. Hawa se either wapende wasipende, hii Kenya lazima itabadilika na itakuwa Kenya poa, itakuwa country yenye hawa se wa Afrika wakiangalia wanasema hii ndio Kenya yenye Wakenya walijitolea na wakajenga nchi yao ikakuwa kitu great sana. So mi ni hiyo tu, na maybe I'll keep on listening, but thanks for the mic.
Welcome. We need numbers, togetherness, civic education, yeah, for this thing to work. Willie, hi. Willie, oh my God. Willie.
Toria, let me handle that. I think you're also having issues from your side. You can
Yeah?
refresh your phone. So guys, if you're not hearing the speakers ama wana katika whenever they are speaking, just refresh your phone, drop, then refresh your phone, alafu come back. I've also done that several times, exchanging different phones to ensure that this space runs. And so I wanted to go through a checklist. You know, we have a checklist here Thursday, yeah? And the checklist ni ensure you're having a flag, a water bottle, your phone, and should have enough battery, meaning you need to charge your phone. Alafu ka unaweza pata 150 ya Uber, 120 ya KFC. I remember you guys, you remember anaitwa nani, the guy, the majority leader alisema we always go to KFC, alafu tunatumia hii phone, tunatumia Uber. So ensure you're having at least 150 ya Uber, 120 ya KFC, alafu your charger. Meaning on Thursday, we'll be going on the streets because you guys, not you guys, but a group of boda, they asked us to give the Sugoi guy Ruto time, yeah, on date 8. I hope you remember. And we've given that guy enough time. Since tarehe 9 August until today, it's a month and a week, yeah. It's enough for a president, a sitting president who has been a deputy president for 10 years and has been a president for 2 years now, to ensure that we're having good governance, to ensure that accountability, it's as nini, like accountability venye tunataka, and to ensure that everything is running as expected by the citizens. Unfortunately, even before date 8, things were better. Today they are very, very worse, yeah. You've seen what the police officers wamefanyia a student inside a university, at Multimedia University. Currently we're having a lot of people missing, but so far we know 3, Bob and the 2 brothers, we call them the Kitengela 3. Apart from that, Ruto has been lying, in fact lying even internationally. He goes to an international media anadanganya kwamba they have agreed on certain issues, but the guy has been lying. So we want to ensure that we are calling out bad governance and ensuring that we have accountability. And so I wanted to bring advocate Ndegwa at least for a few minutes to talk to us, and then we proceed with the conversation. Ndegwa Njiru, karibu.
Oh, thank you, KOT. Thank you, our listeners, and the comrades in the struggle. Boiling in our minds, in our hearts, and that we're only waiting for the point and the time of action. The struggle is on, we are pressing until we reach the mark of perfection. And the mark of perfection that we are looking at is what the previous speaker addressed: the question of good governance, accountability, transparency, the rule of law. It's undisputed that this country is ailing, the country is sick, and the country is sick of bad governance. And that the country that is so ailing requires a physician who is going to give the right prescription for this country. And I believe we, the people, have the right prescription, and we have identified the disease and the ailment. And the ailment is Mr. William Ruto Arap Tamar. That is exactly what is ailing this country. The moment we address and we give William Ruto Arap Tamar the correct prescription of telling him that this country must be governed in accordance to our constitution, the moment we rise up and the referee blows the whistle and we show him the red card, he will realize that the country got its honors. For example, why should Mr. William Ruto Arap Tamar maintain Masengeli even after being convicted by the court? What is the status in law of a convicted person? Can a convicted person continue to hold a public office? Can a convicted person continue to issue orders to them that are supposed to maintain law and order? It's only in a pariah state like the Republic of Kenya where police officers who are supposed to maintain law and order are being led by a committee convict. These guys should be behind bars. In the same law that he himself violated and breached. Why should taxpayers continue to pay a convict? I believe there is a reason why we must march. There's a reason why we must speak loudly from the rooftops and tell Mr. William Ruto Arap Tamar that things must not be done this way. For example, you might want to ask yourself, who gave that command? Isn't it the same convict? Does the convict have those powers under our constitution? You know, we must also ask ourselves, why is it so important for Mr. William Ruto Arap Tamar to protect Masengeli? It's only one reason, that he must protect him, because Mr. William Ruto Arap Tamar is impunious. He has a lot of contempt for our constitution. He has a lot of contempt for the people of the Republic of Kenya. He has a lot of contempt and dislike and ridicule for the values and the principles that we treasure and Article 10 of the Constitution. That's the only reason Mr. William Ruto Arap Tamar is showing Kenyans the middle finger. And he's doing so because he wants to turn this country into a police state. 3 months down the line, no police officer has been held to account for all the deaths that have occurred as a result of police brutality. No one has been called to account. The institutions that we have created in this country, they have completely been watered down and been rendered helpless. You might think that Mr. William Ruto Arap Tamar has any love for our constitution, or unto you who may make such kind of attribute to him. The fact is, Mr. William Ruto Arap Tamar has abrogated and suspended our constitution. The actions may not be de jure ones. They may be only be de facto. That he has suspended our constitution by his actions and deeds. Those actions and deeds have completely indicated or evidences that William Ruto Arap Tamar has suspended our constitution. And it is therefore our obligations, it's therefore our duty to come out in defense of this constitution. We give it unto ourselves, We must come out and defend it. Ask yourself a further question. How comes that he can decide to give our airport, our symbol of heritage, our symbol of sovereignty, to thugs, people who cannot meet the test of integrity? Isn't that contempt on the people of Kenya? Isn't that contempt on our constitution? How comes he could be convinced and is comfortable and he sleeps comfortably, knowing very well that he has not involved us in those particular actions, if he does not have contempt for us? And the question is, a person who has shown contempt to our constitution and to our sovereignty, does he deserve to continue leading us? Does he continue to deserve to be our president? A person who has orchestrated and perpetuated the killing and the butchering of the people of Kenya, does he still deserve to be addressed as His Excellency? We must ask ourselves those very fundamental questions. And then subsequent to those questions, we must come up with a remedy. And the remedy is making sure that Mr. William Ruto get restless nights. He gets no peace in this country. Why is it so difficult for him to issue Kenyans with identity cards? Are they his? Are we telling him to utilize the money that he has looted from us to print ID cards for us? You know, I mean, he cannot steal our money and continue to steal our identity as Kenyans. The moment you refuse to issue IDs to the people of Kenya, and denying them their citizenry identity. And that is why I agree with the call of today that the streets are calling. And we must understand that the streets are now the streets that are now calling. It's not just the streets. Our streets have become an institution of alternative aggression. So they are not just streets. They are constitutional institutions where Kenyans can express themselves, where Kenyans can express their desire for good governance. We cannot go through parliament. He has no respect for it. We cannot go through courts. They are disobeying courts orders left and right and center. So the only avenue and institution that has been left to us that can be utilized to hold Mr. William Ruto Arap Tama accountable are the streets. And therefore, we must hit the streets in defense of ourselves, in defense of our sovereignty, in defense of our constitution, in defense of our food security, in defense of the institutions that are not able to defend themselves. The streets must be the only place where we can speak loudly for this tyrant, for this despot to hear us. And therefore, I agree with the call that we must hit the streets. We cannot allow him to continue messing our country. We cannot allow him to sell our sovereignty. We cannot allow him to make us helpless and make us look like we have no alternative avenues within which we can address our challenges, our plight, the situation that has been created to us. We are not concerned about the Mount Kenya issues. Those are diversionary tactics. Our issue is one. Mr. William Ruto Arap Tama and his deputy president, the former DU, the former member of parliament for Mathera. That is the problem that is ailing this country. We shall not allow any diversionary tactics. And in Kikuyu we say, there is no utemuvea, utemudhungu na muvea. That means during the colonial times, you could not distinguish between a colonial administrator and a priest. Wote ni kitu moja. Mr. William Ruto Arap Tama is as bad, is as filthy as his deputy, the former DO. So it's kwenye William Ruto tutampeleka, ndiko tutapeleka his deputy. Tukimpeleka kamiti, wanaenda kamiti wote. And we must rise up in defense of ourselves. Thank you, KOT, for granting me this opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you much. Ndegwa Wakili, and I wanted to ask you a question. Uh, you probably must have come across that a clip where a student from Multimedia University was
Yes,
brutally harassed by a police officer, and of course, after he was beaten, they done what they did, and then
yes,
they lobbied a tear gas canister
yes, I
in
did.
his legs. Yeah, and so the guy currently is in hospital. I'm told he'll be undergoing a surgery tomorrow. So, our question is, can we file a case against that police officer? And what are the procedures? What do we need to do?
Let me tell you, and Willis is present. He has done an amazing job in Kisumu through the case of Baby Pendle. The law allows us to go individually for that particular perpetrator. We isolate him and we go for him. And until we start taking actions against individual, continue to butcher us, they'll continue to abduct us. It is right that we go.
Seems we're losing him.
Sorry, I'm
Wakili,
sorry.
we are losing you.
Oh, sorry, it's Mama who was calling, but I'll so we need to have the medical treatment notes with us, and we need to have a well-filled medical treatment and the cause of the injuries given to us. Then we need to have this police officer properly identified. Then we file an action for tort against him. Subsequent to which, we also commence the processes of removing him. We also commence as a criminal case. We write to the DPP. We ask him to have that case investigated. We give him 7 days. If he doesn't, we commence private prosecution as against these perpetrators.
Mr. Ndegwa,
We are not helpless.
Mr. Ndegwa,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Ndegwa.
Yes.
Okay, principal hapa speaking, yeah? Okay, my
All right.
seniors, Kioti, Toria, I'm sorry. Ni kama nimehijack space, sikuwa nimepewa nafasi kuongea, but nataka kuongea kitu kidogo tafadhali. Good evening everyone, eh? Mr. Ndegwa,
No, nani?
wait,
No,
wait a
Prince.
minute.
You want to know?
Kioti, please.
Prince, just a minute.
Niko na swali
No, no,
hapo
no,
mahali
just
yako.
a
Please,
minute.
Kioti, niko na swali mahali yako hapo. Please,
Just a minute.
brother. And
Just a minute. So, I wanted to know whether you wanted to speak or ask Wakili a question. And of course, in these spaces, you always have decorum. And so, just answer me. You want to ask him a question or you want to speak?
I want to say something here, kwa sababu unajua amesema ati huyo polisi anafaa kuwa clearly identified, eh? Mind you, I'm one of...
So,
Wait a minute.
okay. Prince, just a minute. Let him finish his submission and then you'll come after him. Kindly. Ndegwa, kindly proceed.
Thank you. Sorry, thank you for that intervention. I was saying that we need to take actions individually. We have established a jurisprudence in this country where we can go individually either for the persons issuing the command or for that is called in a command responsibility, or for the persons responsible, individual criminal responsibility as against that particular person. So we need to write to the DPP to ask him to authorize, and I don't know whom he's going to authorize because the IG is no longer an IG, is a committee convict. He has no capacity to instruct any police officer. So we'll have a challenge there because the DPP, the law, the constitution, and that 157 says that the DPP can instruct the IG to commence investigations as against any person. Now that the IG, in my view, has no capacity to investigate or to command any person because he's a convict, we'll have a challenge, but that is a temporary one. In the meantime, we can initiate the civil procedure processes as we await the commencement of criminal procedure. Let it not be lost to any Kenyan listening to us that any police who is executing the command as given by the committed convict in the name of Masengeli because he has lost his official identity is executing unlawful and unconstitutional command. And therefore, he is personally to be held responsible and liable for the offenses that he actuates or commits during the existence of this situation. So, Masengeli has no capacity to command any Kenyan, any police officer to execute a particular task. And that is why even when we go to court, the arrests now being procured are also unconstitutional because there is no command. And Article 140, Article 240, all the way to 242, 243, provides that the IG is the one who can command. And that is the IG who fits the bill and who meets the constitutional threshold. The moment you are convicted, you are declothed and you are deflowered of your ability to command. And therefore, any arrest, either of any criminal of whatsoever nature, and presented to court as currently considered as a police officer, sorry, police national commission, sorry, national police service is currently constituted, is unconstitutional. And we must bring these issues so that William Ruto Arap Tama can understand the consequences of him maintaining a convict in the chain of command of the police officers. Thank you. I can take the question.
Okay, okay. So, Prince Bahai, you can ask the question.
Mr. Ndegwa.
Prince.
Okay, good evening everyone. My name is Prince Baha. Sasa Mr. Ndegwa, kuna swali moja tu ama anataka kuongea kitu moja. Inaweza kuwa swali ama anaweza kuwa naongea, but at the same time nataka unijibu. Kwa sababu ukisema ati polisi, we have to identify the police officer, we have to clearly identify the police officer. You have to know that these guys wakikuja kwa maandamano wanatoka kutoka station tofauti tofauti. Tukisema kama ni Nairobi CBD, wanatoka all over Nairobi. Hujui mtu ametoka wapi. Na hawakuja na uniform ya kawaida, wanakuja na uniform wanatanga jungle. Jungle haina namba ya polisi. Unaelewa? Mbona nasema hivi? I am one of the victims. I was shot 8 times. Nimekuwa Kenyatta, nimekuwa kwa Law Society of Kenya, nikawapea evidence zote. Mpaka leo wanasema tunataka ushahidi wa kutosha tutupeleke kesi kotini. Ushahidi gani ingine? Like Mr. Ndegwa, hebu nijibu. Unataka ushahidi gani ingine? Kwa sababu huyo ako hospitalini, mimi nimekuwa hospitalini. Na huyo pia atatoka kama mimi, atakuwa na papers zote, mimi niko na papers zote, kwanza mwanzo mpaka mwisho. Nikiingia hospitalini, nikipigwa picha, nikienda theater, nikienda clinic mpaka mwisho. Nilipeleka yote kwa LSK headquarters. Wananambia ati mpaka sijui kesi zijae, sijui mpaka tuko na ushahidi wa kutosha na tuende kotini. Hiyo ni kumaanisha hakuna siku hii Kenya polisi atachukuliwa hatua, kwa sababu kitu cha kwanza hatujui ni polisi mgani, hatujui anaitwa nani, hatujui ametoka wapi. Tafadhali tuombee solution nyingine. It's either akitupiga tumupige ama utuambie chenye tunataka kufanya. Mr. Ndegwa, please come on.
Thank you very much, KOT. You can understand where my friend is coming from, that he is a victim of police brutality and that he has been shot. He wasn't shot by a civilian, he was shot by police officers. So there are two ways we can do it, and I'll address that issue there, with the LSK, and most importantly the president, who is very well able. The first thing why I am speaking about identity is if you want to go for criminal liability, we must identify the culprit. If you want to go for civil claim, then we can sue the state in a civil claim. But remember, in a civil claim where you are suing the state and you're suing the Attorney General for compensation or for damages suffered by the victims, the police officer who perpetuated or perpetrated that heinous act is immunized. And that will not stop them because they realize that even if I shoot, the liability will go to the state and the state will cover up for me in case I'm even the state is condemned, the state will pay the damages. But the moment we declothe and we lift the veil, and we say that the moment you commit a crime, we shall come for you individually and we shall not sue the state, then and we shall come for you and the damages will be strictly attributed to you. They are going to step back and be careful in the manner in which they behave. That is why I'm saying identity of the perpetrator is quite important, so that we individually go for you and single you out. That's why identity, again, I repeat, is very important. But in the absence of the identity, depending on the procedure you
Mr.
want to
Ndegwa,
initiate, we can still go for them.
Mr.
Yes.
Ndegwa, please, Mr. Ndegwa, listen to me. These guys are not fools. They know what they're doing. From the word go, they know what they're doing. That's why they come in jungles. Huwezi jua wametoka wapi, gari zao hazina unajua kwa sheria ya Kenya kama mimi si wakili na sijaisomea sheria, wewe ndo wakili hapa, nikiwa nimekosea hebu niambie nimekosea, lakini kwa sheria ya Kenya gari ya polisi kama ni Embakasi Police Station inafaa kuwa imeandikwa Embakasi Police Station, yes or no?
That's correct.
Thank you. Kwa nini hizi gari wanakuja nazo kwa street hazina jina ya polisi? Hata wale wanakuja na gari za civilians hazina namba, wao wenyewe hawana uniform, na hata wale kwa gari za polisi hawana tag, name tag hawana, hakuna police number. Why do you think they're doing all that? Because they know what they're doing. So you telling me that, wait a minute, you telling me that I have to personally identify the police officer who shot me? Like, bro, unaniambia nini? Damujua aje shwali. Mr. Ndegwa.
I understand where you are coming from, my brother. I even hear you. And there was a petition we even filed as LSK, and we said that no police officer should go to the streets without proper insignias that are capable
Okay,
of identification.
stop right there. Stop right there.
They are doing this
Stop right there. Hiyo kitu wewe kama wakili ishaifanyika hii Kenya?
Yes, it has.
Where? Hebu nionyeshe kwa maandamano gari yenye imekuja hapo na identification like hii ni gari kutoka police station fulani, ama polisi amekuja na name tag like
Hey, bwana, hii space naona tukienda a wrong trajectory. First of all, on this space we were speaking about Thursday, but I brought Wakili Ndegwa to speak about what we need to do on Thursday. Then I asked him a question: if the person, the police officer mwenye ame lobby ya tear gas leo kwa a student hapo Multimedia University anaweza chukuliwa hatua. And so I only wanted to get directions from Wakili, yeah. So Prince Baha, I know where you are coming from personally. I know how how such an issue inaku affect in fact directly. And so ningependa sana to hold hapo kidogo, we proceed with this conversation yenye tulikuwa nayo, and then probably we'll find the way forward. You can have a side chat with nani Wakili, probably akueleze how we can go about it to ensure that such police officers are also brought into books and are accounted for what they have been doing. So tafadhali ningependa sana to proceed na conversation venye ilikuwa, because naona ni kama we are losing the track. So Prince Baha, just hold on there because
okay, I mean,
we had a very long
just a minute please. Okay, siongee kitu.
Bro, honestly,
okay.
Mimi sitakangi kulipuka. Nikianza kulipuka hapa nitafunga hii space na tuende tulale. So we had a very long queue here on this space, watu walikuja hapa, and I want to endelea na hiyo queue. You are the last person to be approved for the microphone immediately after Sakawa, I mean. So mkiniletea hapa stress bana, nitafunga hii kitu na niende nilale juu there is nobody who is paying me to hold this space here. Msinikasirishe bana. Hey, Kavuli, vipi?
KOT.
Kavuli
It's Farah. I wanted to ask Ndegwa swali, if possible.
Farah, relax.
Sawa.
Nafuata naitwaje Q venye mlikuja kindly bana, mkinisumbua hivi nitafunga hii kitu niende nilale. Look at these guys. Hey, you are not paying me to do this bana.
It's okay bro, haina shida,
Kavuli,
pole.
Kavuli.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I joined the meeting a little bit late, though I may not understand where you're coming from, but since I can read from the headline, the topic that we are going back the streets are calling. So let me say this. Even as we discuss about other things, I want to say that we should get back to the streets with full force. And if possible, let us incorporate universities because they're the ones actually who are suffering even more than everybody else. So on Thursday, let us organize, mobilize from wherever you are, Marvin and your colleagues, like in Kenya and everyone else. Let's mobilize people to turn out in large numbers on Thursday. It seems like police have forgotten that we are not to the streets. You saw what happened today in multimedia, you know. Almost kuna mali ilifika nikasikia kunganisha kichwa kwa ukuta bana juu ya hasira. Police are almost killing a student who is very harmless. So if you allow them to continue killing us and torturing us every time, polisi wataanza kutuzoea vibaya. So what I want to request that let us get back to the streets as soon as tomorrow. And this time round, we should occupy CBD in a serious note, please. You know, majority of us make noise online, huku kwa Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, but on the ground, there are no numbers. Some of us are known for demonstrating, protesting online. You know, I think there is no protest that I've ever missed. I've gone to all of them. In fact, we were towards State House the day we were told not to occupy State House. You know, we almost got there, but let us occupy streets on Monday. We should bring everything on Nairobi, you know, in Nairobi to come to a standstill on Thursday. I know, Marvin, you're a good mobilizer from your hand. Please, akina Mkenya Mzee and everybody else. Akina senior, I usually call him senior counsel, Degwa, though he blocked me. But let us have a protest on Thursday to remind William Ruto and his fellow, you know, thugs and criminals that we are coming for them, that we have not gotten tired, we are very strong. So tumekaa sana bila kwenda maandamano. Polisi sasa wakaanza kufikiria yes they can just go to our, you know, schools, I mean our universities, you know, tear gas us and do everything else banned to us. So on Thursday we are doing what we call a comeback, and we must also incorporate students of universities, colleges, everybody. I'll be very happy if I get good numbers on Thursday in CBD, where there is no movement of people. Like the whole streets everywhere is occupied. Please, I think my phone is almost going down 2%. So I want to leave it at that and request Ndegwa, senior counsel, I used to call him senior counsel, to side chat me somewhere. We need to have some conversation. Thank you, Marvin. Have a good night, everybody.
Okay. Thank you so much, Kavuli. So guys, personally, I'm a guy mwenye napenda ustaarabu na utaratibu bana. So a few minutes ago karibu mnitoe wazimu. You know, and I can see Wilioeba is here. Is a good injector. Yeah, kama guys hamujasikia ile wimbo yenye Wilioeba and Nonini walirecord and akina Small Lethal inaitwa I'm Offended. You guys need to actually look for that song on YouTube, muisikize. Ukisikiza hiyo song from the beginning to the end, mahali Wilioeba ana call out nani Aviator Governor, honestly you'll be offended. Na hiyo Thursday everything utaeka chini, then we'll meet to the streets. So thank you so much, Kavuli. Prince Baha, let me now give you this chance officially.
Okay. Kioti, my big brother, thank you so much. No, not my big brother, my young brother. My young brother. Toria, hi. Kia Daima, my good friend. Kavuli, my good friend. Saka, my comrade. Ndegwa, we have never interacted, eh? I'm sorry. Mugala.
Yes.
Okay. Sasa, Mr. Ndegwa. Mr. Ndegwa,
Yes, I can hear you,
please, I want you
Prince.
to unmute your mic, eh? And I want you to answer direct. So, usingoje mpaka nimalize, nataka nikiuliza ujibu. Sasa hapa ni mimi na wewe, watu sikize kidogo tafadhali. So, nataka kuanza nikisema hivi, eh? Mr. Ndegwa, umesema kama sijakosea. Unajua nimeingia late, nilikuwa kwa barabara samani, nilikuwa nimetoka Narok, eh? Sasa nimeingia Embakasi. Mimi niko utawala na siogopi wanikujia wakitaka kuniua niue, niko utawala Benedicta. I don't fear anything. So, nilikuwa kwa barabara wakati hii space ikianza. Sasa ndo nimefika kama hata sijakula. Nimefika kama nimeingia tu nikiweka simu kwa moto na nikaingia kwa space. So Mr. Ndego nimesikia Maru umesema ati for you to sue an officer you have to clearly identify that officer. Okay, mimi si lawyer na mimi sijaisomea hata sheria. Samani sana kwa hiyo. Lakini nataka kukuambia kitu moja. Hawa watu ni wakora. Na wakora ni wakora tu wakati wote. Mimi okay, I know. Go to my profile utajua. So hakuna mtu anaenda kufanya uhalifu anaendanga hapo, hata mwizi anaendanga kama amevaa mask. Kwani wanavanga mask? Kwa sababu hata kujulikana. Polisi wote hata wale waleo wa kule wale wa matimi. Mimi nimeona kwa tele ya KOT. Mimi bado sijakuwa online the whole day. Liko kwa barabara. Lakini kiingia parking niliona KOT ametweet na nikirepost. Unaelewa? Ukiangalia vizuri, hao polisi wako kwa jungle. Hiyo uniform wanaendanga jungle. Hiyo jungle hainanga namba, hainanga ati name tag, hapo hakuna gari. Like Mr. Ndegwa, okay, explain to me kama Karen Nyamu. Utajuaje huyu mtu anaitwa nani ama ametoka wapi? Mr. Ndegwa, please go ahead.
Okay. Of course, I know I cannot explain to you like that person you have mentioned.
No, explain for me
From
to me like Karen Nyamu. Or like okay, a grade two people.
Okay. When you speak of Karen Nyambo, I hope you're not speaking of intellectual capacity.
Of course I do. Of course
Um,
I do.
yeah. And that perhaps I may not hold a similar view, or I may hold one. I may say that I'll of course I chat you as advised, and I had not blocked my good friend. I think I don't know what happened to the phone, but I can see now we are good. Um, there are two processes. There is a civil claim and a criminal claim. In a criminal liability, it's an individual who is answerable for the offenses alleged to have been committed. And therefore, that person must be clearly known and identified. In a civil liability, there are two ways one can initiate. The first one is where you want to initiate the civil liability claim as against the person who shot you. In the absence of identity, you institute that civil claim as against the state because whoever shot you was an agent of the state. But we also want to achieve two things here. We want to achieve compensation for the victim, number one. Number two, we want also to achieve deterrence and retribution. Deterrence on the person who may wish to shoot somebody in the future, because he or she will be knowing that police XYZ shot somebody and a civil claim was brought directly against him or her, and he was compelled to compensate his victim by the court. So we achieve two objectives where we deter future police officers from killing and shooting people aimlessly. Number two, we also achieve the compensation for the victim. For for the offenses and the transgressions done. That's why identity is important. And that's all. Doesn't mean that you have no claim. You have a claim as against the state.
Mr. Ndegwa,
Because the police officer, yes.
Mr. Ndegwa.
KOT, over to you.
No, wait a minute. This is Principal Hub speaking, eh? Mr. Ndegwa, listen to me first, eh? Unajua mimi nataka tukue fair na tukue straightforward, eh? Tusifanye kama tuko Germany hapa. Na tusifanye kama hapo tuko nchi nyingine yenye iko najua sheria sana. Hapa tuko Kenya. Wewe ni wakili, mimi siwezi somea sheria na sema nimesomea sheria. Ile kitu najua, sijui. That's why you are here. Kutuambia mahali tunakosea. Lakini kuulize Mr. Ndegwa, let's be honest. Wewe ndo polisi ajifunge, avae mask, atoe police number kwa gari yake, aende street apige risasi mtu.
Excuse. Sorry, Prince, for cutting you short. I understand your pain, and I think Mr. Dego amepeana in two directives. So one thing, we understand the police we are dealing with, they are rogue police, and I'm not trying to put myself in your shoes of getting 8 bullets, but sikutaka we belabor the point, because Mr. Dego amekupea a very straight approach that it's not that all is lost, because now you can now initiate a case against the state. As well, I'm not a lawyer, but nilikuwa tunataka I mean, if you can even book an appointment, and the good thing I like with the spaces is to bring closer to this to the resources, even human resources. So I don't want us to belabor that point. And since our police are operating the way they're operating, even with the court directives, you can always now you have a directive whereby you can initiate the case against the state. So my brother, ningetaka tu we be able to move past this monologue for now, so that we can also keep the conversation moving. And in case other people have any questions towards Degwa, inaweza pia saidia sana. The reason why we convened the space today ilikuwa to focus on Thursday and the planning of Thursday. So I understand you've consumed too many, but I didn't mean to cut you short. I didn't want the monologue continue sana, because whatever Mr. Degwa can do, he can do. At the moment, he doesn't sit in any position in the police or giving the directives. But as a lawyer, I feel like amesaidia where he needs kusaidia. So allow me to allow the conversation to move forward, Prince. That's all I wanted to say. Yes, who was the next person in line?
Okay, Mkenyedema, thank you so much. I've heard you. Now, the good thing is, Mr. Ndegwa, actually, he has followed me. So I'll follow back, then I'll gauge him in inbox, eh? So wacha mimi nikiingia, kwanza niliwaambia nilikuwa kwa safari. Huyo comrade ako wapi? Ameumia? Ako hospitali gani? I'll take it from there. Tafadhali. Alafu kama kuna issue ya kuraise, tutaraise. Mimi mwenyewe nikiwa kwa hiyo hospitali, juu nimepitia hiyo na siwezi kubali mwingine apitie nimepitia. Ukiona mimi niko na machungu, sasa mimi niko hapa na ubaya na mtu. Hapa nyi wote wengi hatujui kutana. Wale tumekutana. Na sidhani tumeshare sana. Lakini tukue na ukweli. Mr. Ndegwa takuengage inbox, alafu tutajua vitu tutafanya, lakini nimekuambia mapema kwamba nilifika paka kwa LSK headquarters na wakanambia no, sisi lazima kesi ziko mingi tupeleke. Nikamwambia mnataka kesi ziko ngapi? Like mimi nimeleta kesi yangu, mnaweza kesi yangu kama yangu. Wakasema hapana, lazima ziko mingi. So okay, nitaachana hiyo kitu. KOT, please share huyo comrade ako wapi, hospitali gani tafadhali, na anasafa nini, please KOT.
Let me just follow up na mtu ameenda kumwona hospitali, then I'll talk to you in your DM.
Okay, I'll appreciate. Now once you share, I'll be there earlier in the morning, because I know what people go through wakiwa hosi. Wengine wanaenda kwa hosi zenye, unajua kama mimi nilikuwa Kenyatta, but me, okay, I thank God, I was taken to daycare. That is a VIP ward. So I was like, nilikuwa na nurses all through, like nilikuwa na doctors nikiwahitaji, but kuna watu wanapelekwa mahali wodi ya kawaida, mtu anataka kitu na hawezi pata, na mtu hana mtu wa kumsimamia. So that pain, please, sitaki mtu aipitie. So tafadhali, once you confirm, let me know, alafu tuendelee na space kama kawaida, tuachane story imeisha. Mimi nitaengage Ndegwa kwa DM, alafu kesho mimi nitajua nitafanya, alafu nitashare kwa TL yangu. Asanteni sana.
Okay. So guys, hasira zisipungue bana, ziendelee kupanda sasa na to inject in the right way.
Kioti,
So
wait, Kioti. Bro, wewe ni brother yangu mdogo. Wewe ni pumbavu.
Prince.
Imagine, unasema hasira isipungue, alafu unataka kumaliza space juu tumekasirika. Like, naomba kupiga makofi.
We Prince bwana. Wewe naona ningekupeleka huku chini usikize hii space na madam unaitwa Wanjiru Githiomi. Nitawaweka huko chini wote msikize tu huko chini. Hey bwana, mnaweza fanya mtu arukwe na wazimu jamani. Anyway, Prince, just relax there. Nitakutafutia wewe mtu mahali yako na nikutumie DM. Na ukitaka tuende kesho wote, we'll go and see him. And so David Njoroge, jambo. David. Okay, naona David ni kama bado hayuko ready. Acha nitafute Joshua Mugalia. Okay, hao ni kama hawanisikii. Kaka, jambo.
Hi. I hope mnanisikia. You
Yeah,
can
sure,
confirm.
tunakusikia, endelea.
So thank you for this opportunity. My name is Kaka. I'm also a lawyer, and first of all, not in as much as tuna inject as what KOT is putting to see tusifanye overboard because it's going to distract the space. I think we are very matured people, and of the most important thing that we want from this space is actually deliberation and the way forward. And let me say that anybody who is going to be arrested, as we've been doing there before, we are ready to bail them out. I'm ready. My details are there. And we have a good number of lawyers also who will be willing to do all that. My learned friend Diego is associate there. So that it can help this country move forward in a very good decorums to build a society of ethics and conduct. I would love to say a few things. One is that I've not been actively participating on spaces. I had flee outside the country. As I told you guys that I was also one of the abductees sometimes back, still for the same matters. And I've been following the issue with the Kitangela 3. And I was under Honorable Justice Rotich with the Senior Principal Magistrate in Milimani Commercial. And there's so many things that are happening actually. And I think Wakili Ndegwa, I'm not sure whether we can be able to sue the government in a criminal matter. There's this guy mwenye alikuwa na Prince B, Prince B, I think. Get your name, Prince B. Prince Baha, sorry. So Prince Baha, in as much as we will love to sue the police and the forces department in different sort of manner of the way they are in streets and deployed, remember that this is the reason why the police sometimes appears like that, in as much as the law says that there should be an identity, because you are supposed to identify a policeman by one, uniform, two, of course, he's entitled to have a gun, so you can actually know that at least these ones are forces from different. But remember that also, and that particular kind of commotion and all those sort of thing, in such matters, the government also deploys people who do investigation sort of manner of things, because when you want to do a protest, the first thing that you normally do that is mandatory and is required by the law is basically for you to notify them. And if you don't notify them, then you'll be violating the law under the penal code, which is actually, especially when man of being run through at a messages that let me just say this, because we are all bitter and we've all through this. Prince Baha, I know you are bitter. I'm also bitter. Lakini information is power. The biggest thing that you can ever negotiate for in a table of negotiation is information. So take this from me, because sometimes peer, but know how things work and how things move on and what is the best way you can able to move out. And even as we plan for this demonstration on Thursday, we believe that we are here burning the midnight oil for all of us, for the interest of the public, Kenyans. Otherwise, if you will not be here, then if not be for a good cause, and basically to make sure that we have got good numbers on the street. And yeah, help here to help. And in case of anything, feel free. I'm actually going also to share my contact in case of any. I don't know that QT you have. I think you need to have also some kind of an order to make sure that in whatever manner things are going to happen in the street, we those in finish day in MMU with the tear gas and canisters and with those students. And we really discourage such kind of excessive force by the police. And I'm not sure whether that has been taken. I don't know who has that, whether it has been pushed forward. Don't know who is handling the matter, but I'd love to know so that we can be able to help also and assist. So I'll stop there so that I can give others to talk into it, that maybe we'll have to chip in knowledge in terms of how these matters are handled with the police, how we can be able to. I don't know that Ndego has dropped, but I wanted him to answer me because okay, anyway, I'll stop there. Coyote take over, and then I can still talk later.
Okay. Thank you so much, Kaka. And so I wanted to bring Sammy. Sammy, jambo. Sammy. Okay, when you are ready, you let me know. David, Kamande, jambo. Okay, David has dropped. The L Chief.
Hello, did we lose Coyote?
No, not really. Just Sammy, just proceed. Hope you can hear me. Mkenya or Toria, anybody kindly.
Hebu ambia Sami namsikia.
Namsikia.
Okay, Sami unasikika bana. Sami unasikika. So kindly
Okay,
jump
so
in.
shall I go ahead?
Yes, please.
Okay. I have three very short comments. Okay. Number one, I agree with the earlier speaker who said I think it's important that we follow the law. We should not be, we fall afoul of the law, criminalizing people who are breaking the law, and we're also breaking the law. So let's put in our notice if we intend to have a protest on Thursday. So go ahead and put in do this if we're going to do this in a sustainable manner. I'm suggesting perhaps we consider sit-in protests as opposed to walking protests as one of the strategies that we could develop or could embed. These are very easy to organize a peaceful protest as opposed to running. And so I'd suggest that you actually do that. A third thing I wanted to suggest is this. Maybe we should also give roles to people. Like, for example, I saw the clip today of the multimedia university. Nothing stops us. Special roles take footage, high camera footage that we can post online, because even if they mask the identity, that could help in the future. And so maybe perhaps we should give responsibilities to people during the protest to have that as their primary responsibility. To say thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah,
Okay.
Sammy, you done?
Sartoria, proceed.
Yes, I'm done. That's it.
Sammy, okay. The electrify.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Najaribu sana kutafuta hiyo network nikaipata. So I have 3 points to put across. Hope I'm audible enough to everyone. Everything is planned on paper as everything that's happening in our country. All of a sudden, attention is switched to other tragedies. First, reject finance bill, Kware, Indarasha, parliament, Adani Fakari, abductions and killings, intergovernmental wars, university funding system. They are now winning against us. What is left for us is to push and push harder, attack them when they are unprepared, appear where you are not expected. It should be shut down Kenya, not just Nairobi. Now, if you allow me to go to the episodes of The Edge of Darkness, I've prepared this. War is war. Back in the days, wazungu walikam in the name of exploration, meditation ya Waafrika ilitudanganya, eti tutapewa medication, ilali NHIF na migomo ya madaktari inatuandama hadi wa leo. Education as it was promised is a key to success, but walafi na mafisi walinyakua ufunguo wakatujengea jela. I'm a fighter but place nimefikishwa, vita nimeachia sagod, manake ya mwili imenishinda. We are blessed with intelligent minds to differentiate between gens and dents. Tushawekwa vidonda na wanasiasa claiming that wanatufanyia kazi, yet wao wanafanyia tumbo zao. Sisi ndio tuliwaweka hapo, and just a reminder, the power belongs to the people. We as the people are being vandalized, traumatized and sold fear, all in the name of governance. Kila time wananchi wanalia, wenzao wamelala nchi 6 chini, uchumi nchini umezorota, enyewe pesa kwa wanasiasa, shida na mahangaiko kwa wananchi. Safari za kwenda ng'ambo zimekuwa mingi ambazo hazina msingi. Utadhani rais ni tiktoker. Sorry, mtukufu lies. Enyewe mtukufu lies, hakuna rais hapa cause we gonna hit harder than you expect. Utadhani tunamwona, kumbe wengi watasherekea matanga yako. Abductions, police brutality, killings zimekuwa kwa manifesto. Manze, stop the fuckery and govern us well. Governors have slept and they no longer serve the citizens who elected them. No sooner they wake up from their sleep than our movement will be on fire, rage, anger, cries for dominance. Sincerely speaking, churches are the active supporters of bad governance, hypocrisy, mockery, and political differences. Hii imeleta division
between our ethnicity, hata huwezi tofautisha location na district. Mali ya umma imekuwa mavuno kwa mwanasiasa. Basi tujitie muhanga, tukaze tumbo, tuchukue jukumu and decide our cries. Kuteseka, ukoloni mamboleo, iwe nightmare kwa wanasiasa. Politicians, together with the police force and the clergy, have shown us that there is no respect for the Kenyan flag, and it's time flag iwe na rangi moja. Red for danger, red for corruption, red for manipulation, red for abductions and killings, red for war, because definitely war is war. In most cases, there's no respect for Kenyans. Patriotism, no respect for human life, no respect at all. The law in our country is working for those who are well. Cases in courts have stalled kuumiza mtu wa chini, wananchi and everyone involved. Now police posts are meant for utumishi kwa wote wenye hela. Why do we have police forces and they can't secure citizens, practice patriotism and kill nepotism and tribalism? We are living in a mess, and it's high time we change the system for the betterment of Kenyans. Let everyone come out. Let all rage. The streets are calling, as they say. This is our responsibility. Because ability tunayo, unity na stability tutaomba God. We stop lying to each other kila time mtu anaumia in one way or another. We go again and again. One motive, one mission. Zakayo ashuke, because war is war. And that was it.
Thank you so much. It's so inspiring. Hey, Mkenya huko bado? Mkenya Kaifafa. KOT. We, ni sawa tu. Mangati, are you there?
Tuko hapa. What happens ni, unajua bana, kuna vitu mingi tunafanya huku chini. Sasa unapata tuko kwa app kama 500, by the time tunakimbia kuja kwa nini, kwa nfungua the mic tukwambie tuko hapa, unapata ushaenda. So guys, yeah, before Mangati ya jumping, me ningo request to only one favor. There is a post I've put there. She's one of my friend. She was assaulted by MCA for Komarok, and tomorrow a case will be in court. If you get time, go through it, just retweet to make sure that it's a story that was aired on Citizen na pia imekuwa aired on NTV leo jioni, and we are pushing for her to get justice because we need to end GBV. So guys, ukiona tu hiyo post yenye nimeekelea hapo ya MCA Joy Muthoni, so kindly just retweet it, and we hope she gets justice. And you can leave a message there, wishing a quick recovery. It appreciate pia. So yeah, I know we are several guys here, and your retweet will mean a lot because the case will be happening tomorrow, and it will mean a lot. Thank you. Hiyo ni ka short request. Naona kaka ameinua mkono. Kindly jump in.
Okay, thanks. I just remember that I forgot something small before I dropped out. Mkenya Daima, let me know what the issue is. Let me know who has the case. And also let me know the kind of the help that we'll have to have. We will help where we can. And the other thing is, maybe this is to KOT and Tori will be what? Where is how does the direction for the campaigns look like? That's number one. What is the logistics? How is it happening? Do we have like all those sort of things? And I also know that last time when we were doing this, even when we were planning for Occupy JKIA, we were really like kind of strict, because one of the things that we are trying to make sure that we do is that at least we have a sort of a budget, because there are things that sometimes need emergencies, and these the very first mandamano that we did. If you remember the first Gen Z's mandamano that happened, the one that was peaceful before everything was tainted by bringing the goons on the street to start and scatter the young people with the good intention, is that the medics practitioners pia waligang up somewhere around hapo know how the matrix looks like, ndio tuweze kujua how can we push also for the emergency response teams, because I know that probably once we have a good number of people in the street on Thursday, then it is going again to bring back for the thing that we had before. Although I know that this is actually going to be peaceful mandamano can truly be anticipated. According to Article 37, nobody is actually blocked from picketing, assembling, and basically sharing out their minds on the to the authorities about what they do not like. The demanding for good governance is never. It is a mandatory in the constitution that gives you a right as a citizen to do all that. So we will have to know that, so that um, we can be able to see the best possible way. So that I'm trying to say this so that we will try to avoid a scenario whereby like what happened last time in for the people that were coming from Kikuyu. I remember they were blocked at around at the exit of expressway hapo karibu na ION. Ukiingia hapo kwa those there's an exit over there, the same way to actively participate in these campaigns. So we'll have to know what's the mode and what is the how things are actually looking like. This one can be confirmed by KOT, and then um, how do we marshal forces to make sure that there's also some resources to make sure that just in case of injuries, because they're always going to be there. In fact, one of the bad thing in Kenya that I have realized is that the police always intimidate people by throwing tear gas, and when they do that, people will throw stones. So it is the biggest problem that we have, that people cannot actually march this one towards whatever they're supposed to be, or where they're supposed to end to, like where the end point of this campaign is supposed to be. The other strategy, I spoke with Morara Kibaso today early in the morning about the same thing, and I talked also with Americs about if we can be able to like still reach out. We had UNHCR last time, and we still can still talk to them over the same, and Red Cross also to, yeah, just because I know really it can look good, like as we are talking here in the space, we may look good, like, yeah, but outside that things can be crazy. And one thing that I fear is that we do not want to lose life the way we did it to expense of someone who is going to go to power. We don't want to go to lose lives of a 50 plus young people, and then we come and give like a bad CSS and other people, some. We do not want to do that. Then lastly, um going forward, I feel like and this is also the other way, it is always going good that we should know that the coin has got two sides. There's a head and there's tail. um I don't know what to format, but I feel like we should also really think critically about how do we negotiate with this government. For example, and I'm not saying like we should go to bed with Ruto and other people, but I'm just saying let's figure out what can really work well for the youth. We have the Ministry for Youth, for example, and it has got over 3 ministries under them that are actually inactive. For example, the CEO that is there, the lady that is there, we actually, I think we championed last time to Mutoi Koyokiti. And how do these offices help the youth now thriving and going forward? So let's figure out those things, because hatuwezi pia kuwa na endless fight forever. And it is, I think I still say this on the spaces that we used to have previously, that we are really fighting against corruption and bad vices, But amid the same thing, if you look at the Democrats that are fighting in the US, for example, also, and the other counterparts, the Republicans, they had demands. For example, Trump says he's going to end immigrants from coming to the US, but Harris Kamala, on the other hand, because she wants to win the Indians and everybody else in the US, she's saying that she belongs to a particular family and all sort of things. So going forward, let's also think in that line. What exactly can it benefit the youth of this country? In which mandatory can you do? The other day we had a new funding model, which actually is already have. I submitted a petition over the same because of the criteria they are using to select these students from needy backgrounds, what semi-needy, all those kind of things. And towards that is that we've already shared a memoranda towards higher education loan board based on how they're supposed to do the loans disbursement, and those are the other criteria. So this one was for the need of the higher learning institution. So what I'm saying is specifically is that we are looking for a solution to a problem, and we cannot have a problem forever. We must have a conclusive matter to do something. So Asante, KOT, and everybody else who is here, I'm going to hop, but let me know how we can help our brother there, as he has said, tumsaidie mazee with whatever we can, ndio tuweze kukua na good way. So let me know also the direction and the end point for the bandamano on Thursday. Asanteni sana.
So Kaka, I hope you can hear me. Confirm before niendelee. At 7 a.m., take your body from your bed or your comfort zone and go to CBD in Nairobi. The rest you will know tukiwa huko, because we're only going to demand for good governance. So I don't think we have a lot of hidden agendas here. We don't have any hidden agenda. We're just demanding good governance, and we are going to exercise our power as in accordance with the constitution under Article 37 of the old constitution, the 2010 constitution. It's no longer new, but 14 years ni nyingi, and so hivyo ndo itakuwa na. So we have been having well wishers, of course. Any person will feel like they want to help people with nini first aid on the streets, they will come there. You saw whatever was happening. Hakuna mtu alikuwa anakuja na maji. I mean, hakuna mtu alikuwa anakosa maji kwa street. Maji ilikuwa. Ungepigwa na tear gas, kuna jamaa alikuwa na knapsack, unapuliziwa kwa macho, then you proceeded. I know that unity, it's still there because we are fighting for the same cause. So hiyo mambo nyingi I don't think kaa tuko nayo. We all know that we need to give a notification kwa polisi to give us security. Unfortunately, najua we'll give them a notice, but they'll not come to give us security, they'll come to abduct us. That's what we know from them. But on Thursday, let us do this. Hata wakifunga barabara, kwa nini must tutumie gari? I walked all the way from CBD nikirudi hiyo tarehe 25, all the way from CBD to Juja kwa miguu, more than 28 kilometers with a group of people. So we'll be there.
Prince, can I interrupt you a bit?
Usijali.
Prince, just a point of correction. We don't notify the police to grant you permission, but you notify the police to give you security. Those are two different things. So
I say security, of course.
You do not wait.
Security.
You do not wait for them to tell you now go ahead and demonstrate. But we don't break the law to uphold the law. It doesn't work like that. So what we do, we have to notify the police that there is mandamano. It has been happening all through. Those mandamano that have been there, they lose their notice for the picketing and the assembly.
I'm sorry, Kaka, please, just a minute. Okay, whoever was talking, that was KOT speaking. It wasn't Prince. Now, it is Prince speaking. Okay, bro, mimi nataka tukubaliane kitu moja. On Thursday, myself, I'm more than ready. Nitakuwa hapo, nitakuwa mstari mbele sana. Lakini nataka tuache, unajua, for us to go ahead, tuache kudanganyana. Ukitaka kwenda mbali, wachana uongo. Tusijifanye hapa ati kwenda kuambia polisi tuende kuandamana itatusaidia ama itafanya polisi wasituue. Polisi ni wapumbavu, ni wale wale. Unajua kiongozi akiwa mjinga, yule mwenye ako pale juu akiwa mpumbavu, akiwa muuaji, hakuna siku polisi atasikiza order. Kama wanafuata order, mbona Masengeli hayuko kamiti? Jamani, hebu tuachane ujinga. Sisi hapa mambo na order ya polisi tuachane nayo. Myself, I'll go for that order, but it won't work, because I know it won't. That is the Kenya we're living in. Haitawai na haijawahi na haitawai. So tufanye hivi kwa sababu wasiseme hawakuwa na I know it won't work. So it's either we decide we work. So it's either we decide we go without it because it won't work. Tuache ujinga hapa. Barua kwa OCS a day before he was abducted. Hebu tafadhali, let's have our sense. Kapa ishafanyika lini? KOT, I respect you, my young brother. Toria, my young sis.
Thank you. I wanted to hata nimesahau kitu nilikuwa nataka kuambia. Ebu Rasji enda. Ebu you talk.
Hey, wow. Tori, hoja
Tell him, I wanted to rectify him somewhere. Na KOT venye amesema you carry your body, I forgot everything.
Wait, Tori, okay. Prince Baha. Kuna mtu anaweza nani kwa anaongea, kwa ni Prince anaongea. Okay, go ahead please.
Okay. You know, when people get tired, now that is the only language. Tuache tu kudanganyana hapa. I know we are here ingekuwa inafuatwa kwa hii country. And I know we will have a very difficult time agreeing with some people in the legal fraternity. But then again, you have to be reminded that you're dealing with a tyrant mwenye amejua vizuri navigating through the legal process na vile anai misuse na anatokea the other side as clean. Like my brother has said here, you don't expect the topic here and let it stick. I heard somebody say we are going to demand accountability, transparency from the Ruto regime, forgetting that Ruto has been hearing these for ages. Amekuwa akisikiza, amesikiza wakati wa finance bill, akaingiza baridi, akakuja akakuwa convinced, akaambia no, it should be business as usual vile kuna kuaga. Hawa wanarant tu wanaongea. So the core business, what for transparency, accountability. Kwa mtu mwenye amekuwa akisikiza hizi vitu zote. The thing here, the nation is tired. We want this man out. Umeelewa? We want this man out. We want to start afresh as a nation. Tumekuanga tukiulizwa sasa Ruto akienda, and that's the same language that Raila came in to save him. Now that you want Ruto out, what next after Ruto is out? My friend, these are questions we can answer once the dragon has been slayed. But as long as he's at the helm of power, these are the things huku chini we are just doing. All these defiance you are seeing from his from his children, unasema watoto wake juu, the people he has appointed, hao ni watu wenye, Ruto does not have advisors. He hires advisors to advise them. So the likes of Masengeli are simply defying orders, court orders, kwa sababu wanajua they have a higher governor. Akiiba, he will be shielded against being held accountable. Umeelewa? Why should not why kwa nini governor asiibe? Ataiba. So the impunity you are seeing all across the country, the opulence that is coming back with our politician, the arrogance that is coming back. You can see somebody like this advice of the government in terms of economy. He just tweets very carelessly. Anasema vile tulipata hii serikali ikiwa broke tutaiacha hivyo. It is simply telling you that tutaiba. They will steal and you will not do anything about it. So when my brother talks very angrily, akiinsist hata mkienda kuitisha hizo mapamit ama mkienda kuitisha ruhusa, I know it is in the law that you notify the police for them kujipanga kukulinda. But do our police do that? And he has gone ahead and said, this is not the Western world. This is Africa. And if it is Africa, and if it is Kenyan, until tutaanza kukua washenzi, umenielewa? Washenzi ile enough, ile design sasa, we are dealing with people who are not listening to the law. We are not advocating for the breakage of law. But what language does William Ruto understand? If William Ruto panicked during the finance bill, believe me, hana any other strategy. All these that the legal fraternity, all my brother, I'm not discouraging anybody. Wacha wenye wanaenda, there are people who can seek all those court permits. Kuna wenye wata petition. Let everybody play his role. But the biggest weight that I will continue insisting every day until we start raising general, and that guy who has spoken, that one is a true general. A general leads in the forefront. This is a war. And if Kenyans are not going to take this as a serious war, this is a serious war that it has put every person's future na watoto wake at stake. Because whatever is going on in this nation, this is a crime scene, like the way Nani has put it. Let us not be divided in such a way that there are people who are now you see the amount of money sasa wameanza kumwaga hapa hata social media to other people. They are pouring because they are stealing billions every day. So they also have money to compromise some of us. So when people start fighting a good initiative kama ya Morala, unaambia sijui amefanya nini. Let Morara concentrate with that area. Yeye amejionesha and he's putting his energy there. Wacha wacheze party yao. Us who can go to the streets and deal with these Subaru boys that have been given some duties za kutuokota hapa na kutupiga na kuua wengine wetu. I still believe there are not many kutushinda sisi. We can still have strategies, and not all strategies are supposed to be. Don't need to come here because there are so many. I've said wametafuta watu. There are people who have opened accounts. Their core mandate is to sit in the house and write all the notes. William Ruto will not come out of power through these cosmetics massage. Because what we are doing, tumekuja tukarealize there are people who also want to massage mdosi, tunaweza fanya hivi, unaweza turekebishia. We cannot beg people we employ. All those bullets that they are buying, all those guns that they are buying, imagine it is your taxes buying that gun to go to kill you. Hakuna kitu ya free. Watu hizo vitu zote hizo manyumba wanaitumia pesa zetu. Na sisi we are the ones financing all their lifestyles. So We are the employers. But in this nation...
Ras, just a minute. Please. I love the
Yeah.
way you are injecting. Please, inject. Inject. Inject.
Let me go on, my brother. And I'm telling Kenyans, hamtakomboa hii nchi kwa cosmetic talking. We need to get out. Wakati tulisema juzi tunaenda JKA. When we said we were going to JKA, we said tujipange, tutoke. Let us stop this idea. Wakati tunasema tuko na maandamano, there are some people also holding. You should love your friend, you should love your brothers and sisters. Let it count. Wakati unakaa hivi, kumbuka ya kwamba kuna watoto wa watu walikufa. Rex did not die. Rex did not go to take selfies there. Where are these guys who we were seeing during the finance bill? Was it all about content ama ilikuwa ni nini? Revolution is not for everybody. Wakati tunasema tunaenda kwa maandamano, tafuta hata kama ni simu, wacha tao, wacha mahali, wachia mtu. You have gone to fight. You are a soldier. You have gone there to fight. Hatujaenda huko kufanya biashara ingine. We have gone to fight for the nation. And if we don't take this initiative seriously, our country, after William Ruto is done with his term, we will not have a country here. Tutaachwa na madeni. We'll be financing lifestyle za wanasiasa. You are seeing now governors work on a guts. Mtu anaiba pesa ya account anaenda anaweka offshore account. And then akisha realize kuna wananchi wamerealize uko nyumbani, he sponsors some 2-3 politicians to line up a group of people to welcome him back at home. When we know very well, it is looting that happened there. My people, civic education, wacha kila mtu acheze role yake. Cheza role yako. Mimi ni mzuri kwa street. I will mobilize. We mobilize in the street. And this time we are not just mobilizing any other person. When you say any other person, they are generals. Those are not even conversation meant for spaces. There are people who say wanna lead. Now wanna lead by example. As we talk, angalia nani alikuwa abducted, akaenda. We said the other time, when we relent and we allow him to go and re-strategize, this is what will be happening. They will be coming for one and one and one. Because there is a saying, there is a very good Nina Semaga. When they came for, there is a Nini, is it for, let me look for it. When they came for, yes, a little bit. There is a common Nini that is that is used. Okay, I think I can't find it. What I'm trying to say, if you don't speak on behalf of your brother that has been abducted, that has been killed, and you don't speak out, my friend, it is just a matter of time before these tyrants come for you. And I'm glad in this platform, I've seen somebody like Kabando wa Kabando. If I'm not right, Kabando wa Kabando comes from Koroini, and he has been the political environment, and he knows these people. Kabando, you can help us in terms of ideas. You can help us in terms of legal expertise. Mahali penye tunakosea, kwa sababu mimi kitu yenye mimi na believe, let them the legal experts do their area. Let those who can counter. We have the technology people, because William Ruto in the ballot. Then again, you guys forget the loot, the rigging of elections in this country does not happen in the actual day. Wanaanza kuiba elections right from the time wana fund the IEBC. They know who will get the tender. They already know the extra ballots and everything. So as much as we are advocating this democracy, and I'm not saying, I'm not downplaying democracy, this democracy that this politician preached to us, this democracy that William Ruto tends to tell you to believe in, It is not the democracy that he believes in. So be angry enough to know the power that the Constitution has given you. You donate the power that you give to these people through your representative. Umenielewa? Also, the constitutions allow us to take back our power. I know many will say we are advocating for anarchy. We are not advocating for any anarchy. The only thing we are saying here, we are tired of the individual nation, that there is nothing else, there is nothing that can come out of this regime. So wakati tuko hapa, if it is the business of saying Ruto must go, let us actualize that. Let us, if it is dying there, let us, some of us die there, believing that Ruto is not the right person to lead this nation. Let those the legal expert do their work. Wacha wale madaktari watakuja kuattend. We can help each other as a nation, because I believe all the professionals in all professional areas, hakuna mtu mwenye hii serikali haijaumiza, na ni wachache, sisi ni wengi. Let us always believe that ni wachache, sisi ni wengi. Hatuwezi kaa tukiendelea kufinance their lifestyle when they are doing nothing with our taxes. So if it is being angry, be angry enough for your flag, for your nation, and go out there and liberate the country. That is the message you should take to your brother, to your family, to your mother, and to your father. Thank you so much.
Okay, Rashji, thank you so very much. Actually, you have spoken very well. Okay, nikuna kitu whoever saying that we are advocating for anarchy, let that idiot go fuck himself or herself or her mother or whatever it is. I'm looking for shit about that, and I'm not sorry about that. Okay, about Kabando, you are a listener. Actually, I'm sending you a mic right away. I need to know whether you are supporting the government or you are supporting the common mwananchi. Then from there, I'll have an answer for you. But currently, I won't say anything about you. I won't praise you. I won't say anything bad about you. But I first need to send a microphone to you. I first need to hear from you. Then from there, I know what to say. Kabano, please.
Tuache kudanganyana. Huyu Kabando hakuna kitu anaweza tusaidia bwana. Nairobi Water na Wasco is among the worst performing organization I know in this country. And nana nani mute. Anyway, what I'm saying here is that the likes kubaliana that these politicians that can help us, the better. The earlier the better. Nani Rasa amwambia hapa mwamke, but them coming to advise us to do what? Right now we want fresh blood with fresh ideologies. Sahi tunafaa tukue tukiongelea technology, how we can technologize this movement, si kuanza kutukua policies za mtu walikuwa Sonu 1992. Most of you are not born here, this man when he was in Sonu, and you want to tell us that atakuja kutusaidia nini? There's nothing they are helping us. I'll tell you for the fact. Wale walikuwa hapa walitumia strategy zao. Right now they have political seats. Guys, there is only one thing that these people are not telling you. Kuna kitu hawaambi, and that is all of you should go on the streets if you want to oust this government. Hawawaambii sahi, but mimi nawaambia Bangladesh did it. We can do it. Hakuna strategy ingine, and there is nothing somebody will advise us and tell us that this and this. Hakuna strategy, ni moja. 2 million people on the streets, the 2 million mark, and this man will be out of power. This regime will be out. Mwache kudanganywa, somebody will come give you. Which strategy? Which strategy is somebody coming in war? Tumewatch hapa GOT, tumewatch this other one, Vikings. We saw how people used to go to war. And if you are going to war, the only thing you need to protect is yourself. But anyway, mkikuja mkitaka kuambiwa political advice, hiyo mtutachukua next year. Na nimeshaisema, hii vitu ya leaders, hii vitu ya office, that is bullshit. Me, I've told you for a fact. What do we need a leader for right now? Ati tunakaa chini tunaanza kuambiana we need a leader right now for what? The same thing Rasji amekuambia. They'll tell you, oh, you being leaderless, CG is a what. They're telling you, then they are going to take those positions. Telling you, then they are going to take those positions. Who went out there? They're telling you, oh, William Ruto akitoka siji nani atakuwa. Listen, if William Ruto leave that seat, we are 52 million Kenyans. People are out here who are good leaders with good morals. Today I was discussing with somebody and he told me, imagine a son of a president taking his matatu.
Okay, 6 please, listen to me.
Wait. Bwana tulia niongee Prince bwana. Wait. A son of a president going to take his matatu in Nganya. Siju compete na Nganya. Instead of uplifting the festival by going there to support it, he's going there to take the accolades. Zanganya Fest. This is a person with resources. Mwingine amechukua sijui endo, sijui chancellor, sijui whatever, or the dumb people. She's not even dumb. And you are here thinking we are dealing with normal people who have brains. They are not normal, they are stupid. Wengine wanapigana mabwana zao and we are here thinking we are dealing with normal people. And today the guy told me William Ruto is not smart. He just sits with the people who are smart. That's why he goes in an interview. He's asked about the protest and he's keeping the question. He's answering about opportunity, saying the protests were about opportunity. Which opportunity? I was on those protests. I don't want any job opportunity in this country, in this government. But I can get a job opportunity somewhere.
Please, wind up.
So one thing I'll tell you guys, if we won't move and if we won't leave our houses and go on these streets, na mimi nasemaga hapa, mimi siko hapa kulamba watu like the likes of akina Kabando. Mimi siko hapa kuwalamba. I'm here to tell you, you people failed us.
Please, wind up.
Mother bwana naongea wewe pia, ama unidrop huko basi kwa listeners. So this is what I'm telling you. If we want to kiacha kulamba hawa watu the way mmekuwa mkilamba, oh hustler, oh nani, oh na, and I told you mchana, I was on this space and I told people tuache psychophancy, tuache kuanza kufikiria in groups, let's think individually. And the moment we start thinking individually, that's the moment we will start coming up with better decisions. Saizi ni psychophancy. You go and Morara says something wrong and we will be out here supporting him instead of correcting him and telling him, senior, hapa unaenda the wrong direction, but we can sit down and find the right path as a group, as a movement. But tukikaa chini because we don't want kuambiana ukweli, tutashinda kulambana haga hapa, and by the end of the day we are not going to come up with this. Is either tuambiane ukweli ama tukote kuambiana ukweli.
I'm dropping her, please.
When you drop na utafute internet.
Okay, mnajua hata kama mtu anaongea ujinga, tafadhali wacha tumsikize ujinga yake. Nguruwe hujingaranga na mafuta yake peke yake. Tumusikize ujinga yake na vile anaongea. Hapo hapo ndio sisi tutapata ponsi ya kuongea. Uweze ongea you are stupid. Ni debe tu yenye haina maji ndio piga kelele. Hata kama uko na akili aje, huwezi jua kila kitu. Hiyo ndio mimi nimefunzwa na wazazi wangu. Wacha na shule yangu. Usitake jua nimesoma mpaka nikafika wapi. Sijaisomea sheria, nilikuwa nakubali na nasema, na nilikuwa namuuliza maswali. But tafadhali tuelewane, hatuko hapa kupiga kelele yake. Kwani wewe kama uko na depression, sasa unatuletea sisi hapa kwa space? Peleka kwenye nyako bana, tuache ujinga hapa bana. Hata kama mtu mjinga aje, tumsikize ujinga yake imefika wapi. Kabando, I'm sending you a mic now. Okay, mimi sasa mimi sijui mambo na Nairobi Water, lakini the guy is here. Tumusikize so that tumukarange na vile atasema ama tumu-apprise na vile atasema. Hiyo ni kitu ngumu ya kusikiza. Tafadhali
kiasi tu kabla Kabando aongee kiasi tu, since I think mention this is on a very light note, and I would want to appeal concerned with the affairs of the republic. Let us not show them we can disagree. Let us not show them. Let us not show our enemy remains one. Our enemy is William Ruto and his government. Your brother is not your enemy. Whether you don't agree on opinion, he's not your enemy. Both of us have one agenda. Both of us have one goal. And the goal is to get William Ruto out of power. If we are going to show them that we have some differences amongst ourselves in terms of opinion or in terms of any other thing, that is a weakness on our side. And any army that has will use that weakness to finish you. So, as much as we are talking, let us be civil, let us be respectful, and also most important, let us tackle issues that are currently ailing us. And what is currently ailing us is the individual called William Ruto. And that's why the topic up there is Ruto must go. If you want corruption go, then Ruto must go. If you want good governance, Ruto must go. That is the only thing that should bring us together. Ajibu, but let him also believe that our journey is getting William Ruto out of power. So my appeal, let us not show them any kind of weakness. Let us stay in the same ship that is going the same direction. Thank you.
okay, Rasji, thank you so very much. Actually, now that is the reason mimi upenda, kwa sababu nimeongea hapa Kiswahili nikasema Waswahili wanasemanga nguruwe hujikaranga na mafuta yake peke yake. Kwa sababu wanasemanga hivyo? Kwa sababu utaongea alafu kwa hiyo maneno yako pia upate umeji contradict, so uzito ulisema peke yako. You understand? So hata kama mtu ni mjinga aje, tumsikize. We should learn to listen. Huwezi kuja hapo like bro. Who's
Listen,
speaking?
mimi naongea. And I want to answer. I want to tell you this.
Who is speaking? Who is speaking?
Something that maybe you'll not understand that this current world has. The likes of Martha Karua have been here. Kivutha Kibwana have been here. Okia Omtata have been here. And there is nothing that Kabando will tell us that those people have not told us. Mimi hakuna haja tuanze kudanganyana hapa, tuanze kuambiana that
Okay, bro, I'm sorry, with all the respect, unajua hapa hatuko hapa kupigana. Tafadhali, with all the respect, we're not here to fight. Kama ulikuwa and we're here, we all know what we're fighting for. So please, usomee mambo na matakarua, kama ulikuwa huko ukaomba, that is personal. Please, usilete hapa. Tafadhali, na kuheshimu, nimekudrop juu who make sense. Juu utakusikiza. Tafadhali. Na napenda kwa Michael mwingine mwenye anataka kuongea na tusikizane. Tafadhali, we have one agenda. Ruto must go. Don't bring personal issues here. Please, sort of issues. Na kama unataka tuingilie, then tweet. Weka kwa tele yake. Kwa tele yako. Tutakuja hapo, tuta amplify. Please. KOT, hebu, Toria is gone. Okay, Toria is here. Who was the next speaker, please?
Ebu pia Kenyans.
Hi everyone. Manze, hawa politician hawafai kuanza kutudivide hapa. Hizi platform yao. Wakitaka watengeneze platform zao, waongelea ama mtu weke kwa hiyo TL yao. Sikuja kutuambia nini hatujaisikia. Sisi agenda yetu ni Thursday na Ruto must go. Hizo stories zingine
Thank you so much, bro.
Yani,
That's what I said, eh?
Hii space mtu hawezi enda kukula sapa arudi kama iko in order bana. Anyway, nimechoka. Guys, just a minute, Prince, just a minute.
Please,
mute kiasi. Nilikuwa nasema hii space yetu bana, mtu hawezi enda kukula sapa kidogo arudi kama iko in order. But all in all, hii hasira yote ni Ruto must go. Hii hasira yote sijui nani ako na issue na nani. Hii mambo yote mpeleke State House ama pale Harambee House. Ruto must go. And so hii space nilianza jana at 5 PM. Yeah? Na leo ni Wednesday saa 6:22 East African time. Mimi situmii mafuta jamani. Kitu natumia tu ni damu kama nyinyi.
KOT, shut up and do the rest, please. Okay.
No, shutting up is not an issue. Please.
Wait, bro, wait. I know what. I'm sorry. Okay, hi everyone, yeah? Sasa hapa kwa space tuko hapa kwa ajenda moja. Sisi wote tunataka Kenya mzuri. Kenya yenye kila mtu akona sauti, Kenya yenye kila mtu akona haki, Kenya yenye kila mtu anasikika na kila mtu anaweza fanya kitu ambaye sheria inamruhusu. Unfortunately, the Kenya we have currently, hakuna sheria, labda kama huna pesa. But ukiwa na pesa hakuna sheria. Na hiyo ndo vita yetu kubwa. Na hiyo ndo kitu tunapigania hapa. Unfortunately, kuna wapumbavu fulani. Unajua this space kuna watu wengi. Ndio maana unaona hapa we are more than 400 of us. Ni agents wayo mpumbavu, the Butch of Sigoi, ambaye ndo tunapiga vita na yeye. So we have to wake up. We have to know who we are dealing with. Ni mtu anaweza fanya kila kitu as much as okay, I'm sorry. As long as ashinde vita, as long as abaki kwa kiti. Kuna mtu alikuwa hapa Mr. Six. Imagine anapiga vita ya sijui hata kitoeleweki. Kama ulimpea hiyo ni personal. Na ukitaka tuingilie, tafadhali weka kwa tele yako, hebu tu tag, alafu sisi tutakamin, tuta amplify. But hii space iko na, what do you call it? Hii space iko na title ambao title ni streets are calling #Ruto must go. That's what brought us here all together. Na tunafaa focus nayo kitu moja. So usilete hapa personal issue. Like as for me, by the way, kwa tele yangu KOT, hebu confirm. Can you hear me? KOT?
Bwana, honestly Prince, mimi I shut it up the fuck up. Mimi niko huku nimetulia.
To confirm, like for me, Bobo Wino, okay, jana watu walisema hapo, Bobo Wino wakamsifu, nikaangalia nikanyamaza. Okay, acha niambie kitu moja kidogo sana. Bobo Wino personally is a personal friend. Ni mtu anaweza mpigia simu hata saa 10 usiku nimwambie niko sehemu fulani. Anaambia bro, sikuje basi hicho kitu mimi mtu akuje. Lakini babu, unajua mimi naye ukitaka nchi mzuri, ukitaka maisha mzuri unafaa kuongea ukweli. Ni kweli ama ni uongo? So, Babu Wino ni mtu amesoma. Ni mtu anajua kucheza na akili za watu. Na sisemi ni mbaya. Don't get me wrong. Babu Wino ni mtu unaweza mwambia unakufa akuje hapo. Lakini si hata ako na wewe. He's there for good PR. Whatever you're doing with this information is entirely up to you. Mimi sijasema kitu. Sijasema ni mbaya, sijasema ni mzuri. Okay, go back to the point. He is specific. Usilete hapa personal issues. Niko na issues na watu wengi. Niko na issues na Orengo, na pay yake, my governor Kilifi Mungaro, lakini sileta hapa upumba. Niko my women rep Nairobi, Pasaris. Ni mudana sisi kusikia jina yake. But tafadhali, let's focus. #Ruto must go. Streets are calling. Please, tuende vile inasema. Personal issues, let it be personal. Na kama unataka tuingilie, nimerudia na nitasema tena, nitarudia tena. Ingia kwa
Ladies and gentlemen, this space, lakini we're here to discuss #Ruto must go. I want to speak to you guys. I want to hear your thoughts and opinions first. So, I don't know who's spoken here, by the way. KT, I'm sorry, but let's start with Culture Kenya Media. Kwaje?
So Binti, just before you give culture, guys, honestly, when I started hosting these spaces, I said these spaces they belong to you, and I'm really ashamed. My co-host is trying to divert attention here, and so I had to look for Binti, bring up here.
Mabonga, I think we lost you. We lost you for a second. So if you're speaking, just start re-speaking.
Cool.
But yeah.
Can't hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. We can hear you now. We can hear you now. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so as I was saying, personally, I'm always a person mwenye anapenda decorum sana, and at times I look at how things are happening now to ask for directions kwa madada zangu kama kina Binti and a few akina Wanyama, and so we've resolved the issue. I've dropped the co-host because he was diverting the attention of the space, and I'm really sorry for that. I'm really sorry for that because I didn't know it will take such a direction. I was away for some minutes and came back, nikapata space was in a messy state. My co-host still ameniambia shut up the fuck. Na mimi bana, mimi sipendangi kupingana na watu, honestly sipendangi kujibizana na watu. I had to do what he said because kama I had given him power, but I saw it wasn't good to sorry for that, but we have Binti here. We are back, and Binti, you'll kindly help me as I work on a few things here in the background. Thank you.
Guys, sasa wewe, you can't survive without me. Hey, ni sawa tu. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to KOT space. Let's just redirect this conversation. By the way, KOT, don't feel bad or guilty or whatever. You can't control whatever people say, so it's okay. Let's just move on from there. I would like, as my first person, I know I called culture Kenyans to come on, but I can see Cuba calling, I can see Rasji calling. So whoever you guys want to come onto the mic, just request and we'll Culture Kenya Media, Culture Kenya. Can you hear me? Okay, sawa. So who did I say next? Rasji or Cuba? Whoever.
Africa, am I
Hi,
audible?
Kwaje. Yes, 100%. Go ahead.
Poa, mambo?
Poa, Kwaje. Please speak to
Mimi
us.
niko poa. Nimekasirika bana. Huu jamaa alikuwa anaongea takataka nyingi. We are behind this thing. I am Ruto must go occupy. Tuchanganyikiwe kidogo. Juu huyo msee nimetry kumsikiza, I was so confused. Ako na point A, B, C, D, alafu anavuka anaenda ER huko, ako huko. You guys, ninyi mtupeleke, as the Gen Z says, mtupeleke na mtaratara. Sisi tuko nyuma, please. Tuko mbele ya guidance yenyu. Thank you so much, guys.
Asante sana, Cuba. Thank you very much. And by the way, I'd like to point out something or redirect something. I understand we've been redirected for the past 30 minutes or however. Let's just speak towards finding solutions. Let's speak about Ruto must go, and let's
Hi, Binti.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, my sister. You're good? Earlier, but I think sitaki kurudia kenye nimesema. The only thing, I just came in because of the guy that especially this goes to KOT. KOT, you are the face. You are the face. waiting for information and direction from this space. So when space is infiltrated by individuals whose aim or whose words will tend to discourage some of us. And I want to laud your bold step in dropping the guy. He's a Kenyan. Maybe somebody can approach him. Wanasemaga kukutana kando ya hema, mtu amuongeleshe kwa sababu as much as tuko hapa different people from different background, different professionals, let us act like people who can a laughing stock to them, to these mediocre who are busy destabilizing and looting the country. Wakati wanakaa wanakuja kwa hizi spaces through their agents, and then the stuff they take here is insults and some other name callings. I've said that the enemy is not this. Our enemy is one, and everybody knows him. Umeelewa? So let us focus here. There is another platform. There is the inbox. If you don't agree with your brother or your sister, go there, mnaweza exchange notes. But the moment we show some kind of one by one, unaona, he's just handpicking. These Subaru boys wanakaa wanaangalia hapa na hivyo. So let us not must go with his government. That's all.
Is only one, and if you are thinking any different to us, then you're not part of us. Okay, so let's go to Peter. Peter, hi. Peter, can you hear me? Nope. Okay. Kenyans, had you spoken? Kwaje.
Hi Binti, how are you? Happy to see you back in space, co-hosting.
Thank you.
You've disappeared. You ran away, yeah?
Yes. So no, see, I didn't run away. You know, life gets tough sometimes. Luckily, I'm back. Don't worry about it. I'm here to support my bonga. So yes, how are you?
Thank you. Support our brother. He has been told to shut the fuck up. Let him shut it, eh? Teoti, shut the fuck up, my friend. Anyway, what I want to talk about right now is I was in the space previously. I had some sentiments about protests. I just want to debunk some of the things that I had being discussed in the space. Number one, the protests have been criminalized in our country by successive regimes ever since the first regime, since we got our independence. Because whenever people stand out to protest, they always protest against the regime itself. It is against a regime that tries to impose things on people that people don't like. Okay? And therefore they always, ever since, they will always try to criminalize protests. And we've seen this before. I actually had someone talk about notification to authorities when you want to go and protest and things like that. Before even I touch into that, first of all, there's a current conversation participation, I think last week or something like that. But if you look at all these things, they are always happening in bad blood. Okay? They always want, these people always make these laws, forgetting that it is not, today they are on that side, tomorrow they will be the ones protesting. But having said that, what has made things happen in this country in protests. It is ever since. Protests can be traced back to colonial period. Even after we got our first independence, Kenyans protested. We had political assassinations during Kenyatta, Jomo Kenyatta. Kenyans protested. We had political assassinations during Moi's tenure. Kenyans protested. Okay? We had protests. We have had protests ever since, and they have made things happen. Okay? That is why I will never, at any time, the streets are calling us. Why are the streets calling us right? Okay? Things are happening right in front of our faces. Okay? We are seeing the thing called. We are seeing so many things happening right in front of us. We are seeing the Fismas. Whenever we try to give our reservations on some of these things, we are not heard. Despite the fact that Kenyans are raising their voices, do you think they will listen? The only language and what has ever ni protest. It is only through protest that the president dropped at a Finance Act 2024. It is protests that make these regimes work. That's why they have always, ever, you remember, you guys, some of you never participated in Maandamano ya last year. I participated because me, I was supporting, I've been supporting Raila for a while. I remember very well. They were trying to make amendments to the Public Order Act, which I had some of you cite. The part 3 talks about public gathering. It is different from what the Constitution talks about. This thing talks about public gathering. Public gathering hizo ni banani, hizo ni marambe, hizo ma campaign. Is trying, and Article 24 of our Constitution is very clear. Right loses even the meaning. Okay? When you try to say organizers of the protest, who are organizers? Kenyans are organizers. It is the Kenyan people who are organizing these protests. There's no organizer. Organizer ni nani? Organizer, in fact, the organizer of the protest ni Ruto. Yes, because he has failed to do what people want. Therefore, he has organized a protest. He is the organizer. There's nothing like, I don't know who, I don't know, some nonsense. There's nothing like that. Protests are organic. People, the Kenyan people get out on Thursday to go and raise their voices. They are exercising their legislation directly, going to the street, going to the parliament, going to occupy wherever, because these people have failed. So there is no illegal protests in this country. It is the regimes in power that make them illegal and use force against people. You've seen that today, a student being beaten up, a student with no gun, mad people. So Thursday, streets are calling us. We will always use the street whenever we can. That is an option that we have open for us. It is unlimited. Thank you very much, Binti.
The real Joe, thank you very much, thank you. You're very right. Me, but then when I saw that video, I happening, and for me, it was the audacity, like the audacity to just like do it and feel like you're so powerful over somebody else. Anyways, let me not get mad, because I can feel my blood. The pressure is building up. So I will go to Nyati, and then John Wayne, and then Mweru. So Nyati, hi.
Hi, Binti. Hey, thanks for the opportunity. You're good?
I'm surviving. How are you?
Nice, nice. KOT, thanks a lot as well. All the guys here were speakers. Mweru, I see you. Ras G, John, Culture, Real Joe. You guys, for you. I just wanted to say a few things because I hadn't really planned to speak. I really wanted just to hear you guys. But even hearing you guys, I just want to tell you that you're doing the right thing. I want to encourage you and just let you know that you're not the only one in the diaspora who comes into these spaces. Tuko wengi sana. And most of us, when we speak to each other, we are like, oh my God, imagine, nilitoka hiyo country 17 years ago. Alafu unaangalia nyuma, you go back to the same streets, they are worse. They're the same way. 17 years, my brothers, 17 years. Kuna wengine wamekaa huku majuu 20, 30 years. They go back to Kenya. They're looking at the same people suffering in the same way. Na hatutaki kukaa huku nje. We all know that. Hatupendi hizi manchi zao. We are just here for a moment, and of course your ancestors could have done. And anyone else that tells you otherwise is really, really the enemy of the truth, the enemy of the people. That's all I wanted to encourage you for. Now, finally, I wanted just to say that I know we are getting action orientated and we're moving in that direction, but I'm just going to push the boat a bit further. And hatukueni tu kuwapush tu ile tu kuwasumbua tu kuwachokoza kidogo. AKOT, the leaders in this place, I'm encouraging you. Msione ati haya kusimamisha hii space na kusema wasee, hii space ya leo nataka tuchange do tufanye hivi na hivi. Hata hizi maandamano, people will give you this money and we mean to give you this money, lakini collect tu ndogo ndogo hapa hivi into Marvin Mabonga's number. I think he's very kind. KOT, you're so kind not to even like blatantly ask people, hey, tufanye mchango. But I understand your position. But understanding to put money together when they're sitting in this space, hata kama ni 10 bob. Well, if it's 10 bob, we are 400 here, ni 4K. It will do something. And you say thank you, and you say, yeah, thanks, Marvin. Yeah, you go ahead. You do your thing. I mean, every time we come here, hata kama ni 20 bob, 30 bob, it will do things on the ground. So let's keep agitating for that. Thanks, Ras G. I appreciate your appreciation. And guys, let's keep going. Thanks, Binti. Thanks, KOT.
No, of course, of course, of course. And thank you very much. But then we need to like sometimes stop for a second and encourage ourselves, because sometimes I feel like we're not doing anything substantial, but the streets on Thursday. Are we occupying? Are we occupying everywhere in CBD, Nairobi, wherever on Thursday? Not even a question, maybe like a suggestion, but please come and talk to us about it. But John, hey, John Wainaina.
That I'm audible enough.
100% doing well, thank you. How are you?
I'm well. Thank you very much for the space and also for the chance and the this space earlier, and later I left when I was closing my business, but I have joined once I got home, and I have been able to follow a number of speakers, and there was someone in particular that I remember who was talking about the political parties and a political solution to a political problem. Well, I do not place of expertise. You know, somebody like Ruto, you cannot beat him on the political arena. That we have to agree that this guy has pushed us to have a political party, to stand on top of vehicles. That is something that he has done for the last 20 years. He has been on top of vehicles. So when we start right now, we are the underdogs. We are disadvantaged. Now, well, that is to some the solution. The time that we mixed democracy with a revolution. A revolution does not recognize any constitution. A revolution does not recognize any democratic means. That is when we started saying that we can host a president for space and speak. That is when we started to the town hall meetings. That is where we missed, because it was time that we were so ripe for a revolution. And so ahead, because the only way to bring down a dictator from power, like the one we have right now, is to push him out with him. Look at the strategies that he's laying. He's giving the national assets to Adani Group, which is definitely him. Actually, Adani is a replica of him, because he is now almost a 60% shareholder since Adani was failing, and he resurrected it. He is Adani, and he's taking these treasures for himself. And he has a plan for over 50 years to stay in power, whether directly or a person that he is going to place there. And that is the open secret. This guy cannot wish we can understand that. It is not 2027, it is not 2032. It will never come until a time that his cronies that he has already lined for that get over with it. Is to push him out of power by force. That's the only way, brothers and sisters. And in 1776, before being hanged, he was hanged by the British government. He said, I only regret that I have but one life to lose for my country. That we don't have to regret all these other things. The only thing that I regret as a person is that I only have one life to lose for this country. If I had 10, I would have lost all of them to see my country at a better place. So, as Binti is asking us, and as we should now be bringing these X on, to frames, leave, forget about Adani, forget about stopping Adani, forget about these rogue ministers that he's putting to place. It is his way of stealing. Of course, you can see we went to the streets. Tell me why somebody like Olive Mogenda, who is a performer and has a record, who was the deputy, the deputy for the former minister. Tell me why you and you go to the streets to look for people that you can manipulate and bring policies that does not make sense, like the chief and all that. So it is one call that we are making, that Ruto must go. We are not the idiots that he works with, the kind of regardie. We do not have the problem with with the she-males that appointing authority. And we are saying he must go. So I am just here to charge you, my good friends, that whether it's Thursday, whether it's tomorrow, whether it will be from Thursday onwards, let us do our part. Let us be on the streets. They are calling, and I can see everyone is saying the streets are calling, but are we going from their houses? People are being abducted on the roads. It is a way of showing how weak that man is. You know, a weak person. Actually, I was looking at it and I was saying this is the weakest president we have ever seen. We overrated him. The most strong president we had was focused to his work. That was a strong man. But the kinds of Moi and these other idiot now who is on power, they are the weakest man or men who has ever been president. A weak man who uses the police to brutalize. A weak man, and he cannot kill us and lead us. So please let us be on the streets on Thursday. Thank you very much, Binti.
You are more than welcome, John Wainaina. You heard him right. Streets, Thursday, the streets are cool. Like, we're trying to go about it in different ways. We're all revolutionists, yes. Like, let's just tackle it different ways. But the only primary matter for now is that on Thursday, we are in the Moiru. Hi, Moiru. How are you doing?
Hey, thanks for giving me the mic. I have to start by just apologizing to KOT on behalf of most of the yes people here need to realize that we're not so entitled as to get on a space and insult the host. I understand in Kenya or in Africa it's our cultural belief. No, I don't think that should be tolerated. We shouldn't be conducting ourselves in certain mannerisms. This hosting and insult him, open your own space and you insult your own listeners.
By the
We
way,
don't need to create this.
sorry, Moiru,
Yeah,
as
so
you
let's.
carry on, as like I agree with that. As you carry on, as you're supporting KOT, just remember that he has a phone number up there that you can support him financially, because as you said, it's not easy.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, let's be useful. You support him as the way you can financially with data. Let's do that. But I'm just because like everybody has been saying here, That is the one message that has been reasons to be on the streets almost every day. I'm personally in the diaspora, so I'm not. I mean, I'm looking at what is happening in the sense that you have an IG who is supposed to be in jail. I mean, come on. It's ridiculous. Like, I don't understand who they think they are. So, I mean, I agree. It's time to hit the streets, and it's time to hit the streets. And the streets has really caused a lot of resonance and a lot of, you know, it's really been the one way we've communicated. I remember a week ago when we were doing but it really worked, because if you guys watch the response from international communities, including 100 and something million US dollars that was being paid to these people. So being on the streets, pushing hashtags online, it is really I do have a lot I want to say, but I feel like, you know what, there's so much going on, and just the fact that, you know, like, I mean, come on, we have to get him out. We should not be able to, people should not be sitting at home right now. And I saw that video of people in Machakos cheering for that thief. We should not even entertain that thought. We shouldn't. As a matter for corruption in Kenya. Corruption is the reason why they're killing people on the streets. And it's very, very support you guys. Yes, and KOT and Binti, thanks for hosting and co-hosting. One more thing I have to mention. His name is Matanga ESQ. And here is the point that has stayed with me, in the sense that single bill to detail and read it the way we have been reading this Adani deal. I listened to his advice where he advised all of us to read the Public Participation Act of 2021. And or make it legal what Adani deal is doing. And I also said, this is just the beginning, the airport and the electricity, this is just a beginning. So we tolerate this nonsense. But yes, let's have a way of all the bills, because I've been trying to sort of read them. And I downloaded it. I'm going to read it. Let's all start reading this bill so we can stop them at the get go. At the get go. Yeah, I really don't have much to say. There were some speakers I've been listening to throughout the week, and I know we have to keep fighting, and I believe we'll get there. We will. There's nothing they'll give us. We have to fight for everything. So I agree with Rusty. I agree with everybody here that is saying let's go to the street.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mary. You heard her. Like, if you're a Kenyan in Kenya and you're still in the house on Thursday, child, I'm gonna judge you. Because what? Why? Why? What's the reason for. By the way, welcome to the bright side of life. I see that you changed your picture to match a flag. How you doing?
Oh, yeah. Let's keep the fire burning. Yeah, nimefanya hivyo. Ya, niko diaspora lakini nimebadilisha kidogo, labda ndio ni change of tactics kidogo, sababu huku pia hao jaribu tu, but yeah, I'm fearless anyway, sababu this is a revolution. So yeah, 100%. Yeah, mi niko diaspora hapa na I'm behind you guys 100%. Ya pia Kauti behind ya DM nimwambia aweke tu namba hapo. I always support him, nimesupport hii channel, hii space. Si wengine kina wanyama kina nyati na fight, na sijaona space nyingine ambao iko consistency and you guys you really, lakini ninataka kuomba watu wote ama jamaa na marafiki ambao wako diaspora €10 is nothing. 20 euro is nothing. 30 euro, we just buy something to eat. You know? Tafadhalini. Hiyo kidogo. Sababu, nimeona hii space ndio italiberate Kenya. Kwa sababu wengine tu ni mashow off wanakuja hapa wakina. Sitaki kutaja majina lakini wana create space ya 2000, 3000 lakini ni kushow off kulab. Hii ndio space ambao italiberate Kenya. Huyu kijana hayuko selfish, halali ni single day. Mimi hata kama niko ninafanya vyovyote, lakini hata kama ni airtime ni shilingi ngapi, hata ni 1000 ya Kenya, 2000 ni kwa sababu he is a true patriot. Tafadhalini pale, tafadhalini. Jambo la pili, jana niliongea ni kama Gupta. Mimi nilitoka Kenya, nilitoka mapema sana, nilikuwa mdogo, nimekulia South Africa. Run that country to the ground. Wamechukua sekta zote, walichukua sekta zote zile president ambao alikuwa ni Jacob Zuma by then, alikuwa kama kipochi tu, unaona, wanabeba pesa kwa magunia na hivi. Ile I speak, niko na family pia kule, niko na family yangu kule. So guys, huyu Adani tayari ameshambeba. Hatutakuwa na nchi hapo in the next 5 years to 10 years. Just come from your comfort zone. Let's support this movement. Sisi ambao tuko nje ya nchi tuwasupport. Jambo la mwisho, unity ni muhimu sana. Wale ambao wametukosea kama tu mnatofautiana tu vitu ambavyo mnaweza kurekebisha, let's come together guys, tafadhali. Na kama kuna inaweza kufungwa mapema, kama kuna uwezekano tunaweza kupanga wengine, ani maybe inawezekano. Naona hiyo nimeongea tu hapa, labda pengine nimemwaga mpunga, lakini ya kama let's support this movement, especially kusupport, si kuongea tu, actions speak louder than words. Tufanye na vitendo. Ni wa Kenya shilingi 10, shilingi 20, 50 bob, tafadhalini. Hii ndio kipaza sauti ambacho fire burning. In Africa nimeshukuru sana. One love. I drop the mic. Mimi niko Germany hapa.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rashji. And Ati Rashji, guy. Fireman, thank you. Kwanza, is there a meaning to Ras before I carry on? Because why you both called Ras?
Oh, yeah. Kama unaona ni kwangu ni just like, you know, pure because I'm a Rasta and I'm a kuwa camp Cape Town, nimekuwa sana Makasgave camp, so ni mambo mengi sana unaona, ambao naweza kuongea, but yeah, ni kama tu true, si unaenda huku unaenda huku, ni it's a ni kama true patriot, true African, you are conscious, unaona, you are conscious about, unaweza kuwa ukasukuma ukaenda huku kama polisi wana, no, you have to fight for your right, yeah, so um,
Thank you. Thank you for giving us that. I think at this point we should all just calling ourselves Ras something, because me, I could be Ras Bin, Ras
yeah.
Moru's there.
Asante sana. One love, one love.
Of course, always welcome, always welcome. I would like to speak to Sakawa right now. Infinix, yeah, Infinix is getting hot. Infinix is getting hot. Guys, the data support is there for a reason. We cannot allow our comrade to just be here spending his data time for no reason. So please support him in whatever way you can. If it's financially, then either buy here because he's able to keep the space running for us. Like it's our we're benefiting from this ourselves. Anyways, by the by, streets are calling on Thursday. Akira tell me Sakawa kwani Sakawa. Here, I guess. Nyati. I'm coming back to you. Also, guys, can you request this mic? Because if I don't have any speakers that are gonna come up to speak to me, I will ask Yoti to actually shut this. You have many stories, so please come up. Onagi, I see you there. I see Pauline, Kim 00, all of you guys. You know yourselves. Please just request that mic and come speak to me.
Oh yeah, thank you so much. I just wanted to say maybe it could be that most people in the group. I'm just throwing it. Know what to do apart from what has been done. Is there anyone strategizing different? You know, I'm just asking. Like, is there anyone thinking of any alternatives with your that kwa hii group zile vitu tunaongea juu yake kama voter registration, okay, tukitumana out on the ground, do we send anyone from the ground from kwa grao leo this week nimetuma Sakawa, nimetuma culture, nimetuma data science na nimetuma OG, they're going to accomplish this and this and this. Sijui kama tunaweza kujiorganize.
Okay, thank you. So you're basically reaching out to anybody that has like other suggestions. I would like to maintain that Thursday is when we meet, but if you have any other ideas or streets on Thursday, but let's figure out like another way to get through this. KD, hi. And please don't come and kill Shami for being away for like the past 2 days. So Binti, Connie, what do you have?
I heard now you have to put Ras before every other name or something like that.
Oh, sorry, Ras Binti, yes. Allah, Kwani, he's just come in and gone at the same time. What the hell? Is that normal? Anyways. If I miss what too, can you hear me? Oh, okay, KD, you're back. Yes, yeah, you
I
dropped for a
can
second.
hear you. My phone dropped. I'm using my phone. I don't have a, what do you call it, hands free. So, and I'm on the road. Thank you for Binti. Thank you, Moero, for the good submission. Thanks, Nyati Nyati. I owe you a phone call. Joe, this guy is whom like I see and talk to every other day here, and who are always giving some very good submissions. The streets it is. The thing is, how do we get that 25th of June back? It may not be possible because kuna so mengi za baridi, kuna, and then kuna mafisi kwa hii nani wanasikiza everything that is being planned, so we have to be. It's going to help us so well so that in case you have everything you're planning, you have to plan all the way to the end. You have to plan without having intrusion. Communication, of which you cannot breach. And the only unfortunate part is if we are making any plans, it is plans for the better Kenya. Nyi wase wa IT inabidi step up kidogo. You have to stop thinking of this another way we are strategizing out there. KOT needs another platform whereby he can be able to have more what's the right word to use, confidential communications and conversations, since it doesn't have such mechanisms that will help us be able to relate, strategize, and plan on everything. Mine, I'll say this. Hata tukienda kwa streets, hawa wase wamefungua maduka, hawa wase wanaona vibanda, what do you call them, stalls. Gen X na the other age after that. Why? Because they'll always think of these guys who are doing mandamanos are spoiling our businesses. Actually made it unsuccessful because they're the people who support the teachers, the doctors, the nurses, everybody now coming and saying, okay, now that's the true meaning of Gen Zote. This thing wouldn't go for anything more than youngsters over very many people in the middle class who still feel they have a right to run their businesses, watch news, watch Netflix, you drive and run that stall you're running in the CBD just to make your money. If you tell a teacher not to go to school, they'll tell you, hey, ndalipa rent na nini. Wacha huyo mtu wa rent unani landlord rent, because this country is not where we want to be. The landlord has to join you for things to get in plastic money. Stop using M-Pesa. Stop using any way that the government is going to be of any, how will I put it, getting any revenue, because the only leverage makes a government. Kama Masengeli anaweza fika mahali a breach order ya koti mara saba, what is the reason for you to go on the streets and get arrested? You know, monkey see, monkey do. You can simply say, you have no right to actually come and tell me I'm doing an offense, being on the streets, fighting for the rights of a better Kenya. You know, so the from where I sit, what I've just been thinking, we get killed. We have to think of another plan, 3, 4, 5, for things to get moving. And the best way that I can think of is they downed everything. And in a span of less than 9 hours, the heat was felt. If we can, in fact, we've never been asked, we've never asked how much money was lost on that particular night. 30% of the country took on the same note and said, we are not going to do A, B, C, and D because of this. End of by Mkate cash. End of me, what pisses me the most is we have the judiciary that is so much taken for granted. And we say we have a government. There's no government in Kenya. We don't have any. People died. I mean, we have 3 Kenyans who are missing. And I would rather even ndasema yenyewe mimi ndakuja kwa koti niseme ukweli where these guys are, on condition that you guys will let me go. Since the 19th of, I think it's 19th of July, Bakasai,
June.
sorry, June, until this point in time, and you're here sitting down saying I'm the acting, not even. Do you have kids? Do you imagine if your kid was taken just even for 6 hours? Uju Maliko, how would you feel as a parent? A double-edged spear to their parents and their children, their families. Bob had an expectant wife. Umtoi, you think the this stupid Kenyan judiciary cannot do nothing to me. I am who I am. You know, I think it just needs to get to a point whereby I sometimes throw in buildings and set them on fire and just walk on going. You know, sorry if I'm just being a little crazy, but I'm like, why do we say we have law if we don't? That's how anarchy starts. You know, this guy has actually, you know, so me pangu nikiulizwa, you guys need to talk to your elder brothers, elder sisters, and the thing is, the middle class cuts across Gen Z. From around 24 back around 67, there are people in that class who do not do a hawapigagi kura. Na uko na kagari kako kavita man, whatever, you move from point A to B, your business opens, you can fly, go to whatever, get your consignment, come back, pay your kibanda stall in town, and maybe some money to bribe kanjo. Your kids are living fine, you're good. Because these are the people who lubricate the economy of this country. So when the first that mandamano at 25th June, they were giving out bottles of water in town, like everyone was gonna approach Pamaj, you know, everyone was like, they came out of the shops and nobody was actually, are not moving the right direction. And now we have that division, and then some guys coming and calling the influencers on X Spaces names. Then there are those murdered and stuff like that, which is very understandable. So we need to have another plan on how to just get to sensitize and send our message. There's with example which is very very valid. Alisema mi ikifika tu saa sita chukueni sahani za mabati na kijiko and just start beating on those plates like mnapiga sahani za mabati na kijiko in a whole country. How stupid would that look like? But the point is, you don't have. I'm so sorry the way this thing is ended. This is how anarchy is actually dawned on a country. This is how you just wake up and you find dead bodies on the streets because, God forbid, this Justice Mugambi would Masengeli say I'm not liable for his whatever. What was the need of, after getting that sentence, is some of these bad things happen, we just we take everything inakuwa tu ni sawa, unajua. Is it really happening? Like, are you serious? Like, it shouldn't be normal. They went to Australia, they were kicked out, like literally everything came to a standstill. Ilibaki ni zi, you cannot do anything. Somebody dies and you're just like, that's the only thing. And it's from this that we need to actually revolve and now get a better platform on how we can get to take it to the next level. Where you're saying all your heart, but unless there's any form of progression going on, hata hao bloggers wa Gavasa hii, to be honest, I think wamelala. They just talk the whole night. Wengine walianza spaces za kukatiana. Some talk about sex. As in, there's just all kind of, so they're like, watafika tu mahali wanyamaze. So when somebody says, the question is, are you going to die on your knees or are you going to die standing because you're uoga? And uoga kupandiwa. If you don't go on the streets, they'll still come for you in the house. So I love technology, but I'm not an IT expert. We need to think of mechanisms on how we can actually evolve to get off this platform that has been so much invaded. We can have the guys who are so much elite in so many other ways talk about politics. These people who are not in for us, because it should be for us, by us, and towards one direction. But sai kama naongea hivi, even if the morning everything is taken down, they know, wamesema wanakuja na njia ya left, watakuja hivi, ladies will be first or second, they're starting maandamano 6 o'clock, they will plant their whatever, their barriers by 4 a.m. on everything you do. So if you're an IT specialist, if you're someone who knows what you do, we say we are young, we are learned, we are everything. Let's prove. I'm tired of being in this country for XYZ number of years. It's not working for me. You just have to get the guts up and say, voting, plan B, maandamano, which is the epitome of everything. There needs to be another confidential way of this is what we're planning on. It's way better because now you know. Take for instance, how many guys are in this space right now? I'm sure we're not even 1,000, but the other 50 something million Kenyans are asleep. Only a bunch of people who know. If you say you're going to the streets, it's only a bunch of people who know. The other guys are asleep. This guy spoke about A, B, C, and D. You can now have a breakdown. Hii space ikiisha imeisha. How many of us have ever even had a playback? Maybe right now, utaongea, ukimaliza kuongea, leave the space and you go do your thing. So all I have, you're everything that I have. Even if Kenya burns to the ground, the only thing I will say I own is you, my brother, my sister. Even if you were not born of that I have in Kenya as a Kenyan. Everything else, even if I have stacks of land, tuko na gold, tuko na maji, tuko na some reason I would go to the streets and say we want justice is you. And the only reason you should actually do that is because of me. If I have that mindset, if I have the reason to, all I have. And I think that is what now shapes us into being a nation. It's but Kenya does not have somebody who can speak to them. Instead, Kenya has someone who wants. You guys can be listening to me right now, which is very wrong. But if you're having a conversation, that means we are actually walking the same path. It comes on about the government. You either listen to get the wrong in them or you just mute. Utaki kusikia. Because it's just going to make you more mad. So I communicating stuff that is very confidential. Help these guys who are the frontliners, the Muraras, the KOT. Of how do we strengthen ourselves, because the only way you're strong is if I'm on your side. Hata mzazi wako, let's not start saying something that is very, very crucial. We said occupy churches, and it's a very, very good example. Hatujui walienda wapi. The moment we stopped occupying churches, what happened? They went back to church. Now, who goes to church mostly in Kenya? It's the old people. And why? If you don't go to church, they occupy. When they occupy, they actually have these numbers because all these older people have a good connection with. And for me, it calls for those people who say, oh, religion is not. So we need to sanitize everything. We need good pastors, we need good priests, we need good leaders, we need a good president, we need a good everything. Daktari, watu wote. Hata walimu, kuna walimu ni wabaya. Mbona strike ya walimu iliisha? There's someone who got compromised. Let's be honest. agriculture, kuna mtu alikompromisewa. Watu usijua na party. Ruto must go. Ruto will go, yes. But even your next door neighbor, kama unajua huyu jirani uza mihadarati, you have to get on their neck. In that way, you can rest well the day you die saying, I beg to leave it at that. Thanks for everyone. Just remember, you're everything I have in my life. You are all I have. Without you, Kenya is useless to me. Kenya is you and I. Thank you.
Way. You're right. This country is ours to fight for, and it's up to us to decide how we do it. Streets. If you're showing up, please show up. If you're not showing up, then please allow somebody like myself or KD or somebody. Please know that we have a responsibility. Just because we're not there physically does not mean that we are not going to be helping in this fight. So thank you very much, KD. I don't even know. Get the mic now because otherwise after Rashji I will be going to Mabonga for the anthems. But Rashji, hi.
Hi, Binti. I raised my. When you listen to, you feel the love for your country, and one on one. I don't know him personally, but tumekuwa tukiongea, but he's an individual, but mwenye anapenda nchi yake, and for those, it's not easy to be concerned with your country. Not very few people do that. Yeah, very few people do that. Get concerned from where they've come from. Things are not working out and need to be fixed. You guys are proving to be on what KD has said, huh? And he has said it different. He has ashainiambia ashai. And today I saw Morara say there is an office. Somebody had volunteered also from the diaspora. Imagine somebody a volunteer office, a very big house that can all heading the same direction. All of us, whatever is paining everybody in this nation, na kila mtu andaka hii nation ni heal the distractions huku na huku. So KD ameongea kuhusu strategy, yeah, na ameongea kuhusu William Ruto. So we need to move beyond hapa. And some of us wale wenye wamekuwa lucky enough, wamekuwa supported the way Morara has up in terms of technology, they can meet there because si kila kitu tutaongea hapa. And I'm telling these guys, when it comes to defending themselves, they are ready to break banks. So we should be ahead of time. We should be a very ahead of time. Sasa vitu zingine wanakuwa unaona kama platform yenyu ya Jaba. Let them call it that way, but let us not lose the focus. Tutamwaga hapa. Let those experts, let those generals, they can meet somewhere. And cannot be protected by any other person. And this is an area Kenyans are failing. Wakati mmoja wetu anakujiwa, insisting this maandamano. Hii maneno ya kupea William Ruto maandamano ya siku moja, and then wanasema wakina Masengeli wanaenda wanamuupdate. Hawa watoto wame a revolution yenye wataishi wakikumbuka. Why is it hard to make a daily? To make this thing you don't have anything to do. And KD has said it very well. Hii group inajiita middle class. Group inajiita middle class. If you want to say they don't even belong to any class. Babu Mungu akiwasaidia wana aim kutoka waende. This being comfort, unakaa. You're the same people who are being called by politicians in town to issue press conferences. Struggling, umenielewa? Una struggle kulipa kodi zenye zinaibiwa, umenielewa? Si goons wanataka hizo pesa. Yani the whole kodi tu mingi fani zinatozwa hizi town. Why don't you allow your country zima ataka hapo? William Ruto is a stooge and a puppet of the West, and the West have an interest in terms of going to the street and making it and the government and all its activity. We are making everything to go on a standstill, the way we did it during the finance bill. Believe me, William Ruto will receive them. And to rectify that mess and to get rid of those puppets that still control the country, we have to get rid of William. So who can tell him, hey, boss, hey, a lot is at stake. Itabidi umeondokea? Itabidi umeondokea. So, this fear, yenye wengi wetu wameuziwa, it has to come with a cost. And that is the cost of freedom. Mtu mwingine asikudanganye. It is time we evolved. It is time we employed technology. And we have to remember as we continue talking, William Ruto strategizes every day. William Ruto hires nations, compromising of election. This time, as much as we insist the next election, I'm just trying to imagine a combination of Ruto and Raila. Now Ruto has fraudulently won. We don't have a country here. We need to go back to the drawing board. Let us listen to our forefathers and our grandfathers before it was taken over again by other chains. So let us get one final liberation that will combo us from all the nonsense we are seeing. William Ruto gets away with Adani. Hiyo tu moja. In fact, we can have 2 to this government. Hata hakuna kitu moja itaiguzwa. Tukikomboa tu JKIA, believe me, William Ruto na ama politicians wengine that there was a dynasty and the hustler, and he belonged to the hustler. It is William Ruto is independent. Yeye anataka kuachieve hiyo yote na 10 years. Yeye na group yake. So Adani is not coming into the country. Holder is William Ruto. So William Ruto akimaliza miaka yake 10 atakuwa na tu vitu tu wenye ana control tu huku. He will be the biggest shareholder. To go. If we will die with Adani, let us go. Wacha hata kama tutapeleka kila mtu kwa airport. Somebody has said ilikuwa tu 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, and ikuwe ni kila siku, lakini tukomboe assets zetu zenye zinapangwa kuuzwa ambazo ni mingi sana. On a daily basis huku kuna watu tu wanaambiwa na promisio hii tutakupea hii our country is being auctioned by these guys, and these guys have money. Wakati vitu zitaharibika finish with the revolution. Any governor should be put on notice. These governors, these female governors that they card with Kenyans, unatumwa hapo to steal on behalf of Raila and others. And that's why I'm saying these political parties, the political parties in Kenya are just vehicles. Glad following the footsteps of Waiguru and others. We have women of yote, and we can only do that in the street. So anybody who is in the street and is ready, let him get empowered. Empower akina KOT, empower everybody who is for the out. Come out as a doctor. I'm just trying to imagine a situation in this country where teachers are out, doctors are out, lecturers are out, everybody is out. We are many. Fear. Because of our fears. Let us not let them not use fear to slow down or not or to slow down or use fear not to make us.
Where okay, Rashji, you know there's people that don't want to Winter Brian, then Toria, then Tapiwan or something. Sorry. So Rasji, thank you. Me, I don't want to distract you. So Maru, hi.
I mean, honestly, let me just say through listening to these spaces, I've realized that this generation is wise, and we are what spaces to write down how to get Ruto out of office, and I based it on the Constitution. And number one, the main one, is do an uprising where the citizens were the 3 if he gets impeached, 4 if he dies, 5 is through election. We already know he's not going to resign. Pitched because we have I don't want to resort to profanity today, but we already know the situation. It does, but never mind. Is election. So the uprising will work because we have made it and put it out there in the universe that this man will. We have to also start also working on that. I mean, we have 1,080. We know what we need, and we have multiple reasons to be in the streets in regards to this issue. Like, we have to go to the streets to demand IDs, but we he's killing people and abducting people. We need to go to the streets because of all the massacres, and also because of this Adani deal. Because the Adani deal has opened our eyes. Act where all these people basically came together and schemed. If he's willing to speak, I would love for him to speak because I'm not a lawyer and I don't want to get into it. I was in a space where Degwa elaborated this, and we even had a cool this act to basically circumvent the constitution to where on this in this is literally covered. It's literally covered and basically play. So we have to stop them, and like I said, we have to put our foot down to where any of this major money laundering corporation investigator will get that information ASAP. He is Adani. I mean, come on, there's no way he's not. But anyway, with Rasji, if one of the things that I have read, besides all the issues we're seeing highlighted every single day, until things starts giving. And once we're in the streets and we accomplish what we're doing, I have taken it upon I want you to be in part of the government because I have declared that we're going to remove him and we'll occupy 100%. Fear and faith do not exist in the same space. I'm operating from a place of faith. We are going to get him out. And I hope there are people here listening so they can communicate that to him. All these people, all of them, we are